Janusz, before we even get to the game, when you've got a team like West Ham, they're struggling under Lopetegui, and they come up against the best team in the league, the least that you want from your team if you're a West Ham fan is some fight, some battle. 0 yellow cards and just 7 fouls in the whole game. Does that tell us more about West Ham, or does it tell us that Liverpool today were practically both unplayable and untouchable?
Yeah, I think it was Liverpool. I mean, you can always make the case that, for more fight, but I mean, the game was over by halftime. I mean, if you look at Liverpool right now, there's going to be a discussion who's going to win it. I mean, they have the look of the champions, don't they? Too early to call it, but when you're looking for signs, right, what makes a champion, and I'm sure Arsenal will have a say about that as well. They've been close the last couple of seasons, but you look at this, you look at the rotation, you look at Liverpool, how relatively healthy they are, which is important, of course. Remember a couple of seasons ago when they missed the Champions League? I mean, they've had those issues. Others have that issue. Manchester City, we often don't want to talk about it, but they're relatively healthy right now. They're hungry. I think they are. They're all surprised in how great this season has developed so far under Arne Slot. When all the obvious, when Klopp leaves, nobody probably expected that. But if you look at the key players, they're all performing. Every decision that Arne Slot has made so far has been spot on. I mean, I can't think of one decision that's been wrong, and that includes management of games, rotation, substitutions, and all of that. And add Mo Salah to it, and it's I'm not sure what West Ham could have done. When you have goal after goal just before halftime, and then you come off the halftime and there's another one coming. It's just impossible.
Yeah, just before the half-hour mark, it's 0-0. 14 minutes later, they're 3-0 down, and the game's done. And I'm glad you mentioned Mo Salah, because I wanted to get to him sooner rather than later. 52 goal involvements in the calendar year, 29 goals and 23 assists. He's 32 years old right now. It's totally subjective as to whether or not this is his best season, or it's up there with his best seasons, which it certainly is. So I may as well just go and ask you, is Mohamed Salah playing the best football of his career?
I think so. I mean, he's had a great season. Remember, that was 34 goals, I think, one time. So I mean, you can compare it to that. But when I look at a player in general, because there's going to be the conversation: is he the best ever in the Premier League? And of course, there's so many great players, right? I mean, he's there close to Thierry Henry, and But I look at Shearer, I look at Van Persie, Bergkamp, some of the greatest, Wayne Rooney. Not for today, for sure, but I look for consistency, and that's, I think, 8 seasons he's been there, right? 8 seasons, 20 plus goals, and we're just in, we're still in December, Mark. So that's what's important to me. The ups and downs of Liverpool. There's been some great seasons and maybe not so great, but he always delivers. And we've all said it. He looks a little bit reborn under new manager. And that's nothing against Jurgen Klopp, because that story, if they like each other or not, who cares? He continued to score for Jurgen Klopp, but you can see here that he feels the absolute leader of this team, and he's delivering. And he doesn't seem 32 years old. He looks like he's 22, 23, just ready to break every record there is to be. So he looks happy. He's always healthy, and that spells trouble for the rest of the league.
How does he do it? How does he make it look so easy? How does he make it look so effortless, Mohamed Salah?
Mark, I wouldn't know. I scored 1 goal in my life in my senior career. So, I mean, you're asking me how that's done. Innate instinct, of course. He knows he can do everything. Today, that 1 goal, that 1 touch, right? We can sit here and say, did he mean it or did he not? All I know that he tried to do something special. It doesn't really matter how it came off, right, in those situations. He knew that he wanted to do something to score there or assist. So that was wonderful, because it was a conscious decision on his part. It came off his way. That's all that matters, right? If you and I try to do it, where that be. But we'd be afraid to make mistakes. This is a player that knows how great he is. Those players, I always call him, they're missing a central nervous system. They don't have that, because you and I have that. I, as a player, there were games where I felt that I didn't have to think. Things were coming off, and there were games where a simple pass, 5-yard pass, you were overthinking because that confidence was missing. Well, when I look at Mo Salah, I can honestly say that I don't think I've ever seen him not being confident. I've never seen him pull out of a one-on-one situation or a pass that maybe looks iffy, right? Things don't go your way, and I think that was the game against Newcastle, the 3-3. Remember that? I mean, just give it to Mo, and Mo made it happen. Ultimately, I mean, here we are talking about Liverpool being somewhat untouchable, if you will. I mean, they dropped the point. They weren't great in that game, but then they led 3-2, and ultimately probably feel like they've lost 2 important points. But in that particular game, I remember nothing was working. Just give it to Mo Salah, and he takes care of the rest. So yes, it does, and you know, on top of that, you can always count on him making that impossible pass. When you're making that 30, 40-yard run, you know, sometimes you say, why am I doing that? That ball's never coming. Well, with him, I think it always does.
If you are Mohamed Salah's representative or part of his agency that represents him, with every goal, with every assist, with every key passage of play, he becomes more valuable when it comes to negotiations for the new contract. Now, it would be easy for me just to ask you, is he becoming, or is his form making him harder to keep for Liverpool? You can answer that if you want. The way I want to approach this question is that he just seems to be happy right now. And he could have all the money in the world. He could go to Saudi Arabia, could do whatever he wants, right? He could go anywhere he wants, and he could be the richest footballer of all time, if he wanted, because I'm sure you could do that deal. But would he want that? Would he be happy to earn a decent living, right? To earn a bumper wage, whether it's a 2 or 3 year deal or whatever, but stay where he is because he's happy here?
Yeah, that's exactly that. He's happy. He looks content. He looks like he wants to be here, be there at Liverpool. I'm short of reading body language from everybody, but gut feeling is that, right? I mean, we're probably going to get to Trent. His body language has been different, even though he's been superb as well. There's all kinds of rumors. There's a massive difference in age. Importance is the same. I continue to say, because I think in a different ways they're just as important to Liverpool as anybody else. Van Dijk is in that bracket, of course, as well. But if I had to say, this is Mo Salah that, if they can agree terms, he wants to be at Liverpool. He's not kind of holding Liverpool over the barrel, says if you don't, I'm leaving. I don't get that impression.
18 games, 17 goals, 13 assists in the Premier League this season. That should be illegal. It's unfair. And if you don't captain him in your fantasy Premier League, then just why not? What's the point? Trent Alexander-Arnold scored, deflection. First Premier League goal of the season. He's another one that's really enjoying his time at Liverpool, but Marca claim that he'll be at Real Madrid next season because he's out of contract in the summer. This, for me, out the three of them, him, Salah and Van Dijk, just seems the most obvious one. He's been a great servant for Liverpool. And I don't know, he might stay, but Real Madrid just seems a good fit for him. And when Marca go front page splash, as they did on Saturday morning, they don't do that just for hope rather than expectation. They do that because they believe it's going to happen. And what they're saying is that he has told Real Madrid he wants to join them in the summer because as of January the 1st, he officially can sign a pre-contract with anybody he wants. What do you think will happen here? How do you think this plays out with Trent Alexander-Arnold, Real Madrid and Liverpool?
Well, I mean, he's a unique situation in a way, right? Because he's a local boy. Obviously, Liverpool will feel that they've invested so much, but he's also given so much back, right? I mean, I think the one thing that some will hold against him is the fact that he's going on a free. Real Madrid, that's a funny thing because they know how to do this extremely well, and they can afford to pay clubs for players. But let's not forget, I'm not going to judge him. Part of me thinks that Liverpool probably, if he goes, and I do think he may be the one going. Again, gut feeling, no inside info. If he goes, there'll be some that will feel that leaving on a free is going to be the one that they talk about. But remember, I mean, that's why we have the Bosman, right? In the past, the clubs decided, a lot of young people forget about that. The clubs decided your entire life, your entire career. and that certainly wasn't fair. And we're in a situation where the Bosman rule, he can do that, and we cannot. Who are we to hold it against him, right? It's a great thing to say, I want to be in my home city and play for my home club, and if it happens, it's great, because it's such a rarity these days, right? In the past, we had so many of them, the great legends, of Stevie Gerrard or, Francesco Totti. I don't know, there's probably a few more. But we do have to remember that in life, sometimes you've accomplished a lot with one club. I'm sure Trent Alexander-Arnold is very appreciative of it. As I've said, he's paid some of that back, because it's not just Liverpool developing him, but he's been absolutely incredible for Liverpool. And, maybe he wants to see something different life, different culture, whatever it may be, a different challenge, because it is Real Madrid, and we're quick to jump onto that. And I understand that, because there's a small part of me that thinks that way as well, that he somehow owes something to Liverpool Football Club. But I think we need to understand that that's the way that rule came in. And we too often, the young generation, forgets that, in my days, or when I played and bigger players played, we really had no choice. Players were sent places without any input. Off you go, sold or loaned out or whatever it may be, and you have nothing to say about that. So I can certainly appreciate what he's going through.
Just like we all thought at the start of the season when we were doing our previews, as we approached the halfway stage, Liverpool would be 8 points clear of Nottingham Forest, because we all had them in second place between Christmas and New Year. Are they now? They're not untouchable, because nerves can do strange things and anything's possible. But are we now in a situation in the Premier League when you see Liverpool with the likes of Luis Diaz and Diogo Jota and Darwin Nunez and Cody Gakpo, it's any 2 from 4 at any time, so they've got strength there. When you see Gravenberch replaced by Endo, not even with an hour on the clock, that the only thing that can stop Liverpool from winning the title this season is injuries to key players.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way to me, because I think, as I've said, we need to give credit to Arne Slot in the way he's moved the chess pieces, right? I think, the rotation is important. What he's done. I mean, look what he's done with Luis Diaz, playing him centrally and playing Gakpo in his favorite position. Jurgen Klopp was afraid to do that, right? I mean, he really was kind of afraid to give Gravenberch his chance. It was Endo that was playing more there. And Arne Slot came in and saw what Louis van Gaal saw with Gakpo playing it on the left. Remember in Qatar, he played central there, but obviously in his club in Holland, played on the left-hand side. Now he does that. Who thought that Luis Diaz was going to be this influential centrally? I know there's a lot of changes. So I just think that every time there's an injury, somebody steps in. Now Jota's coming back. We know he's been injured. Konata's been out, and that didn't create a big problem. We see that Gomez is out now, but Kwanzaa was good last year under Klopp. He's given him some experience. So I'm looking at this team right now, and they are too deep in every position with quality, with very little injury to speak about. And even when they drop points, as they did against Fulham and Newcastle, others weren't able to take advantage of that. So, it's theirs to lose for sure.
We end with West Ham, and if they pick enough points up between now and the end of the season, they'll be fine. But if it comes to a battle, I wouldn't fancy them the way that they are. I'm going to go back to what I said at the start. No yellow cards today and 7 fouls. I wouldn't want any of their players in the trenches alongside me if I was forced to battle. They've got quality, don't get me wrong. They've got Kudus, they've got Bowen. But they don't have that fight, that passion, or it certainly looks like that. If they're involved in a relegation scrap, would you worry for them?
I don't, but I worry for Lopetegui, and I thought it was over, right? I mean, his body language, remember, at the beginning of the season was horrendous, right? It looked like he was off, but let's not forget, before this, 4 games unbeaten, right? 2 draws, 2 2 wins, I think, if I remember, against teams that they're supposed to beat, but the position they're in, that's very, very important. And today, I'll tell you what, after something like this, you say to yourself, well, Lopetegui saved himself. But, losing 5-0, that sends a message upstairs as well. Lose this game 1 or 2, and then everybody says, okay, that's not bad. That's Liverpool. They're that good this season. We just had a 4-game unbeaten run. But this 5-0 is going to once again undo maybe all the good stuff that West Ham did in those last four matches. So, but I'm with you. I do worry about it. Mikel Antonio's is out longer term. Jared Bowen, we'll see where that is. But he's been such an important player for them. Their catalyst, their captain, who's played centrally. Fulcrum's been injured. He's in and out. So we'll see. As we all know, Bowen can probably play plays on the right hand side. So I think they're gonna. They've been there, but I think they'll save themselves. I'm just not sure that's going to be with Lopetegui.
Yeah, Wolves and Southampton, the 2 wins that they had that Janusz mentioned in those 4 games, and the draws against Brighton and Bournemouth. But look, that's a defeat today that you probably expect. But it's the manner of the defeat. And fans can accept losing to a much better team. But what they can't accept is when a team comes and has it so easy. You
can't do that at home. That was a total capitulation. The second half was... friendly on tour in the summer.
It's a training exercise, wasn't it?
In the United States. That's the problem. Somebody's going to have a massive problem. At least it should have a massive problem in how that game went out. Because the second half, it was just a friendly match.
Point he didn't get more as Liverpool
money
more players and once again dominate their opposition. This time it is West Ham with a 5-0 victory. Just taking a look at what that means at the top of the table. Liverpool, of course, will be first going into 2025. They are currently 8 points clear of Nottingham Forest in second. We'll talk about Forest a little bit later on, but we'll kick things off with Arne Slot-Side as welcome in Nedum Anua to the show. We'll be in from Nedum in a moment, but they are just superior, Liverpool, to every team they face at the moment, Craig.
Relentless, surprisingly good, although not now, but at the start of the season, we all talked about them and said, look, the transition's going to be maybe a slow one. It might not be as silky smooth as people think or people hoped, and I think we've all been wrong. It's been incredible. He's taken it to another level thus far. Now, they haven't won anything yet, but I don't see anybody stopping them. And look, West Ham under Lopetegui defensively have been atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. You can just pull them all over the place. That being said, Liverpool are doing this to a lot of teams, and you mentioned it. There's a sort of a thirst and a quest to really hammer teams and not to feel sorry for them and to get goals, and they've got goals in every area of their side, whether it be from the full-back or the centre-halves from set pieces to the midfielders or to anybody who plays in those forward positions, be it even Diaz, even Darwin Núñez to be fair, but certainly Diego Jota, and definitely the 3 that played today. So he's got all these options, and they just look seamless when they are, I don't know, Robbo, like when they're passing the ball and then they pass it in the move, and if one player pops up in one position, another player fills in the other one, and they just at the moment. And it's not this sort of swashbuckling Jurgen Klopp when they were playing at Anfield. And
it's not like rock and roll, is it?
Yeah, it's still not that, but it's like a silk scarf. It's just smooth, and it's efficient, and more importantly, it's clinical in the final third.
How smooth is a silk scarf? How efficient is it?
I didn't buy a silk scarf. I can only imagine. They're quite smooth.
I like that Christmas analogy.
I like the midfield as well today.
You're right.
And Craig was just talking about they seem to know where the next pass is. It's almost they know where the next one on from that. They were playing balls square for McAllister to know there's the next pass round the corner. McAllister kept on winning the ball back. Gravenberch has done brilliantly as the holding midfield player, a position that I never thought he could play. And then Jones, you're talking about the front 3. Jones was quite often in the centre forward position. When Diaz came short, he made the forward runs. The movement, the knowledge of where the next pass was going to go, the setting up of the move. I think at the moment they are playing some outstanding football.
Nedum, you think back, all that time ago when Manchester City were good. they would be getting goals from everywhere. And this is what Liverpool are delivering as well. They're not just relying on one person. Everyone seems to be in form at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got to mention the fact that Salah has scored the most goals in the league, and it's by some way over any of his Liverpool teammates. But you're right in terms of the way that they attack, and what the guys are saying there, I completely echo it. When you watch them play, as a former player, it's so interesting to see. Because it's so, nothing is independent. You know, if one person runs down the line, the other person comes short. If a midfielder goes high, one goes short. You've got someone like Van Dijk at the back who's very good at dictating the tempo of a game. If his team have been rushed around for a bit, he'll put his foot on it. If his team's under a bit of pressure, well, here comes a diagonal to Salah. And more impressively as well, like when they go and they hit you on the break, they don't overcommit. So that when the ball gets turned over, we saw a few times in this West Ham game, especially in the second half, West Ham are now attacking. They've got to break down a back four and 2 6s. You know, the fluidity, the way they're doing it, smooth as a silk scarf, as Craig said himself. You know, that's a great way to describe it. And yeah, it's special to see. They're far and away the best team in the league at this moment in time. And as you look at them, you know, you don't really, in my opinion anyway, you don't really have questions because they've got the majority of the players available. Maybe with Gomez being out and Konate being out. You know, I think Slot doesn't necessarily fancy Quansah as much as, say, some other players. But you look out on the field, you've got players on that pitch who've won the league before. You've got player McAllister who's won a World Cup before. And you've got players in Salah exactly who are doing the same thing, who've dominated the Premier League for so many years. They are so, so good. And the way they keep dismantling teams, it really is special to see.
I don't see a blip in them, do you?
Well, I mean, we mentioned obviously Joe Gomez going off today, Quansah coming in. How much of a difference does that make at the back?
Well, the upside here is, and I know we'll get to Tottenham and others in a bit, but you're not losing the full shebang.
Right.
You still have the most disciplined defender in the Premier League, Virgil van Dijk, at the back to sort of marshal any sort of problems. Andy Robertson in the first half got caught out on the ball, dwelling on it a little bit, which he has done this season on more than one occasion, but they managed to bail it out. So
there's a bit more emphasis now that they've got to keep Van Dijk fit. You know, because if they now lose Van Dijk, where's the next centre half coming in? Because he, as Nedham said, I don't think he fancies Quansah that much. He took him off in that very first game of the season after about, half time and said he wasn't winning his battles, and he's hardly put him in since. Now he's going to have to be the number one centre half if Van Dijk ever got injured, and that can be the only blip I can see.
What's impressed you most with what Arne Slot's done with him?
I'm sure he's got the sort of patterns of play in what he wants, but I'm impressed with the intelligence of the players. You know, we've talked about it, you know, the movement of the players. One goes short, one goes long. You still, even though a manager can give you all the positional rotations, you can set your team up, you've still got to have intelligent footballers. And I think those players are showing their intelligence at the moment. And I'm sure Arne Slot is letting them show their intelligence as well. It's
interesting you mentioned Salah, Nedham. He was speaking afterwards and says that he's obviously disappointed that things haven't gone further with regards to contract talks up to now. It doesn't seem to be affecting him at all on the pitch.
He was having an argument. Last time Liverpool played West Ham, he was coming off the bench, I believe, and Klopp was having an argument with him. All that drama, and now you fast forward, and yes, the goals are there, the assists are there, the smiles there, and his team is top of the Premier League. So yeah, I'm sure he hopes that they would sort something out by now, but it's going to be very interesting next week when he can start speaking to other clubs as well. So maybe that will speed things up from Liverpool's perspective to try and keep him there for as long as possible.
Get back to Salah. I got back to Salah. Just to that question you said about Liverpool and what's made them so good thus far, why are they different? I think for me, there's been many things, but I think the control in their play, but they've managed to be as equal or big a threat going forward and still made themselves less vulnerable going that way.
Yeah.
Now, not to say that they haven't been vulnerable on occasions or teams haven't got at them, but
how have they done that?
I think because the position, particularly of one or two of the midfielders, and particularly Gravenberch, is taking up positions that are going to affect the game if this sort of front three, or front whatever, if it breaks down, he's in a good position. Secondly, they have definitely been less gung-ho with the full-backs. They have not left the two centre-backs as open and, you know, as like a 2-on-2. They haven't. They've kind of done more of well, dare I say it, back in the old days, one full-back goes forward, one sort of tucks in a little bit. There's been a little bit more of that. So they've been able to have this massive threat going forward, but still giving themselves, I think at this moment in time, a much better insurance policy at the back end, which was one criticism sort of Liverpool towards the end, that it was too gung-ho. Back on the Salah thing, it's the best worst case scenario, isn't it? You want to win everything. Liverpool they're favourites to win the league. I don't think there's a better team than Europe at this moment in time. That's not to suggest they're going to win the Champions League, but they're certainly playing better. So you want all this stuff, but every time he bangs in another performance like that, his contract negotiations are not going down the way.
No, you're holding.
And this is a ransom. And I'm not suggesting that Mo Salah is holding Liverpool to ransom. But guess what? It's kind of the game that him and his agent are in. And where's the cut-off?
And today, West Ham and Lopetegui set up his team to stop Mo Salah and Alexander-Arnold. He put Emerson out on the wide left to stop Alexander-Arnold coming forward, and he put Wan-Bissaka, his quickest player, his quickest defender, who's done it against Salah before when he was playing for Manchester United. He put him out on the left-hand side, and he couldn't cope with him. He couldn't get the position right. The runs of Mo Salah were perfect, when to run short, when to run on that diagonal, and West Ham just couldn't cope with him. He was absolutely magnificent.
See, this is a nightmare for not at the moment, but for Arne Slot, because he's, talk about building the club and taking over from Klopp. He doesn't care if they pay Mo Salah.
It's not his money, is it?
No, all he wants to care is about. All he cares about really is success on the field. He understands there's going to be budget restrictions, but he just wants another couple of years out of this guy to keep. Thanks very much. I'll keep this going. This is making me look great. And he's not the only one. Of course, he's not. Luis Diaz and all these other players are playing great, but this is the big one. I mean, we'd imagine that Van Dijk will sign. I think Alexander-Arnold will probably go, but you can't replace that. You can't, and it's intriguing. I don't think he'll talk to the other. Nathan was mentioning January. He's absolutely right. I mean, he can go and talk to other clubs. What would be the point of Mo Salah taking a ransom to go to Saudi Arabia when he's at this stage in his career with millions in the bank and Liverpool are paying him millions, and he is the darling of the eye of these Liverpool fans? He's the most informed player European world football. What's the point taking this double your money in Saudi Arabia when you've got? I wouldn't understand that, to be honest.
West Ham fans obviously not enjoyed what they saw today. I doubt Arsenal fans were that happy either, considering the performance that once again Liverpool put in. The City, as they have beat Leicester by 2-0. Let's hear, shall we, from Pep Guardiola.
More than happiness is the relief. As a performance side has not been the best. I could not expect differently. The best of us, we will come back, and that's for sure. And of course, the result helped us a lot.
Nathan, you get the win, but you didn't exactly blow my socks off.
All right, that's not the goal, is it, to blow down Thomas's socks off?
It should be. It should be. I want a statement win from Manchester City. I want them to impress me. They're so weird. There is so much nervousness and tentativeness around that whole team throughout the 90 minutes.
Yeah, Dan, I know. And in fairness, Leicester were the better team in the second half, but some of the chances that they missed, kind of shows the reason why they're down in the bottom three at this moment in time. And I think for City, they're in this position where, for Pep Guardiola, for years, throughout his entire managerial career, he's been obsessed about performance because he believes performance will lead to results. Then all of a sudden, he's in a position where he's getting no results, but now he needs one. And he got one, and he talks about the relief, but he knows that that's not something they'll be able to sustain. You give up that many big chances to other teams between now and the end of the season, you'll end up with nothing at all. So yeah, I think for the players, it's just a relief to walk into a dressing room or change room after a game and not have your head down and say, flipping it, we've lost again. How has this happened? I think they've obviously had to ride their luck. There was a nice bit of play from McAtee for the goal. Savinho scoring his first Premier League goal this season after, I think, 26 shots. So he's off the mark finally. I think they can take a side, they can take some relief, know that they've got a good few days before their next game, and maybe the performances can start to turn, but they definitely needed that win. And for as much as they didn't blow your socks off, what would this segment be like if they would have lost again to a side that's in the bottom three? The sort of feeling would be very, very different. So I think for Pep, he's wise, he's experienced, he gets it. He'll take it, but not try and have that as the game plan going forward, because they were fortunate to a certain extent today.
Yeah, they could have lost this one as well.
Yeah. Well, this game was about moments for both, and the moments that could have gone against City in this game, have been going against them in previous games, and one of the reasons that they've lost. The Vardy chance we saw on the clip, there was 2 or 3 times, in the first half.
And when Vardy headed it back, I thought of you. And
the Vardy heading back to Ortega, and Vardy nips in, goes round the keeper, I think, and then is able to be cleared. Also, in the first half, Vardy made 2 or 3 runs. Maybe he just goes a little early.
Yep.
All the balls played a little late, but he's in behind, and Aki steps up and catches him. But those moments where, and we've talked about Vardy, where he's made some errors of judgment, or Vardy's missed this chance, those were definitely going against City whenever they were giving those away in the last, a dozen games or so. Today, for whatever reason, Lady Luck sort of smiled on their mistakes.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they got a couple of decent goals. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we are with Man City at the moment. Not expecting them to completely dominate games, which is a surprise, but that's where we are. And sort of wiping the brow because they've actually got a result.
They were still too easy to play against. There was times when Leicester were playing out from the back, and you think Manchester City were going to close them down and win the ball back and have a chance. And then Leicester kept on playing through them and had a chance up the other end and broke the first line of defence. That made it more difficult for Kovacic, who was the main holding midfield player. Made it more difficult for the defenders to make decisions. And Leicester, they did a lot of good things, but you can see they're still a side that are struggling for confidence. They're struggling to find any form. And I think they could be down there.
Yeah, they could be in big trouble.
They could be in big trouble come the end of the season.
You've got to take those sort of chances. McAtee, of course, impressed a bit, I suppose, coming on, Nathan.
Yeah, he certainly did. And I'll be honest, I'm quite biased because he's a friend of mine. I think seeing his name on the bench for the last maybe 10 weeks and seeing him not coming on the field, it's been tough for him. Basically, I spoke to him not too long ago, and he just sounded like he was bored. Basically, just watch his games like all the fans.
The only one with friends.
I know, Nathan's friends.
His friends are players, though. Your friends is just down the pub.
You two need to become friends.
Oh, that's it, just to have a bond.
I mean, I think it was Sheffield United. He was out in loan before.
Yeah.
And I suppose it's always a difficult decision for a younger fringe player at such a talented team. Do you stay or do you go? But you look at the amount of players at City are not at the end of their career, but it's not damn far off it. Opportunities could arise more than ever. But then you look at somebody like Cole Palmer as a young player at City or wherever club you're at, and you think, well, if he can go and do that, maybe I can go to another club and raise my game and raise the awareness of what I'm all about. So it's a very difficult scenario. But dare I say it, the way City are, the state they're in at the moment, there is definitely going to be more opportunities for players like McAtee and some of the younger players, because some of these older guys, the legs are just not able to do it for them anymore.
Speaking of older guys, Kevin De Bruyne started today.
Yep.
I know everyone's out of form. Foden's not very Silva, but it just doesn't. There's nothing. There's nothing there.
I wouldn't say there's nothing there. He's still the best passer of the ball out of all those players.
We're not seeing it. We're not seeing it.
What about his cutback, the big cutback for Haaland in the very first 5
I just feel they're anomalies in what is otherwise a very average performance.
When he gets the ball, I think something might happen. When I look at some of the other players, I don't think anything's going to happen. Bernardo Silva at the moment wants to go backwards and square. Foden doesn't look as though he can go past anybody and goes back. When Kevin De Bruyne gets the ball and he's got his head up, I always think here comes a pass that could cut the opposition through. I would still play him every week. He would still be one of my number one players. And I think about the players in and around him, because at the moment I don't fancy Phil Foden at all as doing anything that's creative.
So where's the ceiling for Manchester City this season? You take a look at the odds for top 4. I think it's very difficult, Nathan, isn't it, to make an argument as to why you think City are going to run together. Yes, they win today. As to why they're going to finish in the top 4. They're odds on. You're not going to make any money from it. But I just don't know where that belief is going to come from.
I think for me, in terms of this top 4 chase that City are probably going to be a part of, if they do find some level of form, the people they're competing against at this moment in time, you're looking at Nottingham Forest, you're looking at Chelsea and Arsenal, I think will be more involved in whatever this title race looks like. But they are the best of that bunch. They could take 3 and 4 in my opinion. And as it stands, they've been horrendous. And they're 2 results away or 3 results away from the teams who are ahead of them, who might potentially fall off a little bit. I think knowing that City can get better and knowing that some of these other teams are performing almost at their peak, Chelsea could kick on and be really good for the second half of the season, but how many of you really believe that? It's the same for Forest. They could do the same, but how many of you really believe that? And how many think that City will be a disaster for the remainder of the season? probably fewer people. So I think the odds are there for a reason. And it's not been glamorous whatsoever. And obviously their points tally will be far lower than we've seen in many, many years. But you know they're capable. If you yourself had to put a bet on who's going to finish top 4, do you feel comfortable saying Man City won't do it? I wouldn't feel that, and I'd imagine most other people wouldn't do either.
Quite a valid point from...
It's valid, but I'm not sure that Man City, you know, you're talking about the other teams losing few games. Man City aren't going to win every game from now to the end of the season. They're not playing well enough.
But they don't have to finish top 4, to be fair.
Yeah, but they're going to have to get Chelsea, Arsenal or Nottingham Forest. They're going to have a bad run somehow, because Man City are, as he said, three results away from that. And are they not going to drop points? I think Man City will at the moment, because there's no belief in what they're trying to do. There's no belief in their defensive strategy, and they're not creating enough, and they look lacklustre when they're trying to win the ball back. So I don't think Man City are going to keep winning and winning and winning up just after this one game.
They're right in amongst the sort of rest of the teams that are fighting for a European spot. It's kind of where they are, isn't it?
Yes.
They're not.
Yeah.
If they finish 5th or 6th, I wouldn't be surprised.
If you were a manager of another team playing against Man City now, would you be frightened of the game?
Well, I don't think anybody is, because we just saw Leicester there, you know, and I was listening to the commentary today, and to the point Robert was making, the ease of what they got that ball into Harry Winks, and then one of them got turned, and that's been the kind of show for Manchester City, is that the other teams have been able to play against them now, when previously, and we've seen Arsenal do this in Liverpool, particularly Arsenal when they're at the Emirates and they're on their pomp and everybody's fit. I used to watch some of these games and think, my God, I haven't seen this team get out of Arsenal's out of their own half, barely out of their own penalty box, and Arsenal are on top of them. That's what City did better than anybody. It wasn't just the football, it was the smothering and the winning of the ball back, and they just don't have that at the moment. So I think obviously they'll win games and they'll score goals, but they're still going to lose a lot of goals, and they're basically in a bun fight to get into that top 4. And I don't think they're in a better position than any of the other teams. I really don't.
A team... What's interesting when you take a look at Manchester City, we've discussed them a lot, obviously, in this incredible drop in form, is the fact that they have been in positions where they could go on and win the game. Yet, we've seen time and time again them give away goals, give away leads, and in the end, give away results. So does that kind of change the narrative of the conversation we have, Robbo? Because if you're in a situation where a team can go in front, can strike early, then surely there is potential there for them to be good again.
Yes, but what they've lost is complete faith in themselves to hold on to a lead. So when they're going out on the field now, when they used to score the first goal, they thought, well, the opposition aren't going to cause us too many problems. Our pressing is far too good for them. We'll make good decisions defensively. The opposition are so worried about how many we're going to score, they're not going to catch us on the counter-attack. But they've lost that indestructible image that everybody thought they had. Now they're too easy to counter-attack. But also mentally, I look at a lot of the Man City players and there's not that belief anymore. You know, we're playing okay, we're scoring a couple of goals, but we're going to concede. There's so many things wrong. The decision-making, the lack of pace. And he's tried putting a bit more pace in the side, in the wide areas, but it still goes down. The defence is too slow. The midfield players are too slow. They don't close the ball down with the same intensity. Then they're bypassed. And because those players haven't had to make decisions defensively for so long, because they've never been put under that much pressure, now we're seeing that maybe they aren't such good players as we thought they were.
But they are players who won the Champions League, who've won the Premier League, 4 straight leagues. Surely there's something there. Surely there's a little switch that might just turn on for them to try and get themselves back into this sort of the championship mentality.
But we haven't seen it so far. You know, you keep thinking, as you say, they've scored the first goal, they've got players that have done it before. I want to see more of Haaland. I know people will say he's not getting as much of the ball, but he's now got to be a centre forward that's got to score his own goals as well. When the ball comes up, he's got to roll defence and smash it in the corner. He's got to run beyond people. He can't expect people to create goals for him all the time. If you want to be the world's best centre forward, you've got to score goals off your own back at times and score individual goals. The best players have always done that. And yes, there is still a spark when Savinho gets on the ball and Doku gets on the ball, but there's still not enough pace, and defensively they don't look strong enough at the moment. And for that reason, even when they're 1 or 2-0 up, go to the final game when they were 3-0 up. They're still making defensive blunders.
Wednesday, the transfer window opens. If you're Manchester City, what is your number one priority?
I think you've got to go for, because people say, well, you've got Rodri to come back, but they've got to go for another central midfield player who's got some legs, and they've got to go, I would say, for a centre-half that's got some legs as well. Because, I always used to say Walker was magnificent because he held the defence together because he had loads of pace and he made good decisions. He's now making bad decisions and he hasn't got the pace anymore. For some reason, over the last 6 months, his pace has diminished. So that's a major problem for him.
And also a problem, Sean, and we discussed this before, is the fact that if you're a player of that quality that can go to Manchester City, is there a doubt at the back of your mind, not only the situation you're walking into, seeing what run they're on, also all the charges as well? You could be facing relegation. Who knows what Pep Guardiola is going to do in the future? Does that make a difference as a player to a decision you make to leave wherever you are made?
I think it would, because I think at the moment there is worry about Manchester City. There's worry about Pep Guardiola. He's always had... He was obviously a great coach and is still a great coach. He's always been in control of things because they've been high up the table wherever he's been. Been winning things. They've been the best teams. Now he's got to try and rebuild a side that are failing badly and have the players heard enough of his voice right now. That's always
Just
a question.
white noise.
Because sometimes...
It's like your analysis.
Yes, absolutely.
You're on FIFA.
But every time, a manager has a great run, they have to pick and choose the right time to leave because players will get bored with their voice, even if they're the best coach in the world.
Right, there's two things I want to ask you, Oggy. Let's start off with that one. Is there any chance that Pep Guardiola could not be in charge by Manchester City by the end of this season?
Well, there's a chance because, what is it now? One win in 12, is it? 1 win in 13?
1 in 13, yeah.
Look, this is unprecedented for Guardiola. Yeah, 1 in 13. So, listen, sitting here now, I'd be surprised if he went before the end of the season. But he left Barcelona because, and that was the end of the season, I know, but he left Barcelona because he couldn't handle the intensity and the pressure. It was too much for him. He needed a break. And the way he looks right now, you wouldn't say that isn't impossible. I don't think he will go, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Let's put it that way. He signed that 2.5-year contract, but let's be honest, that doesn't mean anything in the sense that it was supposed to stop us asking the questions about Pep's future because he'd signed a contract. But ever since he signed the contract,
it's gone wrong.
The results have got worse. So, yeah, exactly. So look, I think he'll still be there, but let's not forget this season's got 8 months to go for Man City, or 7.5 months to go because of the Club World Cup. So if he's feeling tired and fatigued now, and his players are, what are they going to be like in July when they've got to spend a month in the US, when they should be on holiday, playing the Club World Cup? So it's a long slog ahead, and I wouldn't be surprised if he went, but equally, I don't think it's going to happen.
So then the next question, January transfer window, as I mentioned, opens this week. Who are they going to target?
Well, they want Martin Zubimendi at Sociedad, and I think that Liverpool want him as well. But as we know, with clubs in the Basque Country, it's very hard to get them out, and he's not made any kind of indication that he wants to lead Sociedad. So I'm not sure that's going to be an easy one to do. Bruno Guimaraes at Newcastle is a player that they like. That could be an easy one to do because Newcastle will take the money to get their, help turn their wheels of transfer recruitment as well. So that's a possibility. Well, Bruno Guimaraes has not had the greatest season at Newcastle. Would he make City better? He'd make them younger. They definitely need some more legs in midfield, like Robbo said, but they're the two players that they are particularly keen on right now. They could get both. I mean, they've got the money. They had about, I think, £140 million in profit from transfer dealings the last 18 months. So the money's there to go. And I agree with Robbo in the sense that players will be concerned about what the future holds for City in the next 6 months. But they'll just throw money at it. Money eventually talks. And if you're being offered a deal at Man City that is so big that you can't turn it down, then you take your chances, don't you? But in terms of what they want to bring in, it's definitely at least one midfielder to bring down the average age and add some energy to the midfield.
Let's not forget, at the start of the season, Manchester City were favourites to win the Champions League. They have now gone to... If you're betting 7-1 on Manchester City, you need to give yourself a shake, Robbo, I would suggest.
Absolutely. You look at those teams. Liverpool are the best team at the moment. Arsenal are right up there. Barcelona, we've seen them be topsy-turvy.
Yes.
Bayern Munich are a team that might just cause one or two
to be 16 and Manchester City 7-1.
No.
There you are. That's where your bets are going. Of course, they got PSG. Is there any argument to say, Robbo, it's best they just lose to PSG? That's it. Done and dusted. Don't have to worry about the Champions League and then just focus on the league? Mark?
I don't think so. I don't think because the Champions League could be their best route back into the Champions League. Let's be honest, they might not finish in the top 4 or 5. So, the Champions League is also it's a cup tie, isn't it? They could get to the final like Dortmund did last year with a fairly soft run, and then it's a one-off game. And I think Man City by then will have some players back. they've still got that ability to beat anybody in the world, even though it's less likely these days. So I think that they'll be desperate to stay in the Champions League if they continue to drift in the Premier League. So like I say, it could be the best route back into the Champions League.
What's been said, Rob, we've always seen it, Oggy, haven't we? The fact that Manchester City have made decisions at the right time to get rid of players like Gabriel Jesus, Raheem Sterling, Torres, people like that. Yet you look at the players who've really performed this season, Cole Palmer once again, Rodgers at Aston Villa. Is there a question as to what's going on and what's going wrong as to why they're letting these players go who are excelling at other places?
I think that's become an issue now because, City have probably got the best academy anywhere in the world right now. They have so many players, and if you look at the players that have gone through there and left and become players somewhere else, it's staggering. You've got those two you mentioned. You've got people like Pedro Porro, Brahim Diaz. You've even got David Brooks at Bournemouth. There's players everywhere. But I think what City's problem is that apart from Phil Foden, who stayed the course, and a lot of the time people are asking when he's going to play, these young players have moved on before they've had a chance really to prove themselves worthy of Man City. I think if you look at the likes of Man United and Liverpool over the years, they've always had great young kids coming through, but they've backed their kids, they've given them time to produce, and they've come through. They don't let their best players go. Liverpool didn't let Steven Gerrard or Carragher or Michael Owen leave as kids, or United didn't let the Class of 92 go. City have let a lot go. Morgan Rodgers is an obvious one. Cole Palmer is the one that everyone talks about, but maybe some of these players that they've either decided they're not worth waiting for or they didn't see the potential in the first place. I'm not quite sure which is worse there, but I think they've banked about £400 million in profit on these players in the last 10 years that they've produced. But some of those players, if you had Cole Palmer, Romeo Lavia in your team right now, Tosin Adarabioyo at the back, those players were brought to the ranks at Man City. Michael Olise was there as well. All of a sudden, you've got the basis of the team for the future, but they let them go because Pep was loyal to the players that have won the Champions League, but also that City can just buy a player to top shelf. They could basically say, well, do we want to give this kid a chance? Do we want to give a 20-year-old Cole Palmer a chance? I just want to spend £80 million on a player that will go straight into the team. And that's what they've done. I think they're paying the price for that now because they're basically... Their great young talent is now making opponents better. Chelsea have got 4 of them. So, I think City are paying the price for letting their young kids go, and it's harming them there because those young kids could have been the backbone of a future team.
Yeah, Robert, you coached obviously a lot at youth team level. Is there something that makes the difference when you're making that decision whether to release them or not? Because on the outside looking in, Cole Palmer, everyone can see what talent he has. So what was going on there that managed to...
Well, you have to get the difference between releasing a player and selling him for a lot of money, as Oggy just said.
Yes, yeah. And he went, 40 million to Chelsea, I think?
What Oggy's saying, and I agree completely, until you've played a player on a regular basis in the first team over a period of time, you will never know whether they're going to be good enough to play at that level. Look at Mo Salah. Mo Salah is a player that was rejected, fairly rejected at Chelsea. Kevin De Bruyne, another player that was rejected at Chelsea, and they've gone on to be top-class players. And if you have a youth system or you think you're producing great players, but you can go and buy the best players, those players will be stunted in their growth. And eventually, they get fed up, and the manager will say, well, actually, I'm not sure that he's going to...
And then the problem we've had this time is where Manchester City have recruited Savio, Doku. They haven't stepped up to them.
No, they haven't been as good as some of the players that will probably come through the youth team. Manchester City, and Oggy's absolutely right, I cover their youth team when they play in the FA Youth Cup. They've got some great players, some really top-class players. But again, unless you play them and you put them in the team on a regular basis, you won't know whether they're going to be good enough. And that's what other clubs are now taking that gamble on them, playing them regularly in the team. Oh, suddenly they're world-class players.
Today's Saturday, isn't it? Sunday, we'll see Premier League action return, including the early game, Leicester City against Manchester City. Manchester City has 7-2 odds to go. Surely, Robbo. Surely not.
Well, Leicester have got a little bit of pace in their front line that could cause Man City problems, but you'd expect Man City to try and dominate the game.
Yeah.
Remember, Leicester are a team that were booed off at home only a few days ago when they lost to Wolves. So Ruud van Nistelrooy is trying to find his best team and his best formation. So it should be a game that Man City, I want to say, get back on track, but they get 3 points. So that's all I'd say.
Yeah. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, I think this is a game that you look at. I mean, City have to turn it around at some point. I think Leicester are struggling right now. The Van Nistelrooy bounce lasted about as long as Ruben Amorim's bounce, so I think Man City should win this one and get back to winning ways. But it's impossible to say these days after that run they've had. It's just, who knows?
Old Trafford. Brentford, by the way, take on Arsenal on the Wednesday, on New Year's Day. And let's talk about United. Were you wrong about Ten Hag, Mark?
No, I wasn't. I think he's pretty much part of the reason why they're in this mess they're in, because the transfer windows that he kind of oversaw, starting from the first one when he wasted 2 months trying to get Frankie de Jong when everyone at the club knew it wasn't going to happen, and they left it so late because Ten Hag was convinced it would, and from that point on it's been a stream of bad signings which has left Ruben Amorim with a squad that, let's be honest, is probably, I mean, if you close the club down today and says come back in the summer, I reckon 2 or 3 players are good enough to be part of Man United's future, but you can't get rid of them all at once. So this is pretty much down to Ten Hag and the players that he brought in, because so many of those players is not good enough for Man United or a top 10 Premier League club, never mind a top 4 one.
Ten Hag is working with exactly the same... Amorim is working with the same players that Ten Hag is, and he can't get a tune out of them. Yet we seem to give Amorim a pass and not Ten Hag.
Who says we're giving Amorim a pass?
Well,
Mark might be.
Oggy's blabbering on there about recruitment.
Yeah, I mean, Ten Hag made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't a particularly good coach, or so it seemed in the last couple of seasons, and he had to go. But Amorim has done nothing to suggest that he's going to be a top-class manager for Manchester United at the moment. He's come in and he says, I'm going to play 3-4-3, but sometimes you have to come in and say, well, actually, it doesn't suit the players that I've got, so I can't keep losing games and say, well, this is my system, the players have got to adapt to it. You can't go, and he said it in the press, it's going to take a long, long time.
Yeah.
You know, what manager can go into any football club, particularly a big club like Manchester United, and say, well, this is going to take loads of time. Yes, it might take a lot of time to get what you want, but in the meantime, you have to try and get results and have to get performances out of the players you've got. Manchester United want to be at the very top. At the moment, he's got to get them winning 2/3 of their games, and he's not going to do that at the moment because he's not set up his team well enough, and the players he's got aren't good enough. It's a problem for him.
So, surely if you see it and everyone else sees it, why doesn't he see it and address it?
Well, the trouble is, he's trying to do so many different things. He's changed the players so many times, so nobody really feels as though they're the player for that position. I think Dallow's probably the only one that keeps playing week in, week out on the left-hand side. Mazraoui plays quite regularly. But I look at the other players, he's changed those, brings Højlund in, he then put Zirkzee in, he's played Fernandes in most of the games, and he's let him down on too many occasions. At the moment, he's trying too many things. We've said it about other managers. At Chelsea, when they were forced to, because they had too many players,
yes,
not getting the right selection and keep changing it. Well, he's changing it with players that aren't good enough at the moment.
Yeah, and surely you've just got to work with the instruments you have. Like, look, Pereira's coming at Wolves. They were in a much worse state than Manchester United, infighting, players beating each other up, and yet he comes in, they win 2 on the bounce. Surely you're in a situation, Mark, if you're Manchester United and you're Amorim, you're like, right, this is the system that I want to play at some stage, but for now, I just need to, as Robbo says, get results.
Yeah, I can see that, but, the system that he wants to play is one that's worked for him in the past, and it has come in, and it's a case of, are you going to be pragmatic and play a system that suits the players? Well, what system suits that group of players? Because the one that were playing with Ten Hag didn't suit them either. They thought at the back they weren't playing very well either. They were conceding too many goals. So maybe the players just simply aren't good enough. If Rasmus Højlund or Joshua Zirkzee played for Everton or Fulham, nobody would be saying, no, these players are going to make it in a big team. That's the level they are. So Amorim's problem is that he's come in there, he's let himself down in set pieces. I don't think he's kind of paid due respect to the English game in the sense that it's based on a lot of set pieces, and the defending at corners has been absolutely abysmal, and he's not worked hard enough for that. He's been caught out there. But then, he said he's had 4 days in the training ground. Well, that is English football, that is the Premier League. So I think he's come in there a little bit naive. I think he's been used to 2.5 years of ultra success at Sporting Lisbon, but I think he's going to have to kind of check his prospects a little bit and think, how can I make this happen quicker than I'm doing at the moment? And he's creating problems for himself. The Marcus Rashford situation is an obvious case in point, because he came out of that game against Man City in a position of strength. He dropped Rashford, he won the game, great. But then he's left him out for the last 3 games, which they've lost. So now it looks like he might bring Rashford back to get him some goals. That's an admission of defeat. If he doesn't bring Rashford back, it's just going to linger on and on and on. It's a festering sore. What happens there? They've got to get rid of him. His market value diminishes. So he's created a problem there. But it comes down to the players. I was speaking to, I won't give names, but a player that played in one of Fergie's best teams in the 90s was saying to me that he's been speaking to his, fellow ex-teammates, and they're saying this is the worst United team they've ever seen. And it probably is. This is the worst United squad in Premier League history, and it's probably the worst squad for 50 years, because even in the 80s when they weren't winning things, they had Brian Robson and people like Mark Hughes who are great players. This squad has got nobody like that. It's a really bad squad, and it's an indictment of the recruitment of the last 10 years, because there's so many players there that have been through 4 or 5 different managers who should have gone on the first manager who are still there now. And Amorim's got to unpick the mess. All he needs is the certainty that Ineos, if they can run the team better than they're running the club right now, will back him in the market and let him get people out and get people in.
That's the big problem, getting people out though, because you take a look at just some of these players and what contracts they're on. Marcus Rashford's on 300 grand until 2028. No one in the world of football is going anywhere near that mark if they're going to sign Rashford. Casemiro till 2026, 250 grand a week. You look at Mason Mount. Mason Mount's on 200 grand a week and he's there till 2028. Xerxes, who no one else wanted, but for some reason still you give him a contract till 2029. This is really horrible reading if you're in accounts for Manchester United, because as you, in theory, you're like, right, this is the worst squad that we've ever seen Manchester United have. But the problem is, you have to get rid of some players, and how do you sell any of them?
Well, I mean, they spent £200 million almost this summer on players that nobody else wanted. I mean, the recruitment team did what. The recruitment team were not that bothered about Matthijs de Ligt, but Erik ten Hag wanted him, so they signed de Ligt on the basis that the manager wanted it. They already had loads of centre halves, but they've got a guy who's known much, he's the same as Harry Maguire basically, without knowledge of English football. So how do you get rid of these players? Well, Arsenal maybe 3 or 4 years ago, they made a big decision to cut their losses on Mesut Ozil and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang and others, and it cost them a lot of money back then. But if you look now, 3 or 4 years later, that money was well spent. It was the best decision then and now to get these high earners, underperformers off the wage bill. The problem at United, they've got a lot more than Arsenal had.
Yeah.
So you're right. I mean, where do they find clubs to take these players? Bruno Fernandes can add to that list as well, because he's a player that signed a big new contract in the summer when nobody else wanted him. They've made so many terrible decisions and they've been left with an absolute mess. And it's going to take a lot of money, which they clearly don't have if they're stopping paying money to player foundations and charities. That where's the money going to come from? Nobody knows. So they're in a massive problem right now. They need the coach to, almost like turn water into wine a little bit, but it's not happening, is it? Because these players aren't good enough.
Tough. That's your job. That's your job.
Absolutely right.
That's what you're getting
but
paid
also,
the money for.
The thing you have to think of, those players, if they're on that sort of money, they're not going to want to go either. They're going to dig their heels in and say, well, this is what you paid me, and, you haven't played me enough or I haven't fulfilled my potential, but I might do, so I'm going to just stay here.
So what do you do, Robbo? This is the hand you're dealt if you're Ruben Amorim. You know you're stuck with these players for a long time. How do you deal with this situation? How do you try and get a tune out of this?
When you come to a new club, you have to try and get the best out of the players that are playing well. And you have to, the ones that were disheartened under the previous manager, you have to try and get them on board as well. And probably for the first 2 weeks, they went, oh yeah, this bloke.
Yeah, Rashford was on Instagram saying great training today.
If I was Diallo, who was the best player against Man City, and then I'm substitute for the next game, you think, well, what's the manager doing? What, I've just won the game against Man City. I've been outstanding, and now you put me on the bench for the next game. There's players that were playing well, reasonably well under Ten Hag, that are playing worse under Amorim. And the players that weren't playing at all under Ten Hag haven't come in and suddenly started playing out their skins. So it's a massive. I don't think he's done his job particularly well so far. I still think that it doesn't matter if you've got a formation that you play week in, week out, and you know the system and it's been successful for you before. When you come into a new club, you might have to just tweak it a bit to get the best out of the players that you've got.
Oggy, will they do any business in January?
Well, they'll try to, and they really need to. A lot of it depends on Marcus Rashford. I think people like, Rashford, if they can find somebody to take him, whether it's a loan or a permanent deal, they'll do that. I think Anthony's another one that will get off the books. Casemiro maybe. So they've got 4 or 5 players who could go, and if that happens, they can bring some money in or take the pressure off the wage bill. They might have to do some loans to get people in, but they really need to do something, and Amorim needs to do something. I think the club realise that if they go through January and don't do any business, they're creating a problem for the guy that they've spent a lot of money on to get into the club. So they'll get somebody in, but it depends on who they can get out. And I think they will be quite busy this month, though. I think in January, I think they will do some deals because they have to. They have to make some tough decisions and get players out. And there will be a market for some of those players.
There won't be a market for any of those players on those wages, Mark.
Well, there will, because Anthony's not on a massive salary. So they might be able to find somebody to take Anthony on loan. I'm talking about, this is scraping the barrel a little bit. But I think Rashford, I think they'll find someone to take Rashford. I think Saudi Arabia may be the destination, but I think Casemiro as well. They will be able to find. I know for the last 12 months they've been speaking to clubs in Saudi Arabia, or the people that control the clubs in Saudi Arabia, to drum up interest. So Turkey's a market as well they might use to get players off the books. It's going to be messy, but they will get players out. But it's how they can get people in and where they can do some good deals getting people in. But it's going to be an horrible window for Man United, this, because they're going to get some deals done that they don't want to do, but they can't wait till the summer. They have to get some deals done now.
Going back to Amorim, when he was interviewed for the job, do you think he said to the board and the directors, I can get a tune out of these players? If he just said, well, you've got rubbish players and I can't do any better than the previous manager, they wouldn't have taken him on. He must have said, you can get more out of him and you can get more out of him. I quite like him, and and if he plays in that position and my system, we can do that. But it hasn't happened for him. Nope. Now he's got a problem because he can't now say anything different. Now he's going, well, it's a long job and the players aren't good enough. Did he say that when he took the job? Probably not.
Oh, definitely not.
No.
It's the 50-year anniversary this year of Manchester United being relegated. The last time they were relegated in 1974, and there's been a few articles this week suggesting there's a parallel between United's relegation back then and this season. Are there genuinely people who think that Manchester United could be relegated? I know that there was one Manchester United supporter who said they deserve relegation. I can't remember who that was. Maybe you can remind me, Alex.
I don't think I said it publicly, but yeah.
You did. You said it on air. You said it on air the last time we were in the building together.
Is that right? Well, I'll reiterate, there are players in that squad who would be deserving of relegation to the Championship. The Glazers deserve relegation to the Championship, but obviously the fans don't, and it's not going to happen because there are too many bad teams in the Premier League. But it comes to something, doesn't it, when we get to halfway through the season and we're talking about whether Manchester United are genuine relegation candidates as opposed to if they can push for a European place. And
well, this came about because he said after the game at the weekend, we just have to survive.
Yeah, I don't think he was necessarily talking about relegation.
I don't either. No. I think he was talking about getting through this period.
Agreed. But obviously you can take that into whatever context you want. I think Ruben Amorim, I mentioned it on Friday and said that I admire his kahunas because he's left a very stable job in Lisbon where he's a hero to come to Manchester United. And I think he was well aware of the size of the task that he was taking on. I think he continues to be well aware. They've got Newcastle tonight, as we're talking about live on Talk Sport. Liverpool on Sunday. You and I will be at Anfield, and I know they got a 0-0.
Can't wait for that.
They got a 0-0 there last season, but they're going to get battered, let's be honest. And then they go to Arsenal away from home in the FA Cup. So it's difficult at this moment in time to see where Manchester United's next win are coming from. And Newcastle, who've picked up a couple of really good results over United in recent seasons, come to Old Trafford in buoyant form. In Alexander Isak, alongside Mo Salah, they've probably got the most informed player in the Premier League. And United haven't got their captain, Bruno Fernandes. So I think it's a really difficult game.
Yeah, huge game. This is what Ruben Amorim said after the defeat at Wolves about the long-term challenges of the club.
I said it before everybody. It will be a long journey, and this moment will be really tough, and we are not near that moment. So we have to continue to improve in all aspects of the game. We need to have time to train, and then when you are in this kind of moments in a big club, it's really hard to go out. But we will continue to fight.
Some have criticised Amorim for sticking with his style of play. I mean, I don't think you can do that, bearing in mind the biggest criticism that anyone had of Erik ten Hag was that he didn't have a style of play. We've seen a lot of managers who have come into the league over recent seasons really have an identifiable vision for their club. And that's the point of implementing a style. It's not the sort of the point of a long-term style to have short-term pain. So to sort of, you will get short-term pain if you want the long-term gain out of it. And you have to be able to sign players that suit that style. But Manchester United are going to find that very, very difficult over the next couple of windows because they're in a PSR issue. So this really is genuinely about shaping the players that he's got and moulding them into the system that he has. I think pre-season is going to be massive next year.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's also why he's taken such a hardline stance, Amorim, when it comes to Marcus Rashford and obviously Alejandro Garnacho as well, because I think he has to polish what he's got there, and there's not much to polish. I could use stronger terms, but he's got to get the best out of this group of players. There aren't many salable assets there now either. I know there's been talk of interest from Real Madrid in Lisandro Martinez. If that interest is genuine, I would expect United to cash in, because PSR-wise, and this is why we're seeing all the cuts that Ratcliffe is making. This is why they put all the kits in the club shop at half price on the website just before Christmas, and again in the Boxing Day sales, because they need to get as much money in the coffers as they can in order to reduce the risk of any PSR punishment. So I think United fans who believe that Amorim's going to get a blank cheque and can just go out and buy who he wants, Victor Gyökeres, for example, for £100 million, I think they're going to be disappointed.
I was in the crowd for the Nottingham Forest game. There was a lot of sort of frustration, disappointment in the crowd on that afternoon just before Christmas. I imagine there's quite a few Manchester United fans going to this game tonight that are full of trepidation. Nobody expects them to win this game because Newcastle are in absolutely terrific form, and a lot of that is down to the fact that Alexander Isak rapidly turning into one of the most coveted players in Europe. He's scored, I think, 6 goals in his last 7 games, or it might be the other way around, 7 goals in his last 6, but he's got 13 goals this season. Most of them have come in a purple patch over the last few weeks. It's been really impressive. I mean, how close is he now to being the second best striker in the league behind Erling Haaland?
I think he is, and I think he's probably the second best player in the league at this moment in time, behind Mo Salah. Maybe Cole Palmer would have something to say about that as well, but he's a phenomenon. And obviously I mentioned a few weeks ago that maybe one of the issues that clubs trying to prize him away would have is his injury record, but actually he has stayed fit more often than not this season, and when he's fit and he's firing. I gave you a bit of stick
about that, saying he was more durable than you were making out.
Well, this season, previously he's had injuries, but what is he, 25? So he's coming into the peak of his powers. I can understand why Newcastle are trying to set the transfer fee so high. I guess the issue they've got is that they've been trying to negotiate a new contract with him for some time, as I understand it, and it's not really developed. He has got plenty of time left on his current deal, so
Why
it's
do you
not
reckon that is?
an immediate issue. Because I think he's got his sights set on playing in the Champions League. And listen, he could do that with Newcastle. He did it last season, and they're not that far away. In fact, if they win tonight, they go 5th, which probably will come the end of the season will be enough for a Champions League place. But I think he's just keeping his powder dry to see how the season unfolds, because it was only a few weeks ago that maybe we were asking questions, or certain people were asking questions about which direction Newcastle were going in. But certainly the last few weeks have been excellent.
I can't begin to tell you my admiration for Eddie Howe. When you look at their net spend over the last year or so and what he's done in comparison to other teams, and how he's managed to... Look, last year they should have been in Europe, right? The only reason they weren't in Europe was because Manchester United won the FA Cup final. If they hadn't have done that, they wouldn't have dropped out the European places. If this season they get back into the Champions League, that's 2 Champions League deliveries in 3 years from Eddie Howe. That's outstanding. That is absolutely outstanding from the base from which he inherited.
And 1 cup final already, and they're in a semi-finals again this season. I agree with you. I think he's done a terrific job. But I think in order to keep their best players, Isak, Bruno Guimaraes, maybe even Anthony Gordon, who was close to Liverpool in the summer, they need to be competing regularly in the Champions League, and they've got a great chance to do it this year.
Also, tactically, he's made a really big decision in the last few weeks, which I think sort of helped them out. It was like moving Tonali back into the 6th role, which allowed Bruno Guimaraes to go a little bit further forward. Obviously, Joe Linton plays a little bit further forward on the left-hand side of that 3-man midfield. And also, like, after the Brentford game when they lost, they had like a heart-to-heart in the dressing room, or I think it might have been at the training ground, where they all sat down and they said, right, what are we going to be here? Are we going to be a team that just sort of lollops around in sort of mid-table, or are we going to go for it? And they obviously told each other some home truths, and from there, they've won every game. And they've not just won every game, they've thrashed Aston Villa, they've thrashed Ipswich Town. They've been on a brilliant run. I think they dismantled West Ham as well. But they've been playing really well the last few weeks. So look, good luck to them. And they'll be hard to stop tonight. Their record at Old Trafford is tough. I think it's 1 win in 39 in the league.
It was quite a big win, though, wasn't it? From what I remember, 3-0.
1-0. Alan Pardew was the manager. Who scored the goal? 2013 it was.
Cisse, Cabaye.
Cabaye. It was Johan Cabaye. 11 years.
Oh, it was 3-0 in the League Cup last season. That was the game I was thinking of.
Oh, yeah, Lewis Hall scored that day. A brilliant volley from the edge of the area. That was a League Cup game, yeah. And they played really well, actually. And they made significant changes as well for that game, if I remember rightly as well. Newcastle United, we did that live on TalkSport. And we'll do tonight's live on TalkSport as well. United against Newcastle United, live from 7 o'clock. Adrian Durham and Danny Murphy and I will be there. It's TalkSport's 500th and final commentary of 2024.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Manchester United, I've been at 5 of their last 6 games. I watched yesterday's on TV. It was the first one in the month that I haven't been to. But it was a familiar story for me. There is a hesitancy with when they've got the ball. There is a slowness to react when they haven't got the ball. They lack goals. They make bad decisions. You tell me, is it a lack of confidence in the system that they're playing, so that there's doubt in the head? Or is it a lack of quality? Or maybe even a lack of physical fitness? Because I was at the game with Bournemouth, Wolves, Spurs, Victoria Pilsen. They look slow. They look less dynamic. They look indecisive. They look different to those teams in terms of their physical level. The only team that looked on a similar physical level to Manchester United were Manchester City, and they're going through their worst moment in 20 years.
Yeah, it's hard to put your finger on what it is. I think there's so much change, so much upheaval that I like what the manager's done. I'll just look from a manager's lens. I think he's handled every situation really well. Not said anything out of turn. Handled the Rashford circus that's going on really well. I also think at the moment he's showing everyone just how bad this squad is for what he needs. Some would say you need to, our friend had a change of heart again, didn't he? Last time with Eric Ten Hag, it was Ten Hag hasn't got a clue, we don't know what we're doing. Now we've got a system manager that has a system and playing it. Now the players can't do it, so we need to change the system. So
I've not said we need to change the system.
So I just think it's a case of he has to try and stem the bleeding until January. Where City are looking to get 3 or 4 in, they have to get 3 or 4 out. And I take your point earlier, Sam, when you were talking about some of these kids for the youth team will have to step up because they're easier to mould to what you want, and the youthful legs, etc., will play into their hands.
Yeah, the conversation was going that they need so many new faces, I think, and they need a whole different outlook that to refresh that dressing room, they're not going to be able to afford to do it quickly. So I think there will be some. They've got to the Youth Cup final recently, and they've had a relatively good period with some good younger players. Harry and Mass, Toby Collier have come through the ranks recently. Ethan Wheatley's got a lot of goals in the under-18s and 20s. And I wonder whether or not some of those players will find themselves in the first team squad as they look to try and mould a unit that works to Ruben Amorim's system.
Well, they couldn't do any worse, could they, than the current incumbents? I mean, you asked the question, what's gone wrong? Is it mentality? Is it fitness? Is it ability to play in this system? They're just useless to a man. They're just rubbish. This is the worst Manchester United team in a generation. The stadium is falling apart. The owners are trying to fleece the fans at every time by putting up ticket prices to watch Anthony toil. I mean, there's never been arguably a worse time to be a Manchester United fan, maybe since they got relegated in the 70s. The only good thing the club have got is their history, because the present day is absolutely turgid, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon.
The back page of the Times today, it says, the headline is, Amorim, survival is our aim. It goes on to say that he has no idea how long it will take for him to impress his ideas upon Manchester United, and that the team's focus must be on survival. He said he was the first United head coach to lose as many as 5 of his first 10 matches in charge of the club since Walter Crickmer in January 1932.
Wow.
Instead of me trying to understand how much time it will take, it's just day by day improving, trying to see the videos and use every minute of training and try to win some points, because it's really important. And in this moment, we just have to survive and to win sometimes to work on the team. We already knew it. I start this job and I start with the team. The new idea of no time to train, a lot of games, tough games. It's a long journey. We have to continue to fight these bad moments, because this is part of football. Do you think that he thought when he walked in the door he'd have more time to work with the players?
I don't think a lot of the lads who come from different countries realise just how intense the Premier League is, and then the Christmas schedule. So I totally get his point about
like lack of training. They're playing every 3-4 days. It's basically rest, recover, go again, and he's trying to get the bit of coaching sessions in that he can. My concern is I think their time's been spread, so they're trying to work on set pieces in before warm-ups. Don't think that helps at all. Again,
is it too much information?
I think they're trying to work on too many things at one time.
I think they're making excuses for just a garbage group of players.
I've never said this team's any good.
Hold on,
if anything, you were the one who was defending them over the course of the season.
They're not garbage.
They are.
You can't. You're telling me that players that have got to European Championship finals, people who, like Bruno Fernandes, who have kept Manchester United going over the course of the last few years, people who've got to Champions League
League. Yeah, but he's got himself sent off 3 times this season.
Well, yeah, one of those was rescinded, so let's not go over.
Yeah, but we were at the game where it got rescinded, and we both felt at the time, well, he probably shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, he shouldn't be doing it. It's true.
But the point is, I'm not talking about that. We're talking I'm purely looking at it from what the new managers come in, from what Sam asked the question of how is he doing, where's he going. When you're doing set pieces the day of a game, it's not a good look, because you're still trying to drip feed information in just before.
But is that because he hasn't got any time on the training ground?
Yeah, at the moment, the amount of games that they've got. Secondly, I would say from a goalkeeper point of view, that's the same goal now that's gone in back-to-back weeks.
That's because both goalkeepers are useless.
And it's different goalies.
Different goalies, though.
But he's made so many mistakes than Arna since he came to the football club. But they can't drop him because they played the number 2 and he was even worse.
But also at the same time, though, mate, he was doing okay.
He was doing okay. This is Manchester United. You can't be doing okay.
But remember at the start,
it'd be good to be doing okay.
But remember at the start of the season when I said, you'd take finishing in the top 8, and you battered me for it. Do you remember?
I don't remember that.
Of course he doesn't. All right,
I said you'd.
I didn't see it.
I said a good season for Man U at this moment in time with the squad, with the amount of change that they need, top 8 would be good. He battered me for it.
But again, this comes down.
You can't say that we are Man United, and you've just said though. Sorry to interrupt you. You just said the only thing that Man United have got is their history. And now when we start talking about the players that they currently got, because they're garbage, because they're not as good as what we used to have. So that's the problem with the fan base and the club itself.
It's a problem with recruitment. It's a problem with the recruitment.
The fan base has been brilliant, right?
No, I mean,
I
you're
think
still
the fan base has been
I agree, but I
superb
mean
in
about
comparison
you're still
to what you could have been like with a situation that has developed here, because they've especially the away fans have been terrific.
But there's a lot of United fans who've had enough. They've had enough of this group of players.
I was in Pilsen with them, and I'm in the toilet at the bar having a chat with them afterwards, and they all say, "I just can't believe it. Can't believe how bad it was." They won the game, but it was a bad performance.
Sam,
because
my
performance
point
hasn't
is
been good
more
enough.
that they keep looking back as to what we used to have, as opposed to being where we are now. Is my point from a fan base point of view. It's not a case of this squad is what we've got. Is it any good or is it bad? It's like that midfielder's not as good as Roy Keane, or that midfielder's not as good as David Beckham. It's like those times are gone, unfortunately.
Mate, if John O'Shea played for this team, he'd be the best player.
Ignore the system argument, says one text. This is James in Isleworth. This needs a churn of at least 10 players, never mind big clubs. Look at the supposed mid-table sides and see the best players versus ours. Robinson, the Fulham left-back, beats anything we've got. Semenyo at Bournemouth, Cunha, Ilanga Sale decision versus Anthony, Gibbs, White, Murillo, Matoma, countless players that are way better. And it's interesting, right? Because we were talking about this on Sunday when I was at the Bournemouth game. I was doing the Sunday session from Old Trafford, and I was saying, look at Bournemouth's team. Look at the way that they've recruited their players. Milos Kerkez gets in to this Manchester United team. That centre-half, Dean Housen, gets into the Manchester United team. The difference, and Scott Minter pointed this out on the Premier League All Access podcast, is but when you put them in a Manchester United shirt, there's a very different feeling of pressure and expectation, which you need a certain personality to cope with.
That's the part I was just about to get to, and I'm glad Scott said that, because if you'd have said, a month before Harry Maguire moved to Man United, he's available, you'd have had a lot of players. I mean, a lot of clubs wanting to take that player, right? Man City put a bid in, and United ultimately paid loads of money for him. The second he goes there, he's rubbish now, he's crap. It's like, no, there's just a big weight of expectation. You're the team that has to go and take people on. You're the team that has most of the ball. And if you get found defending 1v1, it's harder. And I think that a lot of the players that were said there, Cunha and Semenyo, they're good players for the level that they're at. They're not going to go into Man United and turn them into what you want them to be, for example.
Arteta changed our culture in 2 windows, get rid of all the dead wood. Now we're back to challenging, says one texter. Why is there always an assumption that teams like Manchester United deserve to be successful based on history? They're obsessed with Fergie time, yet this was a new generation. It was a generation ago. They have to earn success on and off the pitch like every other team. That's totally true, by the way.
I agree.
The clubs that are run the best are now reaping the rewards of that. Look at the table. Look at the teams that are doing the best. They're the teams that are probably run the best. Don't forget Arteta's first season. They went as low as 12th, and although he hasn't won, they have been challengers, says Dale. The sooner Manchester United accept they're a mid-table club at the moment, the quicker they will start to improve. All these short-term fixes trying to show them 1 or 2 players for big money to fix all the problems won't work. We saw exactly the same with Liverpool when they went back to basics under Dalglish and Hodgson. It laid the foundations for a real rebuild, and look where they are now. And then there's this discussion about the system, right? So why are we questioning the system when Wolves played the same formation, outplayed all of our players?
Well, I think he addressed that, didn't he, in the press conference afterwards. He was asked by a journalist, how come Vitor Pereira's got his method across in the system for 2 games and you're struggling? And he said, well, the Wolves squad is built to play that system. They played a back 3 under Gary O'Neill. What I would say, to use Troy's famous quote, he's got kahunas, in my opinion, the manager.
He communicates
He's showing that. No, but he's got kahunas taking the job. Because I don't think he's a stupid man. I think he knew how many problems there were at United. I think he knew exactly what he was inheriting, and he's determined to fix it, and to fix it his way, knowing that his reputation is being damaged at the moment, week in, week out, by these defeats. But he's willing to take that on the chin
but he doesn't
for
think
the
his
long-term
reputation
goal.
is being damaged because he's not one of these that buys into short term. He knows this is a long-term fix. He's coming. He said this is a long-term fix.
No, but there are fans already saying, oh, you know, why did they get rid of Ten Hag? You know, Amorim's not made a difference.
Ruben interim.
Exactly.
But
So
that's just banter. That's just fans having banter. That's not like, you know, if you're a football club and you run based on someone saying something on social media, then you're in a bad place, and you'll make changes every 2 minutes.
Don't underestimate or overestimate the people in power at United. Ineos have been there a year. I don't think they've got anything right yet.
Only one club in English football history has ever won the league with a back 3. Do you know who it is?
Chelsea under Conte.
Exactly. Nobody else has ever done it. And they changed that because of a necessity after a 3-0 defeat.
Was that like just a little way of you getting your team in?
Just that's why I mentioned it.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Welcome back to Saturday Social, where we are joined by Paul and Fuad. Right, Joe, we are going to turn our attention now to Premier League players. Sort of looking at most improved, aren't we? There's been a few players that have had a significantly good 2024. What's the plan? The whiteboard is out?
Yeah, we want to see the most improved players this season, kind of categorising it also against how they did last season. Who has got better?
Yeah.
In a significant way. We're going to go from 10 to 1 in reverse order. Fuad, you're leading this. You've got your list of 10 names. Let's start at number 10. Who do you think is most improved?
Number 10, I have Elliot Anderson.
Big shout.
Nottingham Forest, I need this summer. I think caught everybody by surprise this season. Pretty much a squad player at Newcastle last year. I think only had 11 starts, but already has 5 assists in 15 games this season. I think has formed a nice little double pivot with Yates behind Morgan Gibbs-White, and just offers something a little bit different to what Sangare and Dominguez were offering last season. A little bit more creativity, a little bit more on-ball ability. And I think someone who Newcastle fans have previously always rated, and maybe they'll now kind of regret letting go because you're kind of finally starting to see him blossom a little bit. But it's always good to see young talents kind of, when they get the opportunity, they actually take it with both hands. And I think when he made that move, it was a bit left field. Nobody was surprised, especially with the price as well, and the fact that he hadn't played a lot, but the fact that he's delivering the goods.
The thing is, I think Newcastle didn't want to lose it.
No,
it was a PSR kind of sale in the end, wasn't it? And it was quite a big fee on paper, but then Vlachodimos went the other way, and it kind of offset the fee a little bit. And he has just been remarkably good.
This is one of those things that happens in football sometimes, doesn't it? Where I don't think you're right. Newcastle ideally probably wouldn't have chosen that, but when you're balancing the books and football becomes transactional, he's sort of, had to pay the price himself. Had to get that move, and I love that. I love when some footballers just kind of go, actually, well, no, I'll step up and prove it, and prove it.
Valid point with Newcastle as well, because Eddie Howe's spoken about the fact that it was a lot down to PSR, as you saw with Minter as well. There's players they didn't want to necessarily sell, but they had to. So it's a good shout. So he is down as your 10th most improved player of 2024. This is in reverse order, don't forget, so we'll culminate in your best or most improved player, I should say. So who have you got at number 9?
Number 9, I have gone for Alex Iwobi at Fulham.
So underrated, man.
So underrated. And I feel like he's been someone who's been steadily improving since his last year at Everton. But at 28 now, I think you're starting to see him take on that maturity, that leadership. And in a Fulham team where, as I said before, it's almost like a band of misfits. Emil Smith-Rowe joining in the summer, Nelson joining. He's kind of taken the mantle as the senior statesman. And this season, I think he's got 5 goals, 3 assists.
Do you know, he has 5 Premier League goals this season, which equals his career best, which was last season. So you see the career trajectory he's going on. He's also, incredible stat, he's got the joint most successful passes into the box this season of any player in the entire Premier League, equal with Cole Palmer.
He makes that side tick, and I'm a little almost embarrassed to say that I used to hold him up as an example of, like, again, I always bring it back to Everton, but when they got that injection of cash, their approach to transfers was like filter by interested, by most expensive, and Alex Iwobi was like my example of, we'll just buy Alex Iwobi. But you know, he's the go-to guy in that Fulham team. Again, saw it last week. You know, when they're playing well, it's because he's playing well. They're getting him on the ball, and
If you notice, like Pereira last year was almost like the chief creator. He's taken over that mantle as well. So credit to him. I think it takes a lot, and finally living up to the potential he was hyped up to at Arsenal eventually. So number 9.
Okay, stick him in number 9 then.
Okay, number 8.
Number 8, I have gone for Mark Cucurella. Who,
this is an interesting shout, isn't it? He's had such a good last 5-6 months.
Honestly, I think he's possibly the best left back in the Premier League at the moment, because he's just carried on his form from the Euros, I would say, because you're looking at Gvardiol, kind of the way he's fallen off his form this season. Udogie, I feel like he's kind of tailed off a little bit. He is someone who I feel like consistently this season, going forward, adding goals midweek as well into his game, right foot finish, edge of the box. But he's someone who had a lot of doubters, and I think when he joined from Brighton, there was a lot of question marks. Last season, I felt like there were spells. He showed he can do something. I remember he covered at right back for a period and did really well, but then at left back, he kept getting caught out again. This season, Maresca has found a way to just get those little chinks out of his game, and then now you're seeing kind of the real Cucurella that we saw at Brighton.
He comes across as like a character, doesn't he? And I think sometimes that can be damaging to footballers. Like, he's a bit daft. He's not a serious football player. This season, he's been a serious football player. Maybe needs to choose his footwear a little bit better. I think he'll probably admit that. But it's surprising how. I've been a little surprised at how consistent he's been, to be perfectly honest, because I thought he was more like, from a Liverpool perspective, it reminds me a bit of Tsimikas in that year. He seems like, he just seems like more of a character than what you want you guys just to crack on with the job. But he's done both this season.
Another left-back contender, potentially, Anthony Robinson. Just want to throw that name in there where you're talking about best left-backs in the league.
He was someone I was definitely considering. The only thing I would say is I feel like Robinson's been performing at a very high, consistent level over the past 2-3 years.
Yeah, totally fair
in terms of most improved, I wouldn't say he's improved.
I agree with that. I think Anthony Robinson's consistently been up
brilliant,
and almost been, if this was an underrated list, you'd have Anthony Robinson there.
Fully.
Heavily linked with.
He'd be top 3,
arguably. I agree,
Good boys over there.
Serious player. Okay, number 7.
We've got for another player. Chelsea player.
Chelsea man.
And that's Nicholas Jackson.
Okay.
And I think he has been brilliant this season in terms of link-up play, hold-up play. Last season was being criticised for missing a lot of big chances. This season he's already into double figures already. I think the price he came in for as well, people forget, 32 million. And I think the pressure on him was almost like he was a 70 million signing. In the summer, if you spoke to Chelsea fans, they would have told you probably a number 9 is a position they need to address. Now, I feel like this is a striker they feel like they can hang their hat on for the rest of the season. And it's the devastation he offers in the counter-attack as well, I think, is something that's understated. Maresca has been able to get that team, when they go running in that direction, guys like him, Madueke, they are absolute weapons.
He's a player that does split opinion, isn't he, on social media? Because a lot of people look at the stats of big chances missed, which was going around last season, but for context, and to be fair to me, he has scored 9 goals and 3 assists already this season, and he did get 14 goals and 5 assists last season as well. So, where do you stand on the Nicholas Jackson debate?
I really like Nicholas Jackson. I think one of the beautiful things about not really having, like, I'm not a Chelsea fan, I'm not a Nicholas Jackson fan, but I love to see when people really give a player stick and then them like kind of prove them all wrong, really. I think he was getting loads of unfair criticism. For me, he always got in the right positions. I thought his movement was always superb. I thought he was always, you've got to be there. And look, and bear in mind, I watched Darwin Núñez play.
No, I was just about to ask, as a Liverpool fan, if you see comparisons with Núñez and Jackson, in that they do split opinion, but...
Well, yeah, because obviously Erling Haaland was the archetype. That's what everyone was looking to buy that summer. Haaland was top of the list and everyone else was shopping in and around that. Liverpool getting Núñez, obviously Jackson goes there, Højlund goes to Manchester United, and they were all being criticised for not being lethal in front of goal. It's not really worked for Højlund. Darwin Núñez continued. You talk about splitting opinion, that guy, and then Jackson's just coming in and quietly doing the business. I think he's really good.
Stick him up. Right. There we go.
His record at Chelsea is just so good.
Yeah,
so underrated.
A lot of goals. Yeah. Let's move on to number 6.
Number 6, I have gone for John Duran. A man who I think this season has taken the Premier League by storm.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
The goals he is scoring, I've said they're almost like heat checks. He's just checking the temperature to see, are you ready, goalkeeper? And he just launches it. Champions League, Premier League, and I think he's only had 2 starts in the Premier League as well.
He's got the best minutes per goal ratio of any player in the Premier League this season.
3 starts now,
It's actually so scary, and you almost start to feel like he's starting to finally dislodge Ollie Watkins. Obviously, he's not been in the greatest form this season, but this is actually his 3rd season at Aston Villa. And previous seasons, I feel like he's always shown glimpses, but this season we're now starting to see the real deal. Come from the MLS as well, and I don't think we've seen many players come over from the MLS and impress the way he has as well.
Fair point. Okay, stick him up.
Yeah, I have to say as well about John Duran, like, Chelsea really wanted to sign him in the summer. Like, maybe the recruitment, Chelsea's recruitment department.
I remember at the time, people were calling Chelsea crazy for wanting to bid that much, but...
So good.
Joe's happy with your 5th pick.
5th pick, I have
Maybe low.
Number 5.
Amad Diallo, and it's hard to ignore this kid this season. I feel like Ten Hag almost tried to keep him shackled up and not let us see the best of this boy, but since Amorim has taken over, he has taken over the keys of the team.
Yeah.
He is the creative linchpin. He's direct, he's quick, he's strong. The press
is crazy.
We saw midweek the press and what he did to Forster, so I think he really sets the tone, and in terms of if United are moving forward, this is who they need to build around.
He's done that 3 or 4 times. United absolutely ridiculous he wasn't getting more minutes under Erik ten Hag. Honestly, criminal offence that was. But what we're seeing now is clearly the emergence of like a massive level talent. If you're able to do what he's doing in the shambles that has been Manchester United, you're even more special. I think if Amad was playing for a club that was more settled and had a much more clearer pathway, a much more clearer way of playing, we would be talking about one of the best young players in the world.
Yeah, 100%.
Bubbly,
So
exciting,
good.
attacking. You can see exactly why Ten Hag didn't like him because he's everything Ten Hag isn't.
Technically so outstanding.
Massive, FA Cup semi, massive in the derby as well.
Yeah, big
He
game.
turns up in a big game, so.
And you have to be able to work hard, despite the fact you can be as talented as you want, as we've seen with plenty of Manchester United players in the past. If you don't want to press, if they don't want to work backwards, it's not going to work. And Amad works like a dog. So good.
So let's go on to 4. Now 4, now this is an interesting one, because when Joe and I saw this, and we're not saying we don't rate Chris Wood, that's our exact point. I'm surprised he's in a most improved, because he was great last season.
He scored 14 last year.
14 goals last season. I almost feel like Chris Wood's been consistently good for a long time, but people are only just recognising that.
I feel like he wasn't given enough flowers last season.
Okay.
And even when he got the 14 goals, I felt like it was almost gone under the radar. Like, his last season.
Was he in your fantasy team last season? That's the question.
Probably not.
No,
probably not. He's in everyone's team.
Has he improved though? Because he feels to me that he's been consistently
listen,
good for a little while now.
Listen, I'm terrible at fantasy football, so me getting into my team is not necessarily the achievement that maybe I'm pitching it as. But no, I agree with that. I had no idea that he'd scored that many goals, and maybe it's a PR thing. Maybe it's the fact that Forest it's having a meaningful impact on Forest league position as well, because they're right up there. But no, I did not bat an eyelid when I saw that he was going to be in there.
I think that's the thing is last year it was kind of more in the doldrums. Now it's kind of being done more in the European places. But I think the career recovery from what I've seen, because at Newcastle he was in the wilderness, and now all of a sudden leading man for Forest.
Proper underrated
player,
player
as well, isn't it? Like, he's one of, I can't imagine there's many strikers or players, but he's the top goal scorer in Premier League history for 2 clubs, for Burnley and now for Forest. So I think there's probably not many players that have been able to say
also,
that.
Premier League Player of the Month for October, first time a Forest player's ever won that award, and last season was his joint best scoring season in the Premier League. So
top guy as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's already not far off his tally there as well.
Brilliant. Right, let's get into top 3 now, because we get into the business end.
The business end, and we start with Moises Caicedo in 3rd place. This man plays the beautiful game the right way. All action, all purpose, everywhere. You're seeing it at right back, centre mid. No matter what partner he's partnered up with this season as well, whether it's Enzo, whether it's Lavia, he is playing out of his skin. And I think he's getting back to that Brighton level, if not performing at an even better level. But what a player, in my opinion.
Ooh, Paul. What's the expression?
Too much money, poor choice of transfer for him last summer. Not having wasted. I can't. In pure bias, I was quite pleased that he didn't have a good season last year on the back of all the transfer sort of stuff. But you're right. Like there's a player there, and there's so much. His ceiling's so high, and he's still young enough that how good could this guy actually get? And to see him kind of finding his footing, the Lavia thing's really interesting as well, because actually seeing him play some minutes alongside, that is the future of Chelsea's midfield. Those two, they've got everything.
Okay, the best midfielder in the league. Sorry, just throw that in there, because that debate has been happening online.
We'll address that very shortly.
Oh, okay, I like that. Top two now, so second most improved player. Who have you gone for?
Now we're getting into real midfield category.
Decky.
Dejan Kulusevski, number 2. When we talk about improvements, when we talk about glow-ups, I think as Spurs fans, we've always said it's not the ability that we doubt, it's just the consistency. This season, dare I say, he's playing at a Ballon d'Or level. Big games.
What level?
You heard me. Playing at a Ballon d'Or level.
Come on.
Listen, maybe at Tottenham Hotspurs, you might say, okay, he's not competing for silverware, but the level of
Ballon d'Or level.
I mean, Vinicius Junior doesn't get a look in, but mid-table Tottenham Hotspurs, Dejan Kulusevski
he's got 7
nailed
goals
on
in the league. A Ballon d'Or level.
Maybe there's a little bit of bias.
I was about to. Do you know what you've done there, Fuad?
I went too far.
I'm his biggest fan. I think he's been unbelievable. The way that he shifted his position, how he's played, how versatile he is, how he reads the game. I was going to agree with everything. And then he said Ballon d'Or, and he just went, Fuad, I can't get it.
Listen, I got to run.
You always have to go too far.
I'm sorry. But no, what he's been offering this season in terms of right wing, centre mid, off the ball, I think very much gets undersold what he does off the ball as well, because technically he's brilliant, but
he has been Spurs' best player this season, and
easily,
consistently, and in the big games as well. What is your take on? And also, what I think, who I know is going to come at 1, is a similar trait in that there's been a slight positional change. I think what Andrew's done very well here is that you've seen him play a number 10 role, but also out wide. Have you been impressed with how he can play both roles well?
No, 100%. Because for me, when he came in, he was playing on the wing, and I know Spurs fans were raving over him, and it felt like he kind of dipped off since that. I mean, I've ultimately almost forgotten about him, to be perfectly honest. And then this season, the fact that they can shift him into the 10, he can still go and do a job out wide. He's obviously got the pace. He's got an eye for goal. He's a handful. He's one of those players that I can see how you could get carried away with him, because he's one of those players you'd love to see play for your football.
It was very similar, him and Diaz, because they came in at the same time.
There was a massive comparison, wasn't there, on social?
For the first 6 months, they both almost sold us a dream of being the best players ever, and then it was a bit of inconsistency.
Best award winner, Luis Diaz.
But then now this season, you're starting to see they're getting back to levels.
Good shout.
Okay, number 1.
And then number 1, without a shadow of a doubt, most improved player this season and the best midfielder in the Premier League, Ryan Gravenberch. This guy, I think in the summer, Liverpool fans were talking about we need to address our defensive midfield position, and he just said, hold up lads, I've got the position sorted. I don't think there's a better player receiving the ball on the half turn in the world. This guy glides when he has the ball. I'm not even joking. Am I lying here, Paul?
Yeah, he's playing at a Ballon d'Or level right now. Can we just be clear?
Yes. Joe and I massively rate Gravenberch and Kulusevski, but some of the
I'm going overboard, because that's how good these guys are playing, honestly. And I feel like people aren't giving them their credit. They need their flowers.
100%. Listen, Liverpool's biggest critique of Liverpool's transfer policy this summer was not going out and buying a DM. And Ryan Gravenberch, nobody looked at that and went, this guy's going to be the answer. Everyone thought it'll be Alexis McAllister again.
A lot of people were critical of that at the time, you're right.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and it still remains a thing. If Liverpool were to go into the transfer market in January, they probably still wouldn't mind it, because he's doing it at the DM. He's the best one at the moment, I think, in form-wise in the Premier League. And it might not even be his best position. Liverpool could buy a specialist, and he could actually get even better being pushed further up the pitch. He has been a revelation. Every time he takes the pitch, I see something from him that I didn't know he had, and I'm constantly wowed.
Stick him up, no disagreement. So there is confirmation of the 10 most improved players in 2024 by Fuad. So let's chuck some. Go on, Paul. Any alternatives that you would have had if you were doing that, or names that you should think will be on the list?
I have to mention Ibrahim Konate, and I know this is a guy who's, he's not an unknown quantity. Everyone knows who Konate is, but bear in mind, last season he lost his place to Gerald Quansah. He lost his place to a lad who'd been on loan in like League One, I think the season before, and he couldn't get in the team. He was really poor at times, Konate, last year, and he's had injury issues and whatever. He doesn't even start the season. He comes on a half-time, first game of the season at Ipswich, and he's had a little injury of late, which is not his fault. I think Van Dijk cleaned him out, but he's been sensational. This is a guy who I think was the best player in the Champions League final a few years back, and he's right back to that level. He might even have been better than Van Dijk at times this season.
Any other names that were close when you were doing this?
I think Brennan Johnson was one I thought about. I think Brennan Johnson's had a good spell this season.
6
I think
goals and assists already.
Similarly silenced a lot of doubt as well, and I think that's the thing with a lot of the players here. They've kind of had either doubters last year or kind of had consistency issues, and I feel like he's been one of those that's kind of...
A couple of the names, Milos Kerkez, we were chatting about, Oli Aina.
I think Oli Aina has to be a contender.
Smith Rowe, I'd chuck in there, in terms of what he's done at Fulham as well.
I think from last season to this season, one of the players that's impressed me the most is Mikael Damsgaard. I think Mikael Damsgaard's rise in that Brentford side, who have been excellent, by the way, especially at home, he's maybe their most key player, despite the fact that Bournemouth and Vista get the goals. It's like Damsgaard. Last season he was forgotten about.
Semenyo's another one.
Yeah,
Semenyo as well.
Ryan Christie, by the way, most possession won in the Premier League this season. Ryan Christie.
He never puts a foot wrong, Ryan.
No, a couple of other names there. Let us know what you think at home. There is confirmation, as we say, on the board, but any other shouts that we've forgotten about? They've got Ryan Gravenberch as the most improved player, which Paul agrees with. Some good shouts there. Enjoyed that.
On today's episode, we're going inside the transfer market to explain some of the biggest deals being worked on for 2025. Joining me is Football Insider David Ornstein and our analysts JJ Bull and Jonathan McKenzie. Now, before we start, if you missed The Athletic's latest deal sheet, we've included a link to it in the comments below. It is the most comprehensive transfer coverage out there, Jonathan.
It is indeed.
Anyway, our focus today is the biggest moves of 2025. So who better to go to than David Ornstein? How are you? How's the train journey down here?
It was on time, and I feel very bunged up, which is seasonal. It's an annual rite of passage. And I can't wait for the January transfer window.
I love the commitment, because you know who did take a sick note? Joe Devine.
That's not divine.
Right then, let's move on. Let's get stuck into these names. And if I'm pushing you a little too far and I'm in danger of, ruining your relationships in the football world, then just give me a little pinch under the table. Let's start with some Premier League fullbacks in Kieran Tierney and Anthony Robinson.
Yeah, Kieran Tierney is a story we broke on The Athletic on Wednesday night. And it's that Arsenal have decided against activating the option to extend his contract when it expires in June of 2025. So they had the opportunity to prolong it by 12 months, which would have allowed them to either keep him for longer or sell him with a year to go. And what it means now is that he will be free to leave in the summer of 2025. That means he can sign a pre-contract agreement with non-English clubs from the 1st of January. He could even be departing in January if suitable offers come in that Arsenal decide are okay for them and Tierney's keen to pursue. But what we now know, thanks to our report, is that he will be departing in 2025. And that's pretty significant news for the market, because he's a left-back. Many clubs want left-backs. He's good when he's fit and available. He's very dedicated to his craft, and he's only 27 years old. I think some people think that Tierney's older. Now, there will be interest in him. There is, to my understanding, from England. From further afield, he played on loan at Real Sociedad. I think if it wasn't for the injuries there, it would have been even better. That he did okay there. And then also there's this emotional attachment to Celtic.
Here we go.
Which I don't think we're going to be hearing the last of just yet. So that's a very interesting one. And then on Robinson, he's been attracting interest for a long time. He almost moved to AC Milan from Wigan in 2020. But I think there was an issue with his heart on the medical that meant he collapsed. Milan withdrew from that. He ended up joining Fulham later and has done spectacularly well. He's under contract until 2028, so if he is going to leave Fulham, it's going to cost suitors a pretty penny. But I really like what I see of Robinson, and Fulham will hope they haven't seen the last of him, but certainly there are eyes on him because of his consistent and high-level performances at Craven Cottage.
Yeah, if you get even a sniff of a Tierney return to Celtic, you better be dropping me a WhatsApp note, David, or I'll be hounding you throughout the window. Now, John, there are certain similarities between someone like Tierney and Anthony Robinson, but it's a little bit strange to me how someone with a traditional skill set in Kieran Tierney has maybe been deemed not tactically advanced enough to carry out Arteta's game plan, whereas someone like Anthony Robinson is being seemingly linked or pursued by elite clubs. I wanted to take this moment to ask you what it is those elite teams in the Premier League want from their fullback right now. We know it's cyclical, but what do they want right now?
Well, to answer that question, I'm going to give you a potted history of how fullbacks have been used through the last few years, because Chris, when you and I were young, you may have expected to see fullbacks operating in a very different way to the way that they're operating now. You think of players like Gary Neville that you mentioned before, a good example of this. But your fullbacks, they defend in this kind of area and they attack in this kind of area, and they're basically moving between these two areas depending on what phase of play that you're in. And I think it does raise sort of questions about the usefulness of maybe attacking with a defensive player and then maybe having to use players that you might usually expect to be attacking to then cover up the weaknesses that they leave open. But there's also another issue here, which is that when you're having fullbacks making these overlapping runs, often what they're doing then is swinging these balls into boxes that are full of players who can then clear the ball out, and you're now often in a transition situation where your defensive player for this area is all the way up the pitch and they have to get all the way back. So at some point in time, and read Pep Guardiola here, it was decided, why not use these players in a way that maybe allows you a little bit more control. So what we see in 2013 from Pep Guardiola is he makes this decision when he's at Bayern Munich that he wants to have a little bit more control from his fullback. So what he actually does is he inverts both of his fullbacks alongside the pivot player here, like this. We see this happening quite a lot. Sometimes only one fullback will go, but in 2013 he was using both of them. And the idea here is that what you're doing is you're adding a few more players to the centre of the pitch, so you get a little bit more control in possession. And what happens in the wake of Pep Guardiola is that teams really want to try and control the middle of the field. The other thing that you get is that if you lose the ball, you now also have these defensive players much closer to the areas where you want them to be when they're defending. So you end up with this scenario then where fullbacks are expected to have a very different kind of skill set after the sort of mid-2010s than these traditional profiles where it's all about being able to do these long busting runs and crosses into the box. This is the way that things are right now, so let's just take a look at a profile of a player who is doing this kind of thing regularly, because Enzo Maresca's Chelsea are a club who use their fullbacks in these creative kind of ways coming inside. Malagusta is a great example of that. So this is his touch map from this season. He's expected to do two things in possession a lot of the time. One of those is to invert into the pivot area, so going alongside your central midfielders and helping with build-up and covering in the middle. But also they do this really interesting thing where the fullback goes into what coaches often call the pockets, which is, I guess we would call it the areas where the 10s are operating. So you're even seeing these fullbacks now being expected to do a little bit more creative attacking work further up the field. But as you can see as well, he's also expected to do some of the traditional stuff as well, working in those wide channels. But what we can see is this is a very different kind of profile to the more traditional profiles. Now, if we compare this to Anthony Robinson's touch map this season, you can see very, very different picture emerges, because he very much is operating in those wide channels. Most of his touches coming in those channels, and actually if we look at the areas where his chances are coming from, the chances that he's creating, a lot of them are coming from the areas that we highlighted on the board before.
Bit of a throwback.
Lots of crossing from wide areas, 41% coming from around the corner flag, and then another big chunk of those coming from in the half space in the penalty area, which is an area that Fulham are really good at actually attacking this season.
That's the sort of tactical game plan I'd like to carry out.
Yeah, you throw back to your youth.
Where my acumen ends.
So I think there's one question that immediately arises here, and that is, would Anthony Robinson be able to do more of this inside play that elite teams are expecting now? That's not to say that because he's playing this way that he can't do that. I would be maybe a little bit sceptical, because I don't think he has maybe some of the tight space technicality that you maybe see from players like Malagusta, but there's the possibility that he could develop that. The other thing that's worth saying is that I think the fullback meta has shifted slightly in recent years, because as we said before, coaches are trying to overload the centre of the pitch, which means that space is opening up in wide areas. So if you have fullbacks who can operate in those wide areas, then you're going to get upside from them. So a really good example of that is Trent Alexander-Arnold at Liverpool, because if we look at him last season, which was Jurgen Klopp's final season at the club, we can see he was being used in that sort of more modern style, being moved into the middle, doing a lot of work in the centre of the pitch, which is great when you're a player like Alexander-Arnold, because he's just a brilliant progressive passer. So if you can get him into those central spaces, you open out all of those passing lanes. Under Slot, things have changed slightly. He's been moved back out wide a bit more. Slot's fullbacks are a little bit narrower, so you can see he's still operating a little bit in the half space there, but definitely a movement back towards getting him into those wider areas. So I guess the question is, are we seeing elite coaches moving towards a meta now which would prioritise maybe a player like Anthony Robinson, who can do some of this wide stuff a little bit better? But it is worth saying that Alexander-Arnold, even under Slot, is still being expected to do a fair amount of stuff in the centre of the field. If we look at his chances created from this season, a lot of them are coming from that half space that he's just so dangerous from, where he's able to play the ball, hook those crosses into the box. So even though coaches are moving, I think, to these other kinds of maybe more traditional profiles, there's still the expectation that the players that they're using are flexible enough to come inside and operate there as well. One final example here, Kyle Walker, who I think is the most traditional profile amongst the elite clubs. Last season, Pep Guardiola was starting to use his fullbacks in wider areas, so he had Guardiola on one side, Walker on the other. I think what we see from his touch map last season is that even though he's being expected to play in those wider areas more often than maybe in previous seasons, he's still doing a lot of work in the centre of the field as well. So I guess the question that appears then is whether or not Robinson, despite the fact that the meta is moving to suit him more, whether or not he would be able to do the inside stuff enough, or whether or not a coach might just say, well, I would prefer to have a flexible profile, a player who can do both of those things to a decent degree, rather than have a player who can do one of those things to a very high.
Has it moved enough to mask any of the deficiencies in his game and make him an obvious candidate for a top club? Unsure. And what we're also unsure of is Trent Alexander-Arnold's contract situation, which is why you're here. So David, has there been any progression on that front? Can you just give us the latest on the situation as you understand it?
Yeah, so we reported fairly recently, a couple of weeks ago, that Liverpool were continuing talks to try and retain Trent Alexander-Arnold, as they are with Virgil van Dijk and Mohamed Salah. So far there's been no agreement with Trent Alexander-Arnold. Despite these conversations, there have been offers to all three players, and so the proposals are there, they're being talked through clearly, but the clock is ticking and there's still no breakthrough. So each day that passes now, we're getting closer to January the 1st, and at that point all three of them are permitted to sign a pre-contract agreement to join as a free agent in the summer of 2025 with clubs from outside of England. And of course Trent Alexander-Arnold is hot property. That's why Liverpool are trying so hard to retain him. The links with Real Madrid are well established. They clearly want him. I'm sure others would too if they could get hold of him. And a decision's going to need to be made, quite obviously. If it's going to be before the turn of the year, there's very little time now. If it's going to be into the new year, then it's precarious, because at any moment he's allowed to sign that pre-contract agreement. So my information hasn't changed. I think it's still the same as it was a couple of weeks ago. It's not that we're not privy to something that's developed and we're just saying that was our last information. We believe it's still the same status quo. And of course that's concerning, and it's only going to increase the conversation around this issue, not just for Alexander-Arnold, but also for Van Dijk and Salah.
Yeah, Liverpool's transfer committee really earning their crust, juggling those three situations at the same time. Right, I want to move on to some strikers now. Let's go further up the pitch to Liam Delap. And you actually mentioned him in our last deal sheet. And within that, you spoke of some big hitters that were monitoring him that really surprised me because of the profile of player they may already have, or the fact that, you know, Manchester City might have a say in his future as well. So can you jog our memory on the situation that Liam Delap, who's enjoyed a great start to the season, finds himself in, and, you know, what might happen moving forward?
Yeah, on the one hand it's crazy because Delap has only just joined Ipswich from Manchester City, and he's a young player who ordinarily you would imagine staying there for a few years and then perhaps making his next career move. There's a couple of elements to this. Firstly, he was well known by all of the top clubs prior to joining Ipswich, so he had loan spells in the Football League. He would have been scouted by many more of these clubs who would have been aware that Manchester City have Erling Haaland, who is their replace. Could we potentially sneak in and make a move for Delap? Ipswich was the move he chose. There were many who were in the frame at that point, Southampton included, and Russell Martin wanted to sign him. It didn't happen. But he's hit the ground running, and he's a very different profile. He's pretty unique compared to many of the other strikers in the league and around Europe, and that's not gone unnoticed, nor has his goal scoring or assists ratio so far. And that has prompted clubs including Manchester United and Chelsea to pay very close attention to him. There's some interest. He's on their lists. He'll be on the lists of many clubs when they're looking at their recruitment options for the coming time. I don't expect him to leave in January by any means, but this is one that could well come to a head in the summer. Ipswich will know that, whether or not they stay in the Premier League. If they go down, the sense I'm getting from conversations around the industry is that he'll go in seconds. If they stay up, then they can command a higher price, but it's still plausible that one of the big guns comes for him. And in and amongst the equation is Manchester City, who with all of their sales are very shrewd, and they insert buyback clauses and matching rights options, and that will be the same with them, which retains an element of control over the situation. Would they want him to come back and play for them? Would they want him to come back and then they sell him on at a greater profit? Would he agree to that? This is certainly one to pay close attention to as 2025 progresses, if he continues on this trajectory. If he doesn't, we'll be having a very different conversation, but the way he has started means we should take note.
Well, either way, Ipswich probably coining in on Delap. Now, JJ, can you explain to us the intricacies of his unique skill set?
I can tell you why it's so unique, or try and help understand it, because there are very few big physical strikers who are also really good. Because what you tend to get from individual strikers, as my excellent, highly advanced graphic shows, you tend to have a mix of three different things with strikers. You get physical, technical, and mental, which you can split into these sorts of attributes, as though it were a video game almost. And so the thing with Delap that makes him so unique, exactly as David's saying, is that he kind of possesses all of these. You don't usually get the physical. And the reason you don't have the physical in a lot of strikers is because, and actually we can probably bring it back to the past, and much like John was saying about fullbacks, what they used to do, what you used to have back in the 90s and before that, you'd have mostly a front two, either with a back three or in a straight four. And the front two is usually made of a big tall person and maybe a small one who can dart around the box and poach and things. That poaching position. Maybe, but that changed over time. Because what happened is someone dastardly called Pep Guardiola came around and changed football. So this has happened before, and lots of teams are playing passing football, but he really just revolutionised the entire game, and it revolutionised coaching around the world. So what started happening was he started bringing through loads of technical players who kept possession, which means you don't need physicality quite so much. It's still relevant. But what then happens is that you start moving, you withdraw one of these forwards to be an extra midfielder, so maybe a number 10, so we get the 4-2-3-1 that kind of existed in the Jose Mourinho years went forward. And that became more of a 4-3-3 as Guardiola's football then expanded. Because what you used to have are wingers who go up and down here, same as the fullbacks, they put the ball into the box with two people to try and attack. But now what you had were the goal-scoring threats became these outside players. And so this player needs to be more technical, really, because you can drop it in here, so you gain an advantage. That's like an advantage here against like 4v3 in the midfield or something like that. This is a kind of a rare player. But it's useful to have a target man, because when you're playing possession football, what tends to happen is that teams will press you high up the pitch. So if you're trying to build up high, and you're encouraging the other team to go into you, what happens is you absorb an awful lot of pressure, and there's a chance you could end up losing the ball. This is a terrible press that I've drawn, but what would happen is if you play it long over the top, you can absorb pressure by having someone big and tall who can hold it up. But generally, those physical players either lack in the past the technical ability or the speed, or they also then lack the ability to score in the box. You're losing a lot of technique, but you're also maybe just not getting what you want. Whereas Delap is showing that he's about 6 foot something, is it 6'1", I think? But he's tall, strong, and he has the technique, because he's one of these players that's now coming through where they're combining a lot of the physical stuff with the technical. And that helps coming through the Man City, academy.
So that's what you get. But like, there's one exact example of what you might see from what Delap can do that other players can. It's only one example of what you can do. But this is meant to be a centre forward who holds up play, he links with the midfield, he's dialogue with the midfield, and he's also running behind. But he's picking up the ball by dropping in deep. You compare what Erling Haaland is for Man City, the same sort of player. So you just wouldn't see him this deep. Well, you might sometimes, but he wouldn't do what Delap does. He takes this almost on the half turn, turns with it, and just drives. So what you're seeing is you can see that he is as big or bigger than most of the players on this pitch, and you don't want to have to play against that. That's not ideal if you're a defending player. But also, he can just power past him, carries the speed, the power, the strength, the height to do anything with. But his technique is phenomenal, and he was able to put a ball in the back of the net from here. It's a goal out of nothing. So Delap is not only a player who can finish off chances, link the midfield, and do the things you want of a player that can add something tactically. He's also a game breaker, the really rare kind of player, and he's dead young. So what you're getting now with Delap is a player who is already good, but he has a high ceiling to potentially be elite. And if you can get one of those, especially one who counts as an English player and therefore homegrown, it's really, really, really valuable to clubs, especially in the Premier League.
There were some great numbers on him in the last deal sheet where it said he was completing more take-ons than the likes of Ollie Watkins, Erling Haaland, Nicholas Jackson, completing 52% of his take-ons as well. I didn't quite realise he was that useful in the dribble as well. So just indicative of what JJ's saying.
Like father, like son.
Yeah, exactly. Wonder how his long throw ranks. But out of the clubs that David mentioned, JJ, so Chelsea, Manchester United, Manchester City, who do you think he's best suited to if he was to go to one of the big boys?
Well, all of them are really interesting because all of them already have what you'd think is a first choice striker. If we go through it really quickly, like United have Højlund. If you bring him into Man United, suddenly you have a slightly different profile of player, but Højlund's developing. So you put someone in who might then harm his game time and also might fight Delap for game time. So what you want to do at this age is play constantly. He's 21, you want to play constantly so you get better. You go to Man City, Erling Haaland's there, so you could be his deputy and get the same sort of game time as Julian Alvarez, who had a very different skill set, far less physical, and would be a different kind of player to what Delap would do. So you get some games. And then Chelsea, who want to maybe have a different option, their backup striker to Nicholas Jackson is Nkunku. Again, like Alvarez, a very different profile of player, so he does different things and it suits different tactical options. Whereas Delap would be like the backup striker to Jackson. Now, Jackson's turned out to be one of the most prolific strikers going at the moment. He's not maybe as good with some of the link-up play and can't do some of the stuff Delap does, but also his ability to create chances, not create, or be on the end of chances, is second only to, I don't know, like 17 other people over the last few years in terms of non-penalty expected goals that he creates. So if you put Delap and Jackson in the same team, you're battling for the same place, which might suit one when they're in form, one when they're not, and one's injured and one's not. But it also means that both aren't number one.
Yeah.
Which might be good for a long season when you're playing 60-odd games, but if you're Delap, you think you want to play all the time.
Yeah, the human element of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really make as much sense, does it? And you going through all the second choice options there at those clubs does make you think that these teams must think he has a really, really high ceiling. On the subject of versatility though, David, World Cup finalist Kolo Muani might be on his way out of PSG, and Arsenal have been listed in the past as admirers. Do you see any substance in that?
Well, he's certainly one who we're going to be talking about because it hasn't worked out at PSG so far. It's not to say it won't in the future. They committed a huge outlay to him and will hope to either extract a player at some point in the future or rebuild his value for a sale. And that makes me think there won't be a sale of him in January because nobody's going to be prepared to pay anywhere near what PSG would want for him. But you could see him being loaned out, and I've no doubt that picking the right club and environment, he will score goals and PSG will get what they want in terms of that rebuilding of value, and a club will benefit from his productivity. The early links are to clubs such as Monaco, so we're going to be clear on that. When you think to the Premier League, there are a number of clubs who would like to have a striker if they could get their hands on one, because we've talked on many occasions of the supply of these players being far inferior to the demand over the last couple of years. And that's why those who are on the market are being so keenly fought over and prices are rising. In the case of Arsenal, they have considered him among their long lists. I'm not saying he got down to the short lists in the past. He was discussed, as were many other names, before he went to PSG, it must be said. Since he's been there, I don't know of conversations because he hasn't done particularly well. I'm sure they would have looked at him, and I don't know of any pursuit on this occasion. Now, you never know, and I'm not saying this is happening at Arsenal or elsewhere, but January is a largely reactive market. You plan your recruitment mainly around the summer. And so if an opportunity arises for a low-cost loan for 6 months, and a club such as Arsenal feel they've got the space, that they've got the need, he's the right playing profile or offers a different option to what they already have, and has the right character, which is becoming increasingly a factor that clubs look at now, then okay, let's have a conversation about this. That hasn't happened with Arsenal to my knowledge, but I do think he's one that stands a very good chance of moving. And I was there at the World Cup final in Doha. We've seen what he can do.
Martinez leg away
I know.
from immortality.
Glory. And so let's pay good attention to him, because there are ingredients there that I think many would admire. And when you're looking for sort of underappreciation in the market, maybe he is one that kind of fits that bill.
Perhaps an opportunistic move. Let's list some off in quick fire fashion now, because I'm really keen to get to your one to watch, because that's going to be a substantial segment in this show. Ademola Lookman, Tyler Dibbling, Omar Marmoush. Let's start with Lookman, because when you highlighted him as a subject of interest from various different clubs, I just thought, here's a guy who's currently sitting top of the league in Serie A with Atalanta, is in the form of his life. It would be very odd for him to push for a move right now, but seemingly has admirers from all quarters.
I think at the moment it's a case of you can look but you can't touch, because Ademola Lookman is flying high in Serie A. Atalanta won't want to part with him in the winter, so it would take something extraordinary to change that. But come the summer, they've got a big decision to make, because he'll have 2 years left on his contract. He's 27 years old. My information is that an extension, a renewal, is not on his agenda, and therefore they could continue with him, but that's unusual for savvy clubs like Atalanta, who cash out when the time is right. At the same time, with his record, his productivity, you've got teams looking at him. So in the summer, PSG studied it. It didn't materialise, but that shows the level of interest. One curiosity with him is that the Premier League hasn't shown that same level of interest. I think there are some top clubs in England who, of course, have him on their radar, but just haven't developed that further. Maybe they have some kind of reluctance based on what they saw from his time with Charlton and Leicester, Fulham. There was another club, Everton, as well. But, this is somebody that's just been crowned African Player of the Year. He is prolific when he plays for Atalanta in Nigeria. So, I do really like him. I think more summer likelihood. Tyler Dibbling, did you say, as one of yours as well? Look, he's a fantastic young domestic talent. It's a very delicate situation because Southampton are trying to renew his contract. We've still got a few years left to run, but trying to reward him with an improved deal. And it hasn't really moved so far. And, he's a product of their system. He joined Chelsea. It didn't work out there. He came back. He's probably their most notable player at the moment. And that's why he's catching the eye of teams in England and further afield. This is one that would more likely materialise, if it does, in the summer, but by which point you're going to have many more suitors if he's continuing on this path. And so I would be interested to see if one of them makes us, or some of them make a surge in January to beat the competition to a talent like this. Clearly he's still got a lot of development to do, but we've talked today about unique profiles, skill sets and talents, and he certainly fits that bill. The third name you mentioned was Omar Marmoush. I really like the look of him. and so do many clubs around Europe. It's a really interesting backstory. If you look at our transfer radar, this is a guy who came to Germany, didn't even know how to order a coffee, and was listening to other people in the cafe, and when they ordered one, he just sort of said, yeah, I'll have the same thing. He's developed his language, and he's been prolific this season. He is intriguing because of, we've talked earlier, JJ, about somebody like Julian Alvarez. This is a not too dissimilar player who can, one of these modern forwards who can play across any of those positions, and he will come in the summer to 2 years to go on contract. So we've talked similarly about Ademola Lookman, but he's 25, so he's got a couple of years on him, and I could definitely see a move. We think that Eintracht Frankfurt are looking for more in the region of 40 to 50 million euros, whereas I think with Lookman it's more around 35 to 40 million euros, so slightly different price points. There have been reports in the media about Liverpool. I don't know of that. That's not information that I have. I certainly am not aware of conversations on that front, but all manner of teams will be studying him, and definitely that's one who should be in our radar, is literally on our radar on the Athletic website.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will remain on our radar. Before we move on then, quick question for you, JJ and John, on some of the aforementioned players. John, you've said beforehand that Lookman finds himself at an outlier club. And can you elaborate on what you mean by that? And do you think now he's found a manager in Gasperini that's helped him realise his talents, that he should move on?
Yeah, Ademola Lookman has had somewhat of a journeyman career before arriving at Atalanta and then finally bedding in. So I think that's the context that you need to read his time at Atalanta as well, because I think Gasperini, as you've said, he has a really good record of taking these kind of players who have maybe been touted by a lot of big clubs but then haven't really made it. I think Charles de Ketelaere as well, mainly because I just like saying his name. But he's another example of a player who they brought in and they've really made work. And part of that is, as you say, because they are a bit of an outlier club. What Gasperini is doing is very different, I think, to what a lot of other clubs are doing around Europe. One of the things he does is he uses man-to-man principles out of possession, which is a fairly rare occurrence in European football, even if it is becoming a bit more popular now. So very unique style of play, and I think that has probably benefited Ademola Lookman. So there's a question in my head, I suppose, about does this system suit him well enough that actually staying at Atalanta might benefit him? But obviously a professional footballer wants to really push their levels and will want to make the next step, so it's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out.
Yeah, watching Atalanta dominate the second half against Real Madrid, I thought you're in exactly the right place at the right time. Really, it should be odd for me if he left as well. Omar Marmoush, you've seen him put Aberdeen to the sword before. Were you impressed when he played against the Dons?
Yes, people say that his rise to prominence was after scoring a penalty against Aberdeen in the Europa Conference League, and that's really where he's kicked on from. Before then, did you know who he was? No. Yeah, exactly what David is saying again. Like, can play across the front. Decent player. I think he's having a really good season. I can't tell what his ceiling is on there. Sometimes you can sort of see them being superstars. I think Marmoush is like a high-level player who will have good seasons and bad. It doesn't mean he's a bad player if he's scoring 10 goals one season and then 18 the next, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it happens with some players across Europe. One of the things that's interesting, and it applies to like players like Kolo Muani, who talked about as well earlier, is that like especially for Frankfurt or Eintracht Frankfurt in Germany, and the Bundesliga is quite a transitional league, and so what you tend to get is lots of counter-attack goals and there's lots of space behind the defence. So when you're Marmoush, you get to run in behind quite a lot, and a lot of the goals he'll score are him being really quick running in behind.
Yeah.
Some penalty box poaching as well. He's good around those sorts of areas.
But if he goes to a top side of the Premier League playing against a deep block,
well, I think he ends up playing wide rather than through the middle, because he's not like, although he's not hugely strong, he's not small either. He's like 6 foot as well, I think, something like that. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's 5'10". Yeah. Let's ignore his height. I don't know what his height is, but generally that sort of player goes to the middle. They can't hold up the ball the way you need. Maybe he doesn't have the same dialogue in midfield. So you move them out wide, so they become an inside forward, which works if you have certain other players around them, but then you don't get the most out of him, I think.
Okay, interesting. Let's move on to David's one to watch then. And we've picked Marcus Rashford for this episode, and not because any transfer is imminent. His contract's actually up in 2028, isn't it? But more so because of the complexity of the situation. Yeah. There's been a lot of chatter this week. Can you just bring us up to date on where he finds himself?
It's a massive story, and understandably Man United are trying to play it down, and I think actually Ruben Amorim has handled it really adeptly in his public comments. And look, he has the benefit of winning the Manchester derby in and amongst this controversy, but it's not good. You know, Marcus Rashford has been a topic of conversation in the market for quite a long time, because there has been this feeling that people like me get from having conversations with executives, agents, players, you know, sporting directors, scouts, that Man United would trade Marcus Rashford if the right offers were there, if there was a suitable market. And really there hasn't been. There have been admirers. He's very well thought of on the continent. Over the years, the likes of Barcelona, I think a move was quite close at one point, but it never materialised. PSG have historically been credited with an interest and elsewhere, and I'm sure that would have been replicated in various periods within the Premier League. But his priority has always been Manchester United. Like, his commitment is clear. He's stated it very obviously. But for one reason or another, things haven't worked out. Changes of coach, changes of his position, changes of his role within the team in terms of free kick taking, penalty taking, and then there have been some incidents. There was the Belfast night out. There was the birthday party after his. After United lost the Manchester derby. There has been this constant scrutiny around him, fair or unfair. He appears in the newspapers for getting parking tickets or whatever. You know, it is. Marcus Rashford seems to be in the midst of such focus at Manchester
and
United.
this time he put himself in the limelight, right, by saying he's ready for a new challenge. That's what's stirred up the controversy you were talking about.
Precisely on this occasion, began with his omission for the Manchester derby, and it was quite clearly relayed by Amorim that was a result of what he sees on the training ground at the club, and it applied to Alejandro Garnacho too. And so, you know, my information immediately was that Marcus Rashford has a future here. Alejandro Garnacho has a future here, but they have to meet the required standards that are going to be set under Amorim. And that appears to be their training quality, their attitude, the way they address teammates and staff, even according to Amorim, the way they dress and things. It's
I think he said the way they eat as well. I was like, that is intense.
So it's like my way or the highway, and they appear to be falling foul at the moment. Perhaps that won't continue going forward. But he then reported for training on Monday and was not feeling well, and was assessed by the club, and I think it was a high temperature or something, told to go home. The next day, he appeared on a day off at a former school and gave out some Christmas presents, showing his benevolence once again and the work he does in the community. But you know, clearly Henry Winter, esteemed journalist, was accompanying him on that trip and conducted an interview with him. Judging by Ruben Amorim's comments since, which are saying, you know, I would have preferred he asked me or us first, it suggests that it wasn't sanctioned. And certainly if they knew what he was going to say, I don't think they would have been too keen on it going ahead. But he's entitled to speak his mind, and he says that he's sort of ready for a new challenge. What Amorim immediately picked up on is that new challenge can be at Manchester United, and we're going to have to take that at face value, because if there are no takers for Marcus Rashford, it literally is a new start at Old Trafford. And so I don't think by any means that the way has been paved for a departure, because you need people that are going to be able to structure a deal and be keen to take him, and that requires a transfer fee, a salary, or a loan. In terms of whether it might happen in January, I do think we have to pay close attention, because this has been like a volcanic explosion. And if the right opportunity arises for all parties, I definitely could see it materialising in January or in the summer. But that's a massive if, because of what I've just explained before. And so, like, I don't know of PSG being interested now. Certainly the word coming out of the Parc des Princes is that they're not. We speak to people around the Saudi Pro League, and they very clearly say a few things. That Marcus Rashford is not somebody that they have considered firmly at this point in time. There may be admiration from certain clubs. He may be a name that's put forward to them by various intermediaries. But this is not a live or developing situation at this point in time. We don't even know if Marcus Rashford would want to go to the Saudi Pro League at this stage of his life and career. And also, they've not had the best experiences so far with English or British players, and so that may play into their thinking too. They don't want to just be seen as a league that takes players that are surplus to requirements in Europe and here we go, we're your dumping ground. I think going forward they want to develop properly. So it really does come down to what options are there for Manchester United and for Marcus Rashford. We've seen them evolve situations in the past with Jadon Sancho, who went out to Dortmund, then came back. He's now gone to Chelsea, and so it's unsatisfactory for sure. And that's why a move is something we need to describe as one to watch. But it is also plausible that he does what is necessary to work his way back into Ruben Amorim, Manchester United's plans, continues on the very lucrative contract that he signed not so long ago. And this partnership maybe works out in the way that we've seen on occasions it has in the past. 30 goals a couple of seasons ago in all competitions. It's something that is going to keep us chin wagging.
Yeah, for sure. And Amorim has been very diplomatic about it, hasn't he? And said we are a better side with him in. Whether you think that as well, John, or not, we can explore now, I guess, because what I wanted to say is ultimately his future might be decided because of his tactical fit rather than off the pitch matters. And sort of as a result, wanted to ask you what is expected of a wide forward in an Amorim system, and Amad Diallo's recent rise, is that a short-term fix or something you actually think factors into the long term as well?
I think the perennial problem with Manchester United has always been that they've ended up playing transitional football, and I think that makes sense when you have players like Marcus Rashford, who is just really good finding space in behind, exploiting that space. But Ruben Amorim wants Manchester United to play, I think, in a slightly different way, because playing transitional football is very risky, right? You're giving up possession a lot of the time, even playing these balls in behind to players like Marcus Rashford. Although he's a fantastic individual at taking those kind of chances, you're still, there's so much riding on whether or not that comes off. If you play the ball too long, it's going to go straight to the goalkeeper. If you don't play it well enough, the centre-back's going to get it. So it's not a very sustainable way of progressing the ball down the field. And I think what Ruben Amorim wants to do is find more sustainable ways of moving the ball down the field. Now, one way you can do that is by using the position of your players to actually get advantages which allow you to move the ball through lines of pressure, retain possession of the ball, and then generate more sustainable chances that are more scoreable. So just want to go through three situations from the Manchester derby at the weekend to show you how Amad Diallo was functioning in these kind of situations, and why that might mean that Amorim really likes him in those wide forward positions. So in all of these clips, Manchester United are playing from left to right. What we've got here is Mazraoui on the ball, he's the wing back, and then what we've got is Amad Diallo, who's dropped it out from his position, usually around here, in to receive the ball. He's actually won the ball back from the goalkeeper and played it back to Mazraoui. He's ready to receive it again. And then we've got Mainu as well. This is a sort of shape that you're going to see on this side all the time between those three players, the centre midfielder on that side, the wide forward and the wing back. Now in this situation, thinking specifically about the positions of the players and how they can use their positions to get these advantages, there's a little bit of a problem here for Manchester United, because Mazraoui can play the ball to Amad, but Mainu is moving into the same space as Amad, which means that you're reducing the amount of chances you have to actually retain possession and move it down the field. So what I thought I would do here, use my fantastic Photoshop skills to move the position of Mainu, because when Mainu sees that Amad is here, I think he should be, if he's wanting to generate an advantage here, looking for this space here in behind the fullback, because you can see the fullback has tracked Amad forward. So we've got all of these City players marking the Manchester United players, but what you're not doing here is generating any kinds of tension, and I think tensions are really important for teams who want to generate these positional advantages. What I mean by tension is just dilemmas for players. So a player should be thinking, a defending player should be thinking, oh, should I be marking that player or should I be marking that player?
So off the ball right now for City, this is quite an easy situation to manage.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Gundogan's a little bit maybe off where Mainu is, but there's no easy pass into Mainu here anyway, really, because Amad will probably pick that up. And then the rest of the City players are just matching player for player. Even Doku's supposed to come in probably and track Amad here, but he's a bit slow, but they've still got plenty of coverage here to make it no problem. So what I thought I would do then is show how we could actually change the positions of these players, just simply the positions they're in, to generate some kind of advantages. So I've used my fantastic Photoshop skills.
I find
to move.
this harder to believe than any of the transfers
This is all my
we've
own work.
discussed.
This is all my own work.
John using Photoshop.
That's why I put a really thick white yellow circle around Mainu to cover up some of the imperfections of the edit job. But what I've done here is that, as I said, if you can move Mainu into this wide area here, now what you're starting to do is create some of those tensions, because what you do then is you cause a problem here for Matheus Nunes, who's the fullback. Does he go forward to step onto Ahmad, or does he go back to cover Mainu? If he goes up to Ahmad, there's a pass for Mazraoui through to Mainu, and vice versa. So what you're doing here is you're starting to think of ways of actually retaining possession, but moving it through lines of pressure, which aren't just play the ball directly over the back line, potentially lose it, try and slow the game down, make the game a little bit more manageable. Actually, though, it's worth saying that in this instance, Mazraoui does play the ball to Ahmad, and what Ahmad uses is what we might call, as tactical nerds, qualitative differences. So because Ahmad is such a fantastic player in tight spaces on the ball, he's actually able to go around Matheus Nunes here and attack that space anyway. So I want to emphasise the fact that positional advantages are great. They're not the only way of generating advantages on a football pitch. And when you have players as good as Ahmad in tight spaces, that's fine as well. But they could have maybe done things slightly differently to find an advantage in a different way. This is about 10 minutes later. We're in the same kind of situation. So Mazraoui on the ball, in the wide area. Mainu looking for that space where he was looking for it before, but Ahmad was in it. But now Ahmad is further down the field, and what he's doing is he's pulling Nunes deeper in the field for City, which means that space opens out for Mainu. And what we're doing here is we are already creating a positional advantage, right? Because Foden has to operate between Mainu and Mazraoui. If he gets this wrong, then there's an easy pass around Foden here for Mazraoui into Mainu, which is actually what ends up happening. So Mainu now receives the ball in space. So Manchester United have generated a positional advantage, and then they've taken that. Now, what actually ends up happening here is Mainu chunks the ball out wide to Dalot on the far side of the pitch, which is an option. But there are other ways that they could then take this and create more positional advantages. So again, with the Photoshop, one of the ways that they could do that is having Mainu stepping forward and now trying to create another tension here, a dilemma for Nunes. Does he step forward onto Mainu? If he does that, then Ahmad has the blindside run, which he can play the ball into. But there's other options as well. Let's imagine that Mazraoui plays the ball to Mainu and then makes that run into the channel. Again, you're creating another positional advantage because you're creating this tension again for Nunes. Does he go forward to Mainu? Does he go wide to Mazraoui? What does that mean for Ahmad's position as well? So already finding very different ways of creating advantages with what he's doing with his wide forwards. One final example, which is just a few seconds later. We're in the same situation. There's those three players. Mainu's going to step forward and in doing so, create another one of those little tensions. So Nunes steps forward in order to make sure that Mainu doesn't have too much time on the ball. Mainu actually plays the ball to Ugarte here, but in doing so, what ends up happening is you get this little advantage where Ahmad has actually lost his marker, he's drifted centrally, and Ugarte can just play the ball through here, and you end up with this kind of really dangerous scenario where you're in behind the defence. You're not playing it through a speculative long ball, you're playing it through a much more structured way of doing that. In the end, this ends up being offside, but it's very close, and these are the sorts of advantages that Ruben Amorim wants to make. So a couple of takeaways. The first one is that Ahmad was brilliant when he was in those tight spaces, right? He took on Nunes in that situation where there wasn't positional advantages, so you're already getting benefit of being able to play him in those slightly deeper pockets. But the other thing is that I've talked about the positions of the players being used to generate advantages. I've not actually mentioned Ahmad's position to suggest that he could improve on it, because actually I think a lot of the time he has a really instinctive sense of where to position himself to cause these sorts of problems and dilemmas for opponents. And I think as a result of that will be why Amorim would love to play him as the outside forward in this kind of system.
So his football mind is already hardwired in a way that is positive for Amorim.
Yeah, it's moving the football in a direction that Amorim wants to go, to take it away from this backwards and forwards stuff that Manchester United have always sort of struggled with in the past.
Excellent. And these little combinations evidence that United players are getting it.
Yeah, I think so.
Excellent, right. On the other flank, Garnacho. JJ, sort of that being said, where do you see Garnacho's future in this side? As David highlighted, another one that was left out against City and might find it harder to work his way back in from here on in?
Well, it's almost exactly the same thing as John just said, except on the other side. So the thing about the profile of the player you have here, so they're essentially part of the midfield. They're like an extra number 10. So these wide players, you have a mixture between wanting to play wide like a winger, like Ahmad can do, and can come inside and be like a number 10. Same on this side here. And like what you have with Rashford, he likes to play on in behind and he can play central as well. Garnacho is kind of like an inside forward, basically. You can play wide and take on a player, but also come inside here. When he gets the ball, he wants to go forward every single time, but that's maybe not what you actually want. So if you go forward always, you end up being stretched. You don't have the right shape, especially to try and defend. Again, what John's saying here. So if you have a player who's more of a 10, if you put Bruno Fernandes in there, you'd have a player who can then drop in, give you other advantages, and then can ping the ball from wide. But what you have with Garnacho is he could be, I think he could learn to do this, and I think Amorim said earlier that he was surprised he could play between lines like this, that he showed potential to be able to do it. And then it can also offer you, going out wide, you get an underlapping wing back, which might give you other tactical advantages later on. But the thing with Garnacho is that while he could be an inverted winger or an inside forward, he could end up being, he wouldn't be a wing back, I don't think. He doesn't have the defensive skill set you need in that position especially, and you can see it just in small things like defending doesn't mean you have to go in and try and charge at someone to try and win the ball back all the time. It's about body spacing and positioning. So if you're trying to play a pass inside, if you position yourself in such a way that the pass is blocked, you are defending in a really clever way. But there's many examples, too many to show, where he doesn't quite do that. And you can see in the numbers as well that Garnacho is the least defensive minded of them all. Just he's down on basically everyone else to have in that same position, where Ahmad seems to be better read on it. And Garnacho could easily develop, because he's very young, into a high tier player, but he looks more like an outside player or someone who runs in behind more to me, and that is something useful as a squad player, but not exactly what Amorim would want just right now.
Well, yes, lots to consider there, and more to consider now from newsletter Bay Phil Hay.
How did Salt Bay, he of lavishly priced steak fame, get his hands on the World Cup in 2022? You'll recall that at the end of the final, in which Argentina beat France, he appeared on the pitch to celebrate with Argentina's players and get some photos with the trophy. It was a massive breach of protocol, because only certain people are allowed to touch the World Cup, and he wasn't one of them. He made it look like he was best friends with Lionel Messi and all, rather than a butcher who made his name by selling expensive meat to people in football with more money than sense. He was, however, a close friend of Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, which is how he got so close to the action. Sadly, he and Infantino are no longer friends. Infantino unfollowed him on Instagram. A FIFA staff member was blamed for the debacle, and Salt Bay says his attention-seeking days are behind him. We'll see about that. If you want more of this content, and other things like it, sign up to the Athletic FC newsletter at the link below.
And I promise that is the last you'll hear from Salt Bay on this show. David, like I said, we want to do a follow-up to your one to watch for the winter window with a one to watch for the summer window. Who have you got your eye on at current?
I think we need to get January out of the way first before I can even consider the following market. But, seeing as you're asking,
I am.
I think we should cast our gaze onto Alexander Isak, because we've seen how unbelievably good he is when he's fit, and in the rhythm, the way he can score against big teams, which is always a factor that the big teams consider when they're looking at potential recruits. There doesn't seem to be progress on a new contract. Newcastle have him for several more years, but it seems the noises are that he would have wanted a new deal, and that hasn't come about just yet. And so that perhaps opens the opportunity for clubs to make a push. Then come the factors such as Newcastle's PSR position, their finances. We've seen, read, heard, talked about how difficult, how tight it is there, and the potential need to sell somebody significant. Now, we've talked in the past about Bruno Guimaraes. I'm not sure what market is there for him, and he's pushing on 27. Anthony Gordon, he's been linked with Liverpool in the past. Bit of an inconsistent season, and he seemed to have, committed his future to the club in terms of a contract, but also in his words in interviews. And so it comes back to Isak, and he's somebody that clubs have looked very closely at in the past. Arsenal, for example, looked to sign him when he was at Real Sociedad. I think it was a January window. They didn't end up doing it, and he later went to Newcastle. Mikel Arteta is a known admirer of his, and I think in an ideal world, if they had their pick of strikers and money wasn't a factor, I do think Arsenal would seriously consider going for him. But finances are an issue because he's going to cost a hell of a lot of money. He has spent a lot of time out injured, and Arsenal will have other players on their radar as well. And they won't be the only club looking at Alexander Isak. So that's the one that instinctively comes to mind to me, because there are so many factors that point towards a potential situation developing. I don't want to go selling him and Newcastle fans to be furious at me, but I think they'll be realistic about it, and it's one that they need to be aware could develop, but we're not saying it definitely will.
Right, excellent. Thanks for all your contributions.
Did any of that make sense?
Today, David.
It sounds like I've got a peg on my nose.
No, it's absolutely superb, and we appreciate you soldiering through. A few things before we go. Sensible Transfers is back in January. David is joining us every 2 weeks in January for this show, and we'll be doing a deadline day show live on February 3rd. So keep tuned for all those good things.
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence and James Horncastle. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football, and you can try it for free now for 30 days. See the link in the description.
Janusz, before we even get to the game, when you've got a team like West Ham, they're struggling under Lopetegui, and they come up against the best team in the league, the least that you want from your team if you're a West Ham fan is some fight, some battle. 0 yellow cards and just 7 fouls in the whole game. Does that tell us more about West Ham, or does it tell us that Liverpool today were practically both unplayable and untouchable?
Yeah, I think it was Liverpool. I mean, you can always make the case, for more fight, but I mean, the game was over by halftime. I mean, if you look at Liverpool right now, there's going to be a discussion who's going to win it. I mean, they have the look of the champions, don't they? Too early to call it, but when you're looking for signs, right, what makes a champion, and I'm sure Arsenal will have a say about that as well. They've been close the last couple of seasons, but you look at this and you look at the rotation, you look at Liverpool, how relatively healthy they are, which is important, of course. Remember a couple of seasons ago when they missed the Champions League? I mean, they've had those issues. Others have that issue. Manchester City, we often don't want to talk about it, but they're relatively healthy right now. They're hungry. I think they are. They're all surprised in how great this season has developed so far under Arne Slot. When you all the others, when Klopp leaves, nobody probably expected that. But if you look at the key players, they're all performing. Every decision that Arne Slot has made so far has been spot on. I mean, I can't think of one decision that's been wrong, and that includes management of games, rotation, substitutions, and all of that. And add Mo Salah to it, and it's I'm not sure what West Ham could have done, when you have goal after goal just before halftime, and then, you come off the halftime and there's another one coming. It's just impossible.
Yeah, just before the half-hour mark, it's 0-0. 14 minutes later, they're 3-0 down and the game's done. And I'm glad you mentioned Mo Salah, because I wanted to get to him sooner rather than later. 52 goal involvements in the calendar year, 29 goals and 23 assists. He's 32 years old right now. It's totally subjective as to whether or not this is his best season, or it's up there with his best seasons, which it certainly is. So I may as well just go and ask you, is Mohamed Salah playing the best football of his career?
I think so. I mean, he's had a great season. Remember, that was 34 goals, I think, one time. So I mean, you can compare it to that. But when I look at a player in general, because there's going to be the conversation: is he the best ever in the Premier League? And of course, there's so many great players, right? I mean, he's there close to Thierry Henry, and but I look at Shearer, I look at Van Persie, Bergkamp, some of the greatest, Wayne Rooney. Not for today, for sure, but I look for consistency, and that's, I think, 8 seasons he's been there, right? 8 seasons, 20 plus goals, and and we're just in, we're still in December, Mark. So that's what's important to me. The ups and downs of Liverpool. There's been some great seasons and maybe not so great, but he always delivers. And we've all said it. He looks a little bit reborn under a new manager, and that's nothing against Jurgen Klopp, because that story, if they like each other or not, who cares? He continued to score for Jurgen Klopp, but you can see here that he feels the absolute leader of this team, and he's delivering. And he doesn't seem 32 years old. He looks like he's 22, 23, just ready to break every record there is to be. So he looks happy. He's always healthy, and that spells trouble for the rest of the league.
How does he do it? How does he make it look so easy? How does he make it look so effortless, Mohamed Salah?
Mark, I wouldn't know. I scored one goal in my life in my senior career. So, you're asking me how that's done. Innate instinct, of course. He knows he can do everything. Today, that one goal, that one touch, right? We can sit here and say, did he mean it or did he not? All I know that he tried to do something special. It doesn't really matter how it came off, right, in those situations. He knew that he wanted to do something to score there or assist. So that was wonderful, because it was a conscious decision on his part. It came off his way. That's all that matters, right? If you and I try to do it, where that be. But we'd be afraid to make mistakes. This is a player that knows how great he is. Those players, I always call him, they're missing a central nervous system. They don't have that, because you and I have that. I, as a player, there were games where I felt that I didn't have to think. Things were coming off, and there were games where a simple pass, 5-yard pass, you were overthinking because that confidence was missing. Well, when I look at Mo Salah, I can honestly say that I don't think I've ever seen him not being confident. I've never seen him pull out of a one-on-one situation or a pass that maybe looks iffy, right, or questionable. That's the difference. But, this is a level that we can't understand.
They say the best coaches make players better. Do the best players, Mohamed Salah, make teammates better?
Oh, of course. If you're in trouble, you know what to do, right? I think you and I talked about that. When things don't go your way, and I think that was the game against Newcastle, the 3-3. Remember that? Just give it to Mo, and Mo made it happen. Ultimately, here we are talking about Liverpool being somewhat untouchable, if you will. They dropped the point. They weren't great in that game, but they led 3-2, and ultimately probably feel like they've lost 2 important points. But in that particular game, I remember nothing was working. Just give it to Mo Salah, and he takes care of the rest. So yes, it does, and on top of that, you can always count on him making that impossible pass. When you're making that 30-40 yard run, sometimes you say, why am I doing that? That ball's never coming. Well, with him, I think it always does.
If you are Mohamed Salah's representative or part of his agency that represents him, with every goal, with every assist, with every key passage of play, he becomes more valuable when it comes to negotiations for the new contract. Now, it would be easy for me just to ask you, is he becoming, or is his form making him harder to keep for Liverpool? You can answer that if you want. The way I want to approach this question is that he just seems to be happy right now. And he could have all the money in the world. He could go to Saudi Arabia, could do whatever he wants. Right? He could go anywhere he wants, and he could be the richest footballer of all time, if he wanted, because I'm sure you could do that deal. But would he want that? Would he be happy to earn a decent living, right? To earn a bumper wage, whether it's a 2 or 3 year deal or whatever, but stay where he is because he's happy here.
Yeah, that's exactly that. He's happy. He looks content. He looks like he wants to be here or be there at Liverpool. I'm short of reading body language from everybody, but gut feeling is that, right? We're probably going to get to Trent. His body language has been different, even though he's been superb as well. There's all kinds of rumors. There's a massive difference in age. Importance is the same, I continue to say, because I think in a different ways they're just as important to Liverpool as anybody else. Van Dijk is in that bracket, of course, as well. But if I had to say, this is Mo Salah that, if they can agree terms, he wants to be at Liverpool. He's not kind of holding Liverpool over the barrel, says if you don't, I'm leaving. I don't get that impression.
18 games, 17 goals, 13 assists in the Premier League this season. That should be illegal. It's unfair. If you don't captain him in your fantasy Premier League, then just why not? What's the point? Trent Alexander-Arnold scored, deflection. First Premier League goal of the season. He's another one that's really enjoying his time at Liverpool, but Marca claim that he'll be at Real Madrid next season because he's out of contract in the summer. This, for me, out the three of them, him, Salah and Van Dijk, just seems the most obvious one. He's been a great servant for Liverpool. And I don't know, he might stay, but Real Madrid just seems a good fit for him. And when Marca go front page splash, as they did on Saturday morning, they don't do that just for hope rather than expectation. They do that because they believe it's going to happen. And what they're saying is that he has told Real Madrid he wants to join them in the summer because as of January the 1st, he officially can sign a pre-contract with anybody he wants. What do you think will happen here? How do you think this plays out with Trent Alexander-Arnold, Real Madrid and Liverpool?
Well, I mean, he's a unique situation in a way, right? Because he's a local boy. Obviously, Liverpool will feel that they've invested so much, but he's also given so much back, right? I mean, I think the one thing that some will hold against him is the fact that he's going on a free. Real Madrid, that's a funny thing because they know how to do this extremely well, and they can afford to pay clubs for players. But let's not forget, I'm not going to judge him. Part of me thinks that Liverpool probably, if he goes, and I do think he may be the one going. Again, gut feeling, no inside info. If he goes, there'll be some that will feel that leaving on a free is going to be the one that they talk about. But remember, I mean, that's why we have the Bosman, right? In the past, the clubs decided. A lot of young people forget about that. The clubs decided your entire life, your entire career. And that certainly wasn't fair. And we're in a situation where the Bosman rule, he can do that. And we cannot, who are we to hold it against him, right? It's a great thing to say, I want to be in my home city and play for my home club. And if it happens, it's great because it's such a rarity these days, right? In the past, we had so many of them. The great legends, of Stevie Gerrard or, Francesco Totti, I don't know, there's probably a few more. But we do have to remember that in life, sometimes you've accomplished a lot with one club. I'm sure Trent Alexander-Arnold is very appreciative of it. As I've said, he's paid some of that back because it's not just Liverpool developing him, but he's been absolutely incredible for Liverpool. And, maybe he wants to see something different life, different culture, whatever it may be, a different challenge because it is Real Madrid. And we're quick to jump onto that. And I understand that because there's a small part of me that thinks that way as well, that he somehow owes something to Liverpool Football Club. But I think we need to understand that that's the way that rule came in. And we too often, the young generation forgets that, in my days or when I played and bigger players played, we really had no choice. Players were sent places without any input. Off you go, sold or loaned out or whatever it may be, and you have nothing to say about that. So I can certainly appreciate what he's going through.
Just like we all thought at the start of the season when we were doing our previews, as we approached the halfway stage, Liverpool would be 8 points clear of Nottingham Forest because we all had them in second place between Christmas and New Year. Are they now? They're not untouchable because nerves can do strange things and anything's possible. But are we now in a situation in the Premier League when you see Liverpool with the likes of Luis Diaz and Diogo Jota and Darwin Nunez and Cody Gakpo, it's any 2 from 4 at any time, so they've got strength there. When you see Gravenberch replaced by Endo, not even with an hour on the clock, that the only thing that can stop Liverpool from winning the title this season is injuries to key players.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way to me because I think, as I've said, we need to give credit to Arne Slot in the way he's moved the chess pieces, right? I think, the rotation is important. What he's done, I mean, look what he's done with Luis Diaz, playing him centrally and playing Gakpo in his favorite position. Jurgen Klopp was afraid to do that, right? I mean, he really was kind of afraid to give Gravenberg his chance. It was Endo that was playing more there, and Arne Slot came in and saw what Louis van Gaal saw with Hakpo playing it on the left. Remember in Qatar, he played central there, but obviously in his club in Holland played on the left-hand side. Now he does that. Who thought that Luis Diaz was going to be this influential centrally? I know there's a lot of changes. So I just think that every time there's an injury, somebody steps in. Now Jota's coming back. We know he's been injured. Konata's been out, and that didn't create a big problem. We see that Gomez is out now, but Kwanzaa was good last year on the club. He's given him some experience. So I'm looking at this team right now, and they are too deep in every position with quality, with very little injury to speak about. And even when they drop points, as they did against Fulham and Newcastle, others weren't able to take advantage of that. So, it's theirs to lose for sure.
We end with West Ham. And if they pick enough points up between now and the end of the season, they'll be fine. But if it comes to a battle, I wouldn't fancy them the way that they are. I'm going to go back to what I said at the start. No yellow cards today and 7 fouls. I wouldn't want any of their players in the trenches alongside me if I was forced to battle. They've got quality, don't get me wrong. They've got Kudus, they've got Bowen. But they don't have that fight, that passion, or it certainly looks like that. If they're involved in a relegation scrap, would you worry for them?
I don't, but I worry for Lopetegui, and I thought it was over, right? I mean, his body language, remember, at the beginning of the season was horrendous, right? It looked like he was off, but let's not forget, before this, 4 games unbeaten, right? 2 draws, 2 wins, I think, if I remember, against teams that they're supposed to beat, but the position they're in, that's very, very important. And today, I'll tell you what, after something like this, you say to yourself, well, Lopetegui saved himself. But, losing 5-0, that sends a message upstairs as well. I mean, lose this game 1 or 2, and then everybody says, okay, that's not bad. That's Liverpool. They're that good this season. We just had a 4-game unbeaten run. But this 5-0 is going to once again undo maybe all the good stuff that West Ham did in those last 4 matches. So, but I'm with you. I do worry about it. Mikel Antonio's is out longer term. Jared Bowen, we'll see where that is. But I mean, he's been such an important player for them. Their catalyst, their captain, who's played centrally. Fulkirk's been injured. He's in and out. So we'll see. As we all know, Bowen can probably play on, plays on the right hand side. So, I think they're going to, they've been there. But I think they'll save themselves. I'm just not sure that's going to be with Lopetegui.
Yeah, Wolves and Southampton, the 2 wins that they had that Janusz mentioned in those 4 games and the draws against Brighton and Bournemouth. But look, that's a defeat today that you probably expect. But it's the manner of the defeat. And fans can accept losing to a much better team. But what they can't accept is when a team comes and has it so easy.
You can't do that at home. That was a total capitulation. The second half was, friendly on tour in the summer.
A training exercise, wasn't it?
In the United States. That's the problem. Somebody's going to have a massive problem. At least it should have a massive problem in how that game went out. Because the second half, it was just a friendly match.
Point he didn't get more as Liverpool
what money
more once again dominate their opposition. This time it is West Ham with a 5-0 victory. Just taking a look at what that means at the top of the table. Liverpool, of course, will be first going into 2025. They are currently 8 points clear of Nottingham Forest in second. We'll talk about Forest a little bit later on, but we'll kick things off with Arne Slot's side as well. Welcome in Nadim Anua to the show. We'll be in from Nadim in a moment, but they are just superior, Liverpool, to every team they face at the moment, Craig.
Relentless, surprisingly good, although not now, but at the start of this season, we all talked about them and said, look, the transition's going to be maybe a slow one. It might not be as silky smooth as people think or people hoped, and I think we've all been wrong. I mean, it's been incredible. He's taken it to another level thus far. Now, they haven't won anything yet, but I don't see anybody stopping them. And look, West Ham, under Lopetegui defensively have been atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. I mean, you can just pull them all over the place. That being said, Liverpool are doing this to a lot of teams, and you mentioned it. There's a sort of a thirst and a quest to really hammer teams and not to feel sorry for them and to get goals. And they've got goals in every area of their side, whether it be from the full-back or the centre-halves from set pieces to the midfielders or to anybody who plays in those forward positions. Be it even Dia, even Darwin Núñez, to be fair, but certainly Diego Jota, and definitely the three that played today. So he's got all these options, and they just look seamless when they are, I don't know, Robbo, like when they're passing the ball and then they pass it in the move, and if one player pops up in one position, another player fills in the other one, and they just at the moment. And it's not this sort of swashbuckling Jurgen Klopp when they were playing at Anfield, and the crowd,
that rock and roll.
It's still not that, but it's like a silk scarf. It's just smooth, and it's efficient, and more importantly, it's clinical in the final third.
How smooth is a silk scarf? How efficient is it?
I didn't buy a silk scarf. I can only imagine. They're quite smooth.
I like that. I like that Christmas analogy.
I like the midfield as well today.
Right.
You know, and Craig was just talking about they seem to know where the next pass is. It's almost they know where the next one on from that. You know, they were playing balls square for McAllister to know there's the next pass round the corner. McAllister kept on winning the ball back. Gravenberch has done brilliantly as the holding midfield player, a position that I never thought he could play. And then Jones, you know, you're talking about the front three. Jones was quite often in the centre forward position when Diaz came short. He made the forward runs. The movement, the knowledge of where the next pass was going to go, the setting up of the move. I think at the moment they are playing some outstanding football.
Nadim, you think back, you know, all that time ago when Manchester City were good. They would be getting goals from everywhere, and this is what Liverpool are delivering as well. They're not just relying on one person. Everyone seems to be in form at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got to mention the fact that Salah has scored the most goals in the league, and it's by some way over any of his Liverpool teammates. But you're right in terms of the way that they attack, and what the guys are saying there, I completely echo it. When you watch them play, as a former player, it's so interesting to see because nothing is independent. You know, if one person runs down the line, the other person comes short. If a midfielder goes high, one goes short. You've got someone like Van Dijk at the back who's very good at dictating the tempo of a game. If his team have been rushed around for a bit, he'll put his foot on it. If his team's under a bit of pressure, well, here comes a diagonal to Salah. And more impressively as well, like when they go and they hit you on the break, they don't overcommit. So that when the ball gets turned over, we saw a few times in this West Ham game, especially in the second half, West Ham are now attacking. They've got to break down a back four and 2 6s. You know, the fluidity, the way they're doing it, smooth as a silk scarf, as Craig said himself. You know, that's a great way to describe it. And yeah, it's special to see. They're far and away the best team in the league at this moment in time. And as you look at them, you know, you don't really, in my opinion anyway, you don't really have questions because they've got the majority of their players available. Maybe with Gomez being out and Konate being out. You know, I think Slot doesn't necessarily fancy Quansah as much as, say, some other players. But you look out on the field, you've got players on that pitch who've won the league before. You've got a player McAllister who's won a World Cup before. And you've got players in Salah exactly who are doing the same thing, who've dominated the Premier League for so many years. They are so good. And the way they keep dismantling teams, it really is special to see.
Don't see a blip in them, do you?
Well, we mentioned obviously Joe Gomez going off today, Quansah coming in. How much of a difference does that make at the back?
Well, the upside here is, and I know we'll get to Tottenham and others in a bit, but you're not losing the full shebang. Right. You still have the most disciplined defender in the Premier League, Virgil van Dijk, at the back to sort of marshal any sort of problems. Andy Robertson in the first half got caught out on the ball, dwelling on it a little bit, which he has done this season on more than one occasion, but they managed to bail it out. So
there's a bit more emphasis now that they've got to keep Van Dijk fit. You know, because if they now lose Van Dijk, where's the next centre half coming in? Because he, as Nedman said, I don't think he fancies Quansah that much. He took him off in that very first game of the season after about half time and said he wasn't winning his battles, and he's hardly put him in since. Now he's going to have to be the number one centre half if Van Dijk ever got injured, and that can be the only blip I can see.
What's impressed you most with what Arne Slot's done with it?
I'm sure he's got the sort of patterns of play in what he wants, but I'm impressed with the intelligence
in a controversial
of the
new bill that just passed,
the
all
movement
50
of the players.
states
One goes short,
7.
one goes long. you still, even though a manager can give you all the positional rotations, you can set your team up, you've still got to have intelligent footballers. And I think those players are showing their intelligence at the moment. And I'm sure Arne Slot is letting them show their intelligence as well.
It's interesting you mentioned Salah, Nadem. He was speaking afterwards and says that he's obviously disappointed that things haven't gone further with regards to contract talks up to now. It doesn't seem to be affecting at all on the pitch.
He was having an argument last time Liverpool played West Ham. He was coming off the bench, I believe, and Klopp was having an argument with him. All that drama, and now you fast forward, and yes, the goals are there, the assists are there, the smiles there, and then his team's top of the Premier League. So yeah, I'm sure he hopes that they would sort something out by now, but it's going to be very interesting next week when he can start speaking to other clubs as well. So maybe that will speed things up from Liverpool's perspective to try and keep him there for as long as possible.
Get back whoever's refereeing the game, but maybe if fans like to hear that, that's what they're going to hear.
Apparently they've been practicing as well, so I'm looking forward to hearing how they sound. Thank you very much, Simon. Good to talk to you.
No worries.
Thank you very much to Simon Stone. Izzy, they've had this in the NFL and in last year's Women's World Cup as well.
Yeah, they have, and I was out in Australia last year broadcasting at the FIFA Women's World Cup, and to be honest with you, when I found out the news this afternoon, can we call it news? Can we call it news?
It's an advancement.
Let's call it
big
announcement at 3 p.m. this afternoon. You know, when I was made aware of it, I didn't see the significance of it in any way, and it's the only thing I can think of which provides some sort of benefit is for fans in the stadium to hear it, because we all know, 80,000 people in some stadiums, the signal, mobile data isn't great at times, so you can't even refresh your apps in time to see what the decision is and why it's been given. So for the referee to announce it, he's not going to give much detail around it, he or she, but it's not news to me, Kelly.
No. Well, it's news in the fact that it's new, but it's not necessarily headline-grabbing news. I take your point. It's maybe just same information in a different voice, but it is what PGMOL is saying, and Simon was explaining there. They said it forms part of their broader commitment to transparency, including providing greater clarity and understanding around key decisions. So let's see how that one works out. It is just at the trial stage, and it is coming up in the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup. Busy night of football tonight, so let's take you up there, or let you know what's happening. 7:45 kickoffs, Aston Villa and Brighton. Our commentary matches, Ipswich against Chelsea, and updates as well from Manchester United against Newcastle, which kicks off at 8 o'clock. Let's get the latest from Ali Pally, though. James Gregg is watching the 8th seed, Stephen Bunting.
And you can hear the Ali Pally crowd singing his name very, very loudly indeed. His setup is the Bullet, a massive crowd favourite. The David Guetta walk-on kept them fired up nicely. He took the first set 3 legs to zip. He did it with a cool 25, treble 20, double 18 to take out 121. Luke Woodhouse hasn't won a leg yet, and he's looking very, very good, Kelly.
Thank you very much for that, James Gregg, keeping us up to date with everything at Ali Pally. As far as this evening's football is concerned, at the turn of the year last season, Aston Villa were second in the Premier League table. They were only behind the leaders Liverpool on goal difference. This season, they are currently 17 points adrift of the leaders Liverpool. Mark, if you look at that statistic, and I know it's a club that's very close to your heart as well, if you take it without any context, it looks like a significant setback. But are there additional factors at play for Aston Villa this season?
Yeah, there's without doubt additional factors. Obviously, they've had a couple of injuries, which I know most teams have as well. And but I think the main factor would be the obvious one with Champions League football. Now I know they had the Conference League last year that there was a part of, but the Champions League is just a totally different ball game in my opinion. And I think with obviously you've got the away games with the travel, but I think the home games and the games that they've played at Villa Park with the stature of the opposition and the atmospheres that they've had in terms of the games against Bayern Munich, against Juventus, these nights would have taken so much out of the players emotionally. So that doesn't shock me that when they come to play against a Crystal Palace or somebody at home, all due respect, it's going to be harder for them to adapt to that that game and that atmosphere. And I think even as somebody that's been down Villa Park, you can even notice it with the fans as well. Like the fans are nowhere near what they are against Crystal Palace, Bournemouth, Brentford, is what they are against Bayern Munich, and they're not going to be. So I think it's a number of things in terms of that. Like I say, along with the travel, along with the physical side of it as well. So there's a lot of factors involved. So it doesn't surprise me at all.
I just wonder as well if for some people, Villa's kind of place in the table, maybe a little bit of patchiness in terms of form, might have gone under the radar a bit, because I feel like the story around Villa is largely positive, and a lot of it is hinging on the performances of Morgan Rogers and John Duran, who obviously is going to be missing for 3 games after his red card. But there have been, at the same time as maybe performances overall might not have been quite there, there have been some great individual performances and some great young talent developing.
Yeah, I think the main one that you touch on there, Morgan Rogers, I've been so impressed with him this year. I think at the start of the season he was showing signs of promise, and it was probably just in the final third his sort of last pass and his end product probably weren't just there. Whereas I look at him in the last sort of couple of 3 months, and he's got that in abundance now, and he's making the right decisions, he's making the right choices. And I think you look at his goal against Man City, he starts the move in his own half, he pushes through defenders, he palms defenders off, he drives the team forward, and then he gets into a goal scoring position, and he's got the quality to finish as well. So I think players like him, and then you've got the likes of Yuri Tielemans in the middle as well, and who's been dictating games, had a slow start to his Villa career, but he's really come on leaps and bounds now, and I know the fans are taking to him. And then there's obviously the return of Boubacar Kamara as well, who's that's a massive plus for Aston Villa, and he's been a major part of the last few weeks.
Going to be a really interesting matchup tonight against Brighton, because you'd imagine the clubs would have had fairly similar ambitions in terms of league position come the end of the season, but Brighton, without a win in their last 6, have kind of been off it of late, so a real opportunity here for Aston Villa. We'll keep you up to date with everything that happens in that one. Kick-off is fast approaching in our commentary game at Portman Road between Ipswich and Chelsea. Mike Maine is there, and so too is Paul Robinson. And Paul, it's absolutely pertinent that you're there, because this is a game in which there's going to be so much focus on the 2 goalkeepers.
Yeah, both managers tonight have decided to change their goalkeeper. It was a topic we were going to talk about, wasn't it, with Muric and Sanchez, the errors that they've had that have led directly to goals this season. Muric more in particular, 5 errors directly leading to goals, the most in Europe's top 5 divisions, and I think he was susceptible at his time at Burnley as well. Looked at him, they're playing out from the back with his feet, and actually his distribution with his throw-outs as well. Sometimes his decision making is not the best, and 2 big decisions tonight from both managers as the players emerge from the tunnel down to our right hand side to a fantastic atmosphere here at Portman Road. But 2 managers have made 2 big decisions. Enzo Maresca will tell you it's part of his rotation, because he's made a lot of changes tonight. He said he was going to rotate his team before the start of this game because of the amount of games. His 9th match in December for Chelsea, so that one you could maybe understand. But Kieran McKenna's made a big decision with his goalkeeper tonight.
Paul, I want to ask you as well about Liam Delap, only because Enzo Maresca has been talking about him this week, because he coached him in the Manchester City Academy, and says he could be a big player for England as well as for Chelsea. But what's your thoughts on him?
Yeah, involved in 7 of 16 goals this season. Failed to score or assist in his last 6, but his reputation is certainly growing. He's been a big part of everything that Ipswich do going forward. He gets his goals. He's a pest. He causes centre-halves a problem. He runs in behind. And the thing that Manchester City, Enzo Maresca knows all about him, and as you say, spoke extremely highly of him. There's a lot of talk of bigger clubs looking at him if Ipswich were to fall out of the Premier League. The price tag that he would cost, what would it take to get him away from here? But actually, when you look at it, Manchester City have been very, very clever in the deal. They have got the first option to buy him back. So we know that Pep Guardiola, they need reinforcements at the moment. If another team were to come in for Liam Delap at any point, whether it be January or in the summer, Manchester City get the first option.
And there have been so many players who've excelled for Ipswich so far this season, but it hasn't helped them in terms of results and in terms of their league position. They start this evening's match second from bottom in the table. For Chelsea, there's an opportunity for them to go back into second place in the table if they get the win. And taking you through all the action at Portman Road, your commentary team of Paul Robinson and Mike Miney.
Kelly, thank you. The league position might be lowly, but hasn't stopped the fans packing in here at Portman Road. We've had towering flames launch up from the touchline on the far side ahead of kick-off, blue and white smoke as well in this classic old ground that last season in the Championship was a fortress as Ipswich earned their promotion to the Premier League. Those castle walls, though, have been breached here this season. They're yet to win at home and just 4 draws from 9 games as well. They will look back on 2024 as a real positive year, Ipswich Town. They'll start 2025 in the relegation zone regardless what happens tonight. 4 changes made from their last game, a 1-0 defeat at the Emirates Stadium. Muric, the goalkeeper, dropped as we were just discussing. In comes Christian Walton, who did start in goal on the opening day but hasn't played in the league since. Johnson, Phillips and Smodics, the 3 out in the outfield, with Morsey coming back to captain the side. Burns and Broadhead also in. So Ipswich start with Christian Walton in goal. They move to a back 4, we suspect, in a change from the back 5 against Arsenal. O'Shea, Greaves, Wolfenden and Davis. The midfield held by Sam Morsey, the captain, and Kayuste. Burns, the former Chelsea man, Hutchinson and Broadhead sit behind that front man, that vital figure for Ipswich in Leon Delap. And just like Kieran McKenna, Enzo Maresco also won promotion to the Premier League last year, but in the summer he swapped the blue of Leicester for the blue of Chelsea. Their away record is better than their home form so far. 20 points collected on the road this season, only bettered by Liverpool. 3 points tonight will help them get back closer to the league leaders, who they're currently 10 points behind. It was a Boxing Day knockout delivered by Fulham for Chelsea last time out. They lost in the 95th minute. 5 changes, and that also includes their goalkeeper tonight, Robert Sanchez, replaced by Jorgensen. In terms of the outfield, Gusto, Neto, Sancho and Jackson, the ones replaced by Disasi. Madueke, who's back from a technical decision, as Enzo Maresco classed it last time out, Felix and Nkunku. So Jorgensen is their Danish goalkeeper. He did start in the Premier League in the 5-1 win over Southampton, his only Premier League appearance today. More familiar with Conference League football for Chelsea this season. A back 4 of Disasi, Adara Bioyo, Colwill and Cucurella. Fernandez and Caicedo in the holding midfield roles, Caicedo being one of only 2 players to start every game for Chelsea in the Premier League this season, the other being Cole Palmer. Palmer then sits with Madueke and Felix behind Christopher Nkunku. We're almost ready for kick-off. It is Amari Hutchinson to get us underway, with Ipswich in their royal blue shirts with the thin white pinstripes, the white shorts and the blue socks to match. They're going for an early opportunity down the left-hand side, looking for the ball through to Amari Hutchinson in the penalty area, cleared away by Chelsea, who are all in white this evening. Paul Robinson.
Good start by Ipswich, straight from the kick-off. They've shown their intent. They're not afraid to go direct. Ball played back to the centre half. Luke Wolfenden emerges down the left-hand side to Leith Davis. We know that he's the assist record that Leith Davis has got, and immediately they look to put bodies into the box and get crosses in, and that's an avenue that they'll look to exploit tonight, Ipswich.
Leith Davis, the only player of Ipswich to feature every Premier League minute so far this season. Ipswich from left to right in the opening 45 minutes, attacking the Sir Alf Ramsey stand, the 2-tiered stand, away to our right-hand side. Chelsea from right to left, attacking the Sir Bobby Robson stand, and here they come down the far side. Their right is laid back to Axel Disasi, one of those 5 changes by Enzo Maresca, who is sat in his dugout. He was sat down in his dugout, he was for a long time during the warm-ups as well. They are also underway at Villa Park. Aston Villa against Brighton. Chris Coles is there for us this evening. Chris.
Mike, the game has stopped no sooner as it began. In the opening 10 seconds, a nasty clash of heads between Boubacar Kamara and João Pedro. Kamara's okay, but João Pedro getting attention to a nasty cut. There's plenty of blood on the shirt. Still 0-0, 2 minutes in.
Battle of the 2 out-of-form teams there at Villa Park for Chris tonight. Villa have lost 5 of the last 9. Brighton winless in 6. Here come Chelsea, looking to get back to winning ways in the penalty area, right-hand side. Shot taken on by Noni Madueke, but it hits a defender and rolls out towards the far side touchline. Back in possession with the star man of Chelsea in 2024, Cole Palmer, headed away on the edge of the Ipswich penalty area by Wes Burns. Up towards the halfway line where Delap will chase, clashes with Levi Colwill And it's Chelsea who have a free kick.
I like the way that Ipswich have started this game. They've gone for the high press. They're putting the centre halves of Chelsea under pressure. Ball went out to Cucurella there. Wes Burns was on him as quick as a flash. Liam Delap setting the press. Broadhead on the left-hand side. But then on the flip side of that, Chelsea broke the press so easy on the turnover possession. Ipswich committed 3-4 bodies forward with one pass. Cucurella found Fernandes. They broke the lines. They're in between and they look dangerous. Ball out to Madueke again on that right-hand side. Cuts in on his left foot. And that's what Ipswich are going to have to be careful about. If they commit too many bodies forward, Fernandes, Caicedo, finding that space in between defence, midfield, the lines that we all talk about, breaking the lines in one pass there, they're extremely dangerous.
And Colwell took his time getting up. He is okay. Takes the free kick for Chelsea on the halfway line, just to the left of the centre circle. 0-0 after nearly 3 minutes. As João Felix tries to turn, but is challenged by Burns, who comes out with the ball and plays it down the right-hand side to Hutchinson. Delap stands at the rear of the penalty area. Still Hutchinson to the byline. Will pull it back. The shot taken on by Nathan Broadhead. He needed a cleaner connection. Didn't get it, and Chelsea have managed to work it away, but that's given the Ipswich fans something to really roar about.
Well, the atmosphere inside here before the game, it was loud enough, but now with Hutchinson on that right-hand side, he's creating a lot of problems. He gets in and he cuts a really good ball back to Nathan Broadhead. 6-7 yards out on the angle of the 6-yard box, kind of scuffs his shot. It's an easy block for the defender, but again, it's another show of Ipswich's intent to press high.
Liam Delap tries to control on the halfway line, hits his standing leg, and Chelsea have moved the ball forward down the middle with Cole Palmer looking for Christopher Nkunku. Tied behind his feet was the ball on the edge of the penalty area, and now it's Ipswich to motor away into the centre circle. Comes Jens Kajuste, the Swedish midfielder. Here's Hutchinson out towards the right-hand touchline, near side for Ipswich in this first half. Burns running up against Cucurella, 10 yards to the byline. A drifting cross that arced away from its intended target. Over the bar it goes. Chelsea goal kick. We've played 4 minutes, it's 0-0.
He's been brave tonight, Kieran McKenna. The last time he played 4 at the back at home against Newcastle, we all know what happened. They got beat by 4. Went to Arsenal, played 5 at the back. And when the team sheet came out tonight, we both looked at it and we tried to work it out, didn't we, what they were going to do. And actually he's playing the 4 at the back. Daryl O'Shea is the right back. Wes Burns has pushed on, and him and Amari Hutchinson are causing Mark Cucurella some problems down this right-hand side. Chelsea have got a goal kick now, and you can see the press that Ipswich have set. They're intent on pressing high up the pitch.
Yeah, man for man. Delap and Hutchinson going for it, and it's worked with Chelsea's long clearance up towards the halfway line. And they do win a free kick. We perhaps had the biggest clue to the team sheet before we'd even seen the news earlier today. We walked past Harry Murich with a face like thunder.
He didn't look too happy when he came in the big goal. He did. He went to say hello to him, but he was head buried in his hat and scarf, head down. And then when the team sheet came in, we realised maybe he won't just been grumpy with us, he just wasn't too happy.
He's on the bench tonight, the Ipswich goalkeeper. He's played 17 of their 18 previous Premier League games so far. Enzo Fernandez towards the edge of the D for Chelsea. Out towards the far side for Noni Madueke. Left-footed cross into the penalty area. João Felix's header doesn't get the connection he wants. Graces the top of his hair, if anything. And then I think resulting from that, Mark Cucurella is offside. Ipswich have a free kick inside their own penalty area, 0-0.
They look slick, Chelsea, in possession. Ipswich have probably had the better start to the game. You know, the crowd have got up, the crowd have got behind them with the pressing that they've got. They've tried to play in the final third, but then Chelsea get in behind them twice with so much ease. 1-2 passes, they break the lines, they get in behind them. Madueke on that right-hand side. Leif Davis is a huge threat for Ipswich going forward. He's got a great assist record. He's not afraid to bomb on, put crosses into the box, but he's got to worry about Madueke tonight and his defensive responsibilities.
His birthday tomorrow. Leif Davis turns 25 on New Year's Eve. Christian Walton, all in yellow, the Ipswich Town goalkeeper. A couple of touches with his bright orange boots and then sends it left-footed long up towards the halfway line, where Liam Delap will try and get the turn. Ipswich fans appealing that there was a pull on the shirt from Adara Bioyo there.
It was a foul. Looked to me it was a foul. Put his body up against him, Liam Delap. He's having a real tussle with the centre-back, and he's good at that, Liam Delap. He's not afraid to use his body, use his strength, and that's something that Ipswich could look to for his hold-up play.
Many of the players that was south of the ball. But interesting that he's got the nod to it.
Well, Sanchez and Jackson are both on 4 bookings, and tonight's the last game whereby if you get a 5th, you get a ban. So both on the bench for Chelsea tonight. As Fernandes switches the ball out to the right wing, and Madueke, whose touch lets him down, goes out of play for a throw in Ipswich's left back position. 7.5 gone now.
The home fans always love that, don't they? Yeah. It's always a firm favourite. It's a lovely switch of play. Leif Davis is quite close to him, and I think that probably just takes his concentration away from his first touch. Oh, just booted the ball. The game has settled a bit, Matt. That opening exchange in the first 4 minutes was fast. But the rest prefers this type of game, doesn't he? Because it suits it. I think it suits Ipswich, doesn't it? The fact that there's more frenetic.
Yeah, you would have thought so. And Maresca, by the way, spent most of the pre-game sat in the dugout watching the warm-ups. Looked very cool, very relaxed about what was about to come. Here's Felix on the turn.
Twice he's lost it. Twice he's lost it now.
Not strong enough against O'Shea. No. He's a big lad, to be fair. And Kunku gets the touch to take it away from Burns. Everybody says it should be their throw. The decision goes Ipswich's way. Two managers within handshaking distance of one another on the dugout. Both games between them drawn last season between Ipswich and Leicester. Ipswich having come up from League One to the Premier League in successive seasons, the 12th team to do that. Now under a bit of pressure as Enzo Fernandez tried to win it back off Morsey, the skipper. Eventually again Walton smacking it upfield looking for Broadhead. Caicedo did well against him to win it.
Yeah, well they're stopping that ball going into Caicedo. I'm watching Hutchinson, I'm watching Delap, and they're making sure what they're doing, because Caicedo loves that half turn. We saw it, okay, it was with Lavrio against Manchester United on that day, but they're making sure that that pass into him,
near side, the right, Sami Morsey, the Egyptian, back to captain Ipswich tonight after missing the last game through picking up one too many yellow cards. There's a few out there who risk a suspension if they pick up a booking tonight. The man in the middle, John Brooks, all in black. The referee will have a keen eye on perhaps those as well, as long ball is played up to the halfway line again for Ipswich. Chelsea win it. Colwill just outside the centre circle, inside his own half to the near side touchline for Cucurella with that long brown hair that he's synonymous with. Back to Tosin Adarabayoyo, who's one of the two centre-backs for Chelsea tonight, midway inside his own half as he plays the ball forward though. Ipswich win it back, only temporarily. They've got themselves a throw in 10 yards inside the Chelsea half on the far side, 0-0.
Just watching this Chelsea midfield with Caicedo and Fernandez, they're the two that are charged primarily with sitting in front of this back four, protecting the back four. But actually tonight it's Caicedo out of the two who's the deeper one. And Fernandez has been given a little bit more of a free licence to go higher up the pitch. We're seeing him in behind and Cuckoo more in that number 10 role, if you like, when Chelsea are in possession.
Forward it goes, nice play, another ball won by Ipswich on the halfway line, and it's in towards Delap, who's on the stretch, goes round the goalkeeper, who gets a touch. Penalty to Ipswich Town. He got all of the player and none of the ball, and with the spotlights on the goalkeepers tonight, the first big error is made by Philip Jorgensen. Delap stretched out a long leg to take it round him on the edge of the 6-yard box and was tripped, and referee John Brooks points to the spot.
What a pass by Leif Davis. That is an incredible defence splitting pass by the left back. Puts it right into the path of Liam Delap. In fact, it wasn't right in the path. It looked like it was just a little bit too far. But Liam Delap does brilliantly well. He slides in and he gets there before the onrushing Jorgensen. Clearly gets a touch, gets there before the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's already committed. Watching the replay now, it will be the contact that they're looking at. The goalkeeper's absolutely adamant that he hasn't touched him, but the VAR official tonight, Michael Oliver, he will be looking to see if there's been any contact. He does so well, Delap. Gets there before the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's committed. He's mid-slide when he's coming out. So it just depends on whether he's actually made contact with Delap or not.
Well, VAR is checking. Michael Oliver, as Paul Robinson said, 0-0, 10 minutes. In a month's time, we'll hear this conversation.
Listen, if he's made contact, it's a penalty. The angles that we've seen at the moment, they're from behind the goalkeeper's body, so we can't see whether he's actually made contact with Delap. But it looks like at the moment, the way the players are gearing up, it looks like the penalty's going to be given.
Yeah, Liam Delap has placed the ball down on the 12-yard spot. Philip Jorgensen has had to take his place on the line. 6 goals for Liam Delap this season, and this could be a big one to give Ipswich, who are winless at home this campaign, the lead. Delap scores! It's right down into the bottom left-hand corner. Jorgensen got the right way, but Liam Delap gives Ipswich Town the lead. It's Ipswich 1, Chelsea 0.
I love that penalty. Absolutely love the way he took that penalty. So much confidence in himself. The goalkeeper guessed right. The goalkeeper went full length. We whipped it across him down to the goalkeeper's right-hand side, just inside the post, with pace, with power. Goalkeeper guessed right, but he had no chance. It's just a really well executed penalty. Excellent start for Ipswich.
A goal here and a goal at Villa Park for Chris Coles.
And a goal for Brighton. Villa 0, Brighton 1. Villa undone with a long ball over the top. João Pedro causes chaos. Simon Adingra takes control and places into the far corner. Aston Villa 0, Brighton 1.
Thanks, Chris. There's some atmosphere here now. There'll be an even better one, perhaps, at Ali Pali for James Gregg. Latest from the World Darts Championship.
Yep, Stephen Bunting flying, averaging in and around the 100 mark. The man from St Helens making light work of Luke Woodhouse. Another set to the good. The fact it's Snakebite and not Luke Humphreys might be pumping Bunting's tyres up a bit. He leads 3 sets to 0.
Jorgensen caught under pressure there, and Chelsea have won themselves a throw-in, but maybe that penalty decision, maybe Liam Delap scoring against him, has just unsettled the Dane a little bit.
Yeah, I think we've got an atmosphere to rival Ali Pali at the moment, haven't we? It's strange to understand Ipswich's home record with the way that the crowd have been tonight, the way that the team have started. Only 4 at home, only 4 points, drawn 5, lost 4.
Here come Ipswich again with Delap firing a shot from the right of the penalty area. It just fell nicely to him. Right hand side, almost on the half volley, swung it across goal. It couldn't find the back of the net. Ipswich are feeling the momentum here.
He fancies this tonight, Liam Delap, doesn't he? By the way, that was a brilliant save by Philip Jorgensen, who's at fault for the penalty, but it's on the angle. Delap takes him by surprise, smashes it across him on the half volley. It's a good height for the goalkeeper, but it's going right across him, right into the far right-hand corner. Puts his hand out, hits the top of his hand. It's a good save by Jorgensen. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
So Chelsea on the recovery here. They trail by a goal to 0. 13 minutes played at a lively Portman Road. Kieran McKenna patrols his technical area. Grey quilted overcoat on tonight with the black chinos and smart shoes on. Maresco's got his longer navy quilted coat on, but his tracksuit top and bottoms on underneath that. As Chelsea try and play a long flat ball down the middle. It's comfortably connected by Christian Walton, and an Ipswich side who haven't won in the Premier League at home since 2002. They haven't beaten Chelsea here since August 1993. They have the first goal of the game, and who knows how important that could be.
That's a bit of an unfair stat, isn't it? Not one since 2002. That's one of them you can dress a stat up to prove any point, isn't it? How many of those years were they in the Premier League? That's the thing, isn't it? But no, it's a fantastic start for Ipswich. As we said, the atmosphere before the game. The one thing that I've been impressed with, the risk of repeating myself, is the pressing. They've pressed high and they've gone man for man, and we've not seen many teams do that to Chelsea. Broadhead on the left, Amari Hutchinson on the right with Wes Burns, Sam Morsey sitting at the base of it, but they've gone man for man and they've gone really high on the press. It's been high intensity, but as I said, a couple of times they've been picked off, and can they keep it going through the duration of the game?
Well, they are a third of the way through the first half. 15 minutes played. Ipswich Town 1, Chelsea 0. A Liam Delap penalty. It's giving Kieran McKenna's side the lead in this final Premier League game for both of these sides in 2024. A memorable 2024 where Ipswich are concerned that got them promotion back to the big time. Back-to-back promotions, firstly from League One to the Championship, and then the step up again back in May, where they finished runners-up in the second tier of English football to Enzo Maresca's Leicester City in the summer. He swapped the blue of Leicester for the blue of Chelsea. Some would say it's worked. Ipswich trying to get one over on him tonight as they play a ball through Nathan Broadhead out to the left-hand side, looking for Leif Davis, who might have had an opportunity to then swing it into the box. They haven't. Chelsea have got it. Here's Levi Colwell in the penalty area.
Doesn't half look sharp tonight, Liam Delap. He really fancies this. I mean, he's causing a problem everywhere he goes. He won the ball back then, turnover possession for his team. As soon as he gets the ball, Amari Hutchinson's on his outside, plays a ball to the left, and he almost finds Leif Davis. They've got Madueke running the way that he doesn't want to run.
Enzo Fernandez inside the centre circle. Ipswich 1, Chelsea 0 on BBC Radio 5 Live, our final live commentary of 2024. As Chelsea try and go down the right-hand side, looking for the through ball to Noni Madueke, who was not there at all. And it goes behind for an Ipswich goal kick.
Last one of the year for us. Oh, it's gone quick, hasn't it? New Year's Eve tomorrow. Doing anything? Anything nice?
Just a quiet few drinks.
Oh,
sensible.
I'll do my usual. I'll moan when the fireworks wake me up.
Well, we had the fireworks here. You wouldn't have missed them. We had them here before kick-off. Ipswich turned on the show, and they are putting on a show for their fans so far. They lead by a goal to 0. Challenging header by Dar O'Shea, who scored against Chelsea last year for Burnley in a 2-2 draw, incidentally. Now the play it goes for a Chelsea throw 10 yards inside the Ipswich half on this near side.
trying to get a message onto the pitch there. Enzo Maresca picked the ball up, threw it back to Marc Cucurella, trying to get a little bit of urgency from his players, get the ball rotating quicker, get them behind that press that Ipswich are putting on.
Colwill just scans forward on the halfway line, but then realises there isn't really an outlet for him, so it goes back to Tosin Adarabioyo. And now it's Marc Cucurella on the left-hand side, the near for Chelsea. Back to Colwill on the midway point. Cucurella infield from the left uses Enzo Fernandez. Ipswich leading this one by a 1-0 as Chelsea look for their reply, but largely so far the only pressure Christian Walton's been under is when he's invited it on himself.
Yeah, they've defended okay at the moment. Ipswich kept Chelsea in front of them, which is the important thing. That's the message that Kieran McKenna will be saying to them. With Nkunku, who's got the pace to run in behind. João Felix on this left-hand side hasn't really come into the game yet. Madueke has been their only threat when they've had the ball.
João Felix to the left-hand side. There has been an early goal in the 8 o'clock kickoff in the Premier League at Old Trafford. Manchester United taking on Newcastle United. Maz Faruqi.
And what a start for the man in form. The header from Isak in the opening 4 minutes of this match. Newcastle lead here at Manchester United. Izzy Christensen. It's a great finish from a man full of confidence at the moment, Isak.
It's a wonderful bit of play from Newcastle. They just fizzed the ball through the midfield. We said that would be an issue at the start of the game. They fizz it out wide to Lewis Hall. He takes a touch, he crosses it, the cross takes a minor deflection, but Isak in beyond the captain for the night, Martinez, he just heads it into the back of the net beyond Onana. Brilliant start.
The away fans to our right, absolutely bouncing. What a start for Newcastle here. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 1.
Chelsea trying to come in down the right-hand side. Ball goes out of play before Noni Madueke can pull it back. Christian Walton captures. We've got the screen to our right-hand side that's got the tweet from the Premier League Match Centre on X. It says the referee's call of a penalty was on Jorgensen on Delap, which we knew. They checked and confirmed with VAR, who deemed there was sufficient contact, Paul Robinson.
Brilliant. So this new law that the referees are then, when we see that, the referee's going to read it out. So when the new VAR instruction comes in, all that we're going to learn is what the referees sound like.
Very true. I'm quite intrigued to see what some of them sound like.
It'd be nice to have a few interviews with them after games at time, wouldn't it?
Well, that's the other call, isn't it? Yeah. Can they step up after the game, perhaps?
Listen, it's a step in the right direction with the VAR. We're getting more and more the way that other sports use it. Rugby union especially, the interaction between the referee, the players and everyone in the stadium clearly knows what's going on and how they've reached the decision. We're not getting there yet, but it's a step in the right direction.
Chelsea trying to get there in terms of going goal bound, and Nkunku trips on the edge of the D as he flicked the ball to his right-hand side for Cole Palmer, and that's given Chelsea a free kick. 25 yards from goal, central position, most certainly a dangerous opportunity.
Really dangerous position. Does well Nkunku, who's got his back to goal. First touch, turns, looks to get into the box, gets caught. And it's a position, it's 5-6 yards outside the box, slightly to the left-hand side, slightly off-centre. We quite often say it's too close. This isn't too close and it's not too far. Enzo Fernandez is looking over this, he's looking interested, as is Cole Palmer there in his bright orange boots.
They've definitely shifted that ball back a yard or so and slightly to the left to give them that slightly advantageous angle. Either Enzo Fernandez with number 8 on his back, or Cole Palmer in the cream-white shirts of Chelsea, who trailed by a 0 20 minutes played at Portman Road, a Chelsea side that have only lost 3 times away from home in 2024. 2 of those came at Anfield and the other one at the Emirates. Tough places to go, and Ipswich Town, who've not made Portman Road a fortress in the Premier League, are trying to keep Chelsea out here. 1 of 3 for this free kick. It looks like Cole Palmer. It's taken quickly to Enzo Fernandez, then Palmer off the post, and then it rebounds, and it needs Walton with a double save. It was Nkunku looking to pounce at the second attempt. Chelsea almost caught Ipswich unawares there, and Cole Palmer, left-footed strike, quick 1-2 with Enzo Fernandez. Hits the base of the left-hand frame, bounces out, and Nkunku sliding in, and Walton saves the ball pretty much back in his own direction.
It's a brilliantly worked free kick between Fernandez and Cole Palmer. Goalkeeper's got his wall wrong. There is no way in the world that Cole Palmer should be allowed to end the ball round that side of the goalkeeper's wall. It should be further over. It's a lovely worked free kick into Fernandez really quickly. Cole Palmer, it goes around the wall at waist height, hits the goalkeeper's near post. The goalkeeper's scrambling after it. Fortunately for him, the rebound falls straight into his arms.
So Ipswich still lead by a 0, but Chelsea have just hit the frame of the goal, and certainly the closest they've come.
He got his wall all wrong there, Christian Walton. We're sat directly in line with where the free kick was, and he gave Cole Palmer too much space. I know they moved the ball 2 yards by playing the 1-2, but still as a goalkeeper you put a man that's level with a post and another one outside that position to stop somebody doing exactly what Cole Palmer's just done there.
Goalkeepers under the spotlight tonight. If you missed the team news before kick-off, both managers, Kieran McKenna and Enzo Maresco, changed their goalkeepers from the previous game. So Ipswich lead here by 1-0, and it's Chelsea's goalkeeper that gave away the penalty that Liam Delap scored from at the midway point of the first half. Let's check in at Villa Park, where Brighton were ahead the last we heard, Chris Coles.
And they still are with 23 minutes played. Villa 0, Brighton 1. Villa have lost their centre-back Pau Torres. He limped off the field with what looked like a bad ankle injury. Very carefully helped down the tunnel. Tyrone Mings on in his place. 23 minutes in, Villa 0, Brighton 1.
Ipswich win a free kick midway inside their own half with Liam Delap pulled... midway inside the Chelsea half with Liam Delap pulled back. Let's check back in at the darts first result of the evening session. James Gregg.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. The Bullet has fired himself through to the quarter-finals of the World Darts Championship. It does not get more comprehensive than what we've just seen from Stephen Bunting. 4-0, averaging a shade under 100, picking the doubles out with ease. He's got Peter Wright in the last 8. And up next, Jeff de Graaf, the man who knocked out Gary Anderson, against Michael van Gerwen.
Thanks, James. Palmer swings it in from the right-hand side all the way through and into the roof of the net by João Felix. Back in the starting 11 for Chelsea this evening. Lovely delivery in by Cole Palmer. Who else, where Chelsea are concerned with goals this season? But Felix from close range gets the touch. The ball flies up onto the roof of the net, and Chelsea do have their equaliser. Ipswich 1, Chelsea 1.
He's looking nervously across at the linesman, João Felix, when this goes in, and rightly he may do as well. Looking at the replay now, it's going to be very, very tight. It looks to me like he's just straight offside. It's a beautiful move again by Chelsea. Madueke this time breaking through the middle of the park. Cole Palmer runs into Madueke's position on the right-hand side, doesn't even think, cuts back on his left foot, and he swings the most beautiful ball across the Ipswich Town box. Far post, João Felix, he shouldn't be offside because he's looking across the line. I think he's going to be offside, but he shouldn't be. He can't be. He's looking across the line. If he's straight offside, Enzo Maresca will be going absolutely apoplectic at him because he's looking across the line. It's a beautiful ball by Cole Palmer, and it's a lovely finish, but I think he's offside, Mike.
Well, again, in the Carabao Cup semi-finals, we'll hear this conversation between the referee and the officials. It'll be played across the stadiums as we wait for John Brooks to get the signal one way or the other from Michael Oliver. It is João Felix on the left of the penalty area. The ball floated in from the right by Cole Palmer. The question is there an Ipswich Town defender who's got his elbow raised? Is that playing João Felix onside?
Well, to give you a picture of what we're seeing a picture that to the naked eye it looks like he's half a body offside, but actually now we're seeing Michael Oliver in the VAR hub. He's looking at it. They're going to put the lines in it. We've not seen the lines yet. We've got a view of Enzo Maresca sat on the dugout below us. How dugouts have changed. Every seat's got an iPad in front of it. The whole staff, they're all sat there making their own decisions. To the naked eye, you're looking at it going, he's offside. But actually the length of time that this decision's taken tells you how close it is.
There will be lines of fractional margins being drawn. The freeze frame of Cole Palmer, 25 yards from goal, coming in from the right-hand side. Left-footed delivery is the stop-motion picture that we get to see. Currently the angles from behind the goal, I mean, in terms of line in play, that's not going to tell us anything, but whatever Michael Oliver's discussion is at the moment, that's the picture he wants to see.
It's gone strangely quiet, hasn't it, inside here? Both managers stood there. Enzo Maresca talking to the fourth official.
There'll be the classic debate, won't there? If it's taking this long, the decision should stand.
It's going to be very, very close. I mean, we've not seen the lines yet, have we? There you go. No goal.
John Brooks signals, drawing an imaginary line across the pitch to indicate offside, and it's Ipswich fans who cheer louder now because João Felix's goal from close range is chalked off, and it means after 26 minutes Ipswich 1, Chelsea 0.
He did look offside. I mean, it was very, very close, and as you can see, the length of time it took, it did look offside to the naked eye, but that's just a warning for Ipswich because it was such a good move. Madueke into Cole Palmer. Within 2 passes he was putting the ball across the box straight into the path of João Felix, and as I said in the analysis, he shouldn't be offside. He's at the back post, he's looking all the way across the line of defenders. There's 4 Ipswich defenders there. He should not be offside.
Hutchinson's gone really late on Cucurella on this near side touchline. The Chelsea left back, midway inside his own half, is curled up in a ball. And decisions here for the linesman, who's right in front of it to think about. And whilst Cucurella receives his treatment, we will head to Old Trafford. Manchester United, Newcastle United, watched by Maz Faruqi.
And Newcastle, since they scored, seeing much of the better of the game at the moment here. Isak still getting forward, Hall as well, and Gordon as well. At the moment, Izzy Christensen, Gordon just puts it wide. Manchester United at 6s and 7s.
I couldn't put it better myself, Maz. They look lost out there. Newcastle completely dominant. Tonali in the midfield for Newcastle. He has got time and space. Every single time he gets on the ball, he's just looking to fizz passes out wide to Gordon, who's been excellent. He's got the better of Mazraoui on this left-hand side for Newcastle, but it's just crosses into the box from Newcastle. United dropping off defending, chance after chance so far for Newcastle.
All the noise coming from the Geordies to our right at the moment. 14 minutes played here. That Alexander Isak goal, that header in the early stages, the different. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 1.
It's a Newcastle side that have won their last 4 as well under Eddie Howe. Positive start for them. Manchester United, 5 defeats in their last 7 prior to tonight. 1-0 Ipswich here though. Another defeat over the Christmas period as it stands for Chelsea, who lost to Fulham on Boxing Day. The away side in possession at the moment, into the centre circle with Tosin Adara-Bayoyo, who is one of the only Chelsea players out there with a history of playing Ipswich. In his West Brom loan days when he was at Manchester City, he played Ipswich twice, won 1, including 1 here at Portman Road, and drew the other. But with such a long gap between these two sides having last faced each other, not only in the league but also in the FA Cup, that was back in 2011. Chelsea won 7-0 that day. There are very few that can claim a connection between both sides. Here come Chelsea down the right hand side. Oli Madueke's got round the back of his man. He's into the penalty area here, edge of the D, lays it back, shot from João Felix, classes into a defender, then Cucurella left footed hammers it wide of the right hand post. It was Luke Wolfenden, the man downed in the penalty area with the initial shot from João Felix. Ball then fell to Cucurella, but he couldn't steer it on target. 1-0 Ipswich.
Madueke again down that right hand side, but what a pass by Enzo Fernandez. It's a beautiful ball in behind the fullback. Madueke makes his run to the right hand side. You think for all the world he's going to go on the outside. He gets eye contact with Fernandez. Fernandez slips the ball inside the fullback. Madueke times his run perfectly, comes to the edge of the box, lays it across to João Felix, smashes his shot straight at Wolfenden, comes out to Cucurella, takes it on the half volley, harmlessly wide from Cucurella, but again another sweep and move by this Chelsea team.
Yeah, smacked Wolfenden clean in the head, that initial shot from João Felix. Wolfenden was behind another defender, I think he saw it late. He's then headed it back to his goalkeeper now, in Christian Walton, who goes long. Liam Delap with a heavy chest control. There's a stooping Axel Disasi there, but Ipswich have the ball on the far side touchline. Their left, played back to Jacob Greaves with his long brown hair tied back with a Alice band. It's another long clearance from Christian Walton away from his 18-yard box, away to our left-hand side. Ipswich the home side, left to right in the opening 45 minutes. We've had half an hour of that. Here's Levi Colwill for Chelsea just outside the centre circle in his own half.
You do feel that Chelsea are growing into this game as well as Ipswich started. We questioned whether they'd be able to keep up that intensity. Listen, they're playing against a good Chelsea side who are going to have spells in the game of dominance like this, but Ipswich struggling to get the ball.
João Felix midway inside the Ipswich half, just pulls over to the left hand side slightly. Cucurella stands by the touchline, getting the boost for a feigned injury a little bit early. You were having none of it, Paul Robinson?
No, rightly so as well. Booing him rightly so. I mean, Hutchinson, he went to win the ball. Cucurella jumped in the air like he caught a really bad one off Hutchinson. You watch the replay, he was nowhere near him.
Chelsea forward, Felix tries to flick it round the outside of Dara O'Shea.
No, that one he
yellow card.
No, that one he was near him. That was quite a tough tackle by O'Shea on João Felix. Real clever play by João Felix. As soon as it comes into him, just turns it round the corner. O'Shea comes clattered into him and picks up the booking.
Yeah, that was late from the Irishman. Felix, clever, knew where the pressure was coming from, quickly disposed of the ball. as O'Shea disposed of his man. Enzo Maresca here having a conversation with...
He's on the pitch.
He is on the pitch. And the fourth official has just come over to remind him of his boundaries in the technical area. Darren Bond having a word with Levi Colwill. That's from the school of Pep Guardiola. I've seen Pep do that before.
Absolutely, yeah.
Enzo Maresca, who was the assistant to Pep Guardiola for a year or two at Manchester City. He was also the academy manager at Manchester City and had Liam Delap as a player. And this week has said the Ipswich forward is going to be of use to England. Right now, at the other end, it's a Chelsea free kick, which Palmer left-footed swings in, headed away out to the far side by Jens Kayuste, and it's gone out for a Chelsea throw, level with the corner of the penalty area, out on the far side. Ipswich still leading this one by a 1-0.
A surprisingly poor delivery, a rare poor delivery, a collector's item from Cole Palmer. Opportunity to put the ball in the box, but he didn't.
5 Live Sport live from Portman Road. As Felix goes in for the challenge, and then Sammy Morsey emerges with the ball. Seemed a bit 50-50, and I get why Ipswich fans aren't happy with that. There's been a second goal at Old Trafford. Maz Faruqi.
Another header, another goal for Newcastle. Joe Linton this time with the finish, past Andre Onana. Great cross on the left from Newcastle, and it's gone from bad to worse for Manchester United. Izzy Christensen.
Yeah, it's deja vu again. Across from the left-hand side, worked through midfield, through the thirds by Newcastle again. I'm going to say it. Casemiro and Eriksen are having a torrid time in that midfield. They're just playing through them 1-2s. It's like a training session. And Gordon just works it wide, gets one-on-one with Mazraoui, cuts onto his right, fizzes it into a really good area. And Joe Linton, the power as he arrives in, he just tumbles over Martinez and heads it into the back of the net. It's another brilliant goal for Newcastle, and so poor from United.
And another instance where Gordon has got the better of Mazraoui, and Ruben Amorim is just shaking his head as he stalks his technical area. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 2, only 20 minutes played.
Maz, thank you. That might be a topic for Maz tomorrow. She's with you 7 till 8 on 5 Live Sport, along with Nigel Reo-Coker and Don Hutchinson, to reflect on the latest Premier League games and results, plus a look ahead to 2025, with it being New Year's Eve. Our next live commentary from the Premier League is on New Year's Day, 5:15 kick-off. Brentford against Arsenal in West London. Colwill, left-footed, swings it in, and it catches Madueke, who was just, I think, if anything, trying to keep it in play. Oh, Ipswich's clearance is poor. It's Caicedo, flashed with the left foot, edge of the penalty area. It was always looking to bend high and wide, and Ipswich survive another scare of their own doing.
It's coming, isn't it? You just get the feeling that Chelsea, they keep knocking at the door. They've had that goal disallowed. They're moving the ball across the midfield really quickly, really well. Ipswich is suffering at the moment. Ball across to the far post, and actually Jacob Greaves does really well just by sliding in. He inadvertently puts off Madueke. Ball comes to Caicedo on the edge of the box, gets his shot wrong, slices it. But Chelsea dominating at the moment. Ipswich are going through a spell in the game where they're having to suffer.
10 minutes to half time. Ipswich trying to double their lead, come down the left hand side. Amari Hutchinson can't keep it in play. The ball was always bending away from him as it ran down the white paint. We have a penalty at Villa Park for Chris Coles.
Penalty for Villa, opportunity to equalise. Ollie Watkins standing over it, back in the team and back in the goals. Into the bottom right-hand corner, pressure penalty from Watkins, and he took it really well. Aston Villa 1, Brighton 1.
7 goals in his last 8 games against Brighton for Ollie Watkins. No John Duran tonight. He was serving a 3-match suspension for a questionable red card he picked up at Newcastle on Boxing Day.
You were there, was it? Was it questionable? You were there?
I can see why the red was given.
What did Pat think?
Pat Nevin thought otherwise. Players Union. Here comes João Felix for Chelsea, trying to get level. Low right-footed shot, looking for the bottom corner, but it was a comfortable save in the end for Christian Walton.
Weak by João Felix at the edge of the box. Space opens up for him. Just see him, he opens his body up, looks to curl it into the bottom left-hand corner. Easy save for the goalkeeper, but again, another attempt on target from Chelsea.
Palmer to Felix that time on the assist. Good link up between those two in this first half. It's another lofted ball away by Christian Walton that just drops to Marc Cucurella, although with the boos from the Ipswich Town fans, I don't think you need me to tell you who controlled the ball for Chelsea. 36 minutes played. It is Liam Delap's penalty that still separates these two sides on 5 Live Sport. Felix trying to get down the middle. Sliding interception comes from Sammy Morsey, pushes it out towards this near side. It's hurried a little bit by Ipswich Town, but emerging with it from the edge of the centre circle is Nathan Broadhead. Options to his left. One of them is Liam Delap, who just tries to get it out of his body, and then a miscommunication between him and Leif Davis. He thought the left back was coming behind him to get a better run on the ball, and it's allowed Chelsea in to clear it away.
Does really well, Amari Hutchinson there in the midfield. And Liam Delap, he times his run, he pulls away from his centre half, looking to pull out to that left hand side, but inadvertently goes straight into Leif Davis' space.
Chelsea instantly try and get the ball up the other end of the pitch to find their equaliser. 1-0 down. Levi Colwill, left-footed, short pass out towards the near side. Cucurella instantly back to Colwill again. Here's Caicedo, one of 2 Chelsea players to have played and started every game in the Premier League this season. Cole Palmer the other, who stands just ahead of him to his right-hand side. Enzo Fernandez out towards the far side touchline. Here's Noni Madueke. Left-footed cross that is headed down and away by Jacob Greaves, one of the big summer signings for Ipswich Town in the heart of that defence. Now Tosin, Adara Bioyo, back to Levi Colwill. Hutchinson, the ex-Chelsea player, goes to close him down. Now here's Mark Cucurella. Caicedo just emerging into a little bit of space onto the edge of the penalty area. João Felix takes over, looking for the layoff that never quite came. Good pressurising defending from Ipswich, who are trying to break away with Nathan Broadhead, who sends one over the top. Looking for Liam Delap, who's all on his own. Right corner of the penalty area. Needs support. Might go alone, Liam Delap. Fires it in at the near post, and it is palmed behind and around and away for a corner by Philip Jorgensen.
That's another good save by the Chelsea goalkeeper. But Ipswich this time turned defence into attack very, very quickly. Turnover of possession. Broadhead, I think it is, puts a ball over the top to Liam Delap. And as you said, Mike, he's all on his own. He's got no options. The only option he's got is to run into that Chelsea 18-yard box, try and get a shot. And does he do that? And doesn't he do it well on the angle? Smashes it in Jorgensen's near post. Puts a solid left hand on it. Ipswich get a corner and a little bit of respite.
It's been a while since the ball was at this end of the field for Ipswich Town. Away to our right-hand side in front of the Sir Alf Ramsey 2-tiered stand. Corner prepared to be taken by Leif Davis, so expect a left-footed in-swinging delivery. In at the near post, and it goes. Flicked on header. Then the second shot comes from Dara O'Shea. Players go down in the box. It's a push from Jacob Greaves on Moises Caicedo, and it's going to be a Chelsea free kick.
It was a really poor corner that turned out to be really nearly very good. Leif Davis didn't get any air on it. It came in just above knee height, but Nathan Broadhead at the near post somehow managed to almost lay on the floor and get a flick on off the floor, and it went across the Chelsea 6-yard box. Nearly caused them a problem.
Into the 40th minute of the game. Ipswich Town 1, Chelsea 0 in the Premier League. Elsewhere, Aston Villa 1-1 with Brighton at Villa Park. Manchester United 2 goals down at home to Newcastle. Chelsea here have a throw in. Mark Cucurella at the heart of a little bit of controversy once again, throwing 15 yards inside Chelsea's own half, all in that creamy white colour. And Chelsea players this evening, their change stripped from their usual blue, and they are right to left in the closing stages of the first 45 minutes. Here's Enzo Fernandez just away from the edge of the centre circle. It's then stroked across that middle part of the pitch, and Cole Palmer has a look forward, but instead flicks it to his left-hand side for Levi Colwill. A couple of 1-2s between him and Enzo Fernandez, who gets the call that he can turn to look forward. Instead plays it back to Tosin Adara Bioyo, back to Enzo Fernandez in the middle of the Ipswich half. Left-hand side for Levi Colwill. He's got Mark Cucurella further over. He's level with the left corner of the 18-yard box. And Kunku, who's dropped deep to help this little passage of play, means he's taken away from the penalty area for now. Madueke, half a step over from him, laid back to Disasi. He's getting more game time in the Conference League than the Premier League this season, perhaps. He's cross in, headed away by Jacob Greaves. It's back towards the centre circle for Tosin Adara Bioyo. Good pressure from Liam Delap, forced him back to Jorgensen.
It's a little bit pedestrian-like at times for Chelsea. They're that comfortable in possession. Nobody wants to be that one that makes the final decision to put the ball at risk, to try and play that killer pass that breaks the defence. So the possession's been too easy at times for them.
Space here for João Felix. It opens up, closed down as he runs centrally. Here's Cucurella on the left-hand side. It's another pull across. It is laid back for the shot of Enzo Fernandez, almost on the penalty spot. Ipswich throw bodies at it. Claim that in the end Jacob Greaves was downed, and he was. Referee John Brooks agrees it's going to be an Ipswich free kick inside their own penalty area.
It's a brilliant touch in the middle of the box there from a Chelsea striker. It was Madueke and Nkunku. Just looking at the replay, Mark Cucurella fires it across the box. and it's Nkunku. He's got such good awareness. He just opens his body up. He's got his back to goal almost. Turns around and he lays it with the softest of touches into Enzo Fernandez's path. His shot gets blocked in the end. Such a good touch in the penalty box.
Enzo Fernandez wasn't having that foul, despite what John Brooks thinks and what was awarded. 3 minutes to half-time. Ipswich Town 1, Chelsea 0, plus what's ever added on by the officials. Not too many stoppages in terms of injuries, but we've had a couple of VAR checks. One for the penalty of which Ipswich Town scored from, and one that ruled out a João Felix goal. Header from the near side touchline from Wes Burns. It's a Chelsea player, goes out of play for an Ipswich Town throw-in. Burns tried to gain a few vital yards down the touchline. He's since given up on that idea and allows Dara O'Shea to take control. Enzo Maresca, hands in pockets. 1-1, both games finished between McKenna and Maresca last year. Ipswich Town scored late in both of those games. It is Chelsea and Maresca now chasing an equaliser in this very fixture. Back to Adara Bioyo on the edge of his own penalty area, central position for the Chelsea centre-back, the former Manchester City player. Plays a 1-2, gets it back, just guides the ball so calmly past Liam Delap, who started a mini press. Cole Palmer's tracked back into his own half to try and help Chelsea get something before the break.
They want the half-time whistle, Ipswich. Kieran McKenna's in the edge of his technical area here, trying to get messages onto the pitch. Some game management and the throw-in trying to take a little bit of time. Entering the 44th minute, it's vital importance for Ipswich to get to half-time with a clean sheet intact, and that's the message he's trying to get onto his players now.
Less than 2 minutes to survive of normal time at the end of this first half for Ipswich, who lead by a 0-0, an Ipswich side that haven't won at home all season. Only 4 times has there been longer winless runs from the start of a season at home for a Premier League side. Sunderland way out in front, 18. They only won their final game of the season at home, which is remarkable. Crystal Palace managed 17, West Ham 12, Brighton 10. They're all longer records than Ipswich, who tonight are playing their 10th home Premier League game of the season. Long ball by Chelsea down the middle. Noni Madueke tries to watch it drop over his shoulder. Ipswich between Davis and Greaves mop it up. Marshall Madueke out the game. The ball runs over for a goal kick. Of those teams, Sunderland, Palace, West Ham and Brighton, with those long winless home records, only Brighton have survived. Ipswich know they're going to have to start picking up points from home if they want Premier League survival.
And it doesn't get any easier for them, does it? I mean, every game in the Premier League we know is difficult, but 8 of the next league opponents are chasing either the title or the top 4. Only Southampton in the next 8 games are not in the top echelons of the table. So for the way that they played at Arsenal and the way that they've started the game tonight, there's a lot of positives that you can take into those difficult fixtures.
Certainly is. Who are you having in the title race, by the way?
It's Liverpool's to lose, isn't it? Surely at the moment. I mean, you're not ruling out Chelsea the way that they're playing. I mean, they're not, obviously they're losing here tonight, but they're not going away, and I think Arsenal will come back into it as well.
Chelsea 10 points behind Liverpool before the start of play tonight. Long ball over the top, looking for Hutchinson, and coming in as well was Liam Delap. Nothing given by the referee. And what's given by the fourth official is 5 minutes of added time.
Just clumsy that by Caldwell, I think. Liam Delap again. He's an ever-willing runner. Gets in behind. It was just a clumsy challenge by Caldwell.
Intercepted, or was it? No, not in the end by Jens Kajuste. Never had the ball under control. Chelsea coming forward. We're going to Old Trafford in a minute. Here's Fernandez into João Felix. The square layoff for Cole Palmer. Needs a palm at the goalkeeper, Christian Walton, over the top. That's a big save for the Ipswich Town goalkeeper.
That's a massive save as we enter stoppage time at the end of the first half. Cole Palmer wins possession for his team in the midfield. Couple of passes interchanged. João Felix lays it back to Cole Palmer on the edge of the box. It's a beautiful pass into Cole Palmer. Takes it first time with his left instep. Goalkeeper Walton dives to his right with his top left hand, tips it onto the crossbar, makes a vital save.
So important for Ipswich if they're to hold on and go into the break 1-0 up. Christian Walton, his first Premier League game since the opening one of the season at home to Liverpool. Back in the side, replacing Harry Muric, and he's perhaps proven why with that save. There's a little tussle in the penalty area before the corner. So the referee's got a little bit of sorting out to do here.
I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, I hate doing it, but so often when you're a goalkeeper and you make a save like that, do they score from the resulting corner? It's absolutely heartbreaking. That was a good save by the goalkeeper. That'll do him the world of good. Good top-handed save. There's a lot of discussion whether it was you go with the right hand, but actually if you go with the top hand, you're able to propel yourself a little bit more, get more height on it. Really important save by Christian Walton.
Disassi and Burns that have the little coming together. Just seen a replay of that. Long wait here for Christian Walton, who stands with his feet planted on the ground a yard outside his goal line in the middle of the 6-yard box. It's a deep corner with a header that's headed back centrally, and then the flag goes up on the far side anyway to give Ipswich Town a free kick. It was a corner that swung all the way past the back post onto the byline, and in the aftermath the flag's gone up.
It did, it just went straight out, Mike, as you say. Enzo Fernandez on this left-hand side, right-footed in-swinger, goes up and over everybody. He was aiming for Nkunku at the far post. It just surpassed everybody and went out for a goal kick.
The official on that far side had a clear vision of it. Let's head to Old Trafford, shall we? Latest on perhaps another shot for Manchester United, Mas Faruqi.
Best opportunity by some distance in the last few seconds for Højlund. The shot from the left of the area, just bobbling wide of the right post across the face of goal. But Newcastle getting forward again a couple of minutes ago. Tonali hit the left post. Isak had the ball in the back of the net but was offside. The flag was raised after his shot from a tight angle from the left. But this Manchester United performance is summed up with the fact that Ruben Amorim has made a substitution half an hour in. Kobbie Mainoo on for Xerxes.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, a lot, and Ruben Amorim is not a happy man at all. And I did start to wonder whether he would be emotional enough to make a change, because he could have taken any one of Xerxes, Casemiro or Eriksen off. He opted for Xerxes. Xerxes took his coat off the bench and he just walked straight down the tunnel. An interesting reception from the fans, to say the least.
Newcastle in complete control, in truth. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 2, 10 minutes to go to half-time.
Thanks, Maz. Thanks, Izzy. Plenty more to come at half-time of this game. Your 5 Live commentary. Final one of 2024. Ipswich 1, Chelsea 0. 5 minutes of added time was shown. We've had 3.5 of those. Here's Colwill for Chelsea, who, if they score now, will just shatter Ipswich's hearts. They've defended largely well, and with sloppy play like that from Chelsea, they'll be happy to take that all day long. They'll take their time over this goal kick as a result of that poor pass from the visitors. Let's go back to Villa Park. Chris Coles.
We'll see your 5 minutes, Mike, and raise you 12 minutes of added on time at the end of this first half. João Pedro's cut took a good 5 minutes to sort. Pau Torres' injury likewise, and we've had 2 very lengthy VAR checks. So 49 minutes, but we're going to be playing to 57. Villa 1, Brighton 1.
Settling, Chris. You may as well spend New Year in Birmingham at that rate, I think.
He's earning his money tonight, Colesy.
Is João Felix for Chelsea. Ball flew up into the air from Enzo Fernandez as he caught Jens Kajuste in the aftermath of that. Ipswich hack it long down the middle. Delap will chase. Adara Bioyo's got a decision to make here. It's a little cushion back to his goalkeeper in Jorgensen, and he just pushes it out towards this near side for Levi Colwill.
He's a nuisance, Liam Delap, a real nuisance. Constantly running. He's got a great engine. Puts himself in positions where he just annoys centre-halves. Gets on the shoulder and he's always there.
Chelsea down the right, the far side. Ipswich have collected that with Jens Kajuste, then tries to send it back towards the halfway line. Another miscommunication involving Leif Davis has led Chelsea to get the ball back. Is there one final push from them as we hit the 5 minute mark of added time that we were shown? It is only a minimum. There might be one last chance. Palmer, Enzo Fernandez scooping, ball in towards João Felix's header is way off target, and the half-time whistle goes. And it is Ipswich Town who take the lead at the break. They haven't won at home all season, but they're in front after the first 45 minutes. The penalty of Liam Delap dispatched into the bottom left-hand corner. VAR, in a day where it's made headlines to what's to come in the new year, centre of attention in this first half as well. Initially allowing the penalty of Liam Delap with the foul from the Chelsea goalkeeper Philip Jorgensen, and then later has ruled out a goal by João Felix, who just advanced of the defence a little too soon. It means at the break, it is Ipswich 1, Chelsea 0. They may have held on at the end, but that's going to be a real positive half-time team talk from Kieran McKenna.
I think both managers will be pleased, Mike, the way that their teams have played in this first half. Kieran McKenna especially, where his team started, the energy, the high press, the willing runningness of Liam Delap. Amari Hutchinson and Wes Burns down the right-hand side, they've caused problems, but as the game's gone, Chelsea have grown into this game, and you just had a feeling they started taking over. You look at the possession, Chelsea have dominated the possession, they've dominated the opportunities, and going forward, Madueke's been a real threat. There's definitely more goals to come from an Ipswich Town point of view. It's going to be a long second half if it ends the way the first did.
So Ipswich Town, the Tractor Boys, lead at the break. They just need to plough on in the second half, Kelly.
Thank you very much for that, Mike Mine and Paul Robinson, with jokes they got out at Christmas Cracker on 5 Live for you this evening. Let's head to Old Trafford, where Maz Faruqi and Izzy Christensen are watching Manchester United and Newcastle.
And 38 minutes played here, still Manchester United 0, Newcastle United 2. The two-headed goals from first Isak in the opening minutes, and then Joel Linton. And the body language of Ruben Amorim tells us everything you need to know about this Manchester United performance so far in this match. He's pacing his technical error. He's trying to yell instructions to his players. That chance for Højlund, by far and away, by some distance, the best opportunity they've had to try and get a goal. Newcastle so on top, seeing so much of the ball going forward, and Manchester United with no answers at the moment. 6 minutes or so to half-time, Newcastle still lead 2-0.
Maz, thank you very much. Izzy, Amorim has tried to shore things up by taking off Xerxes, bringing on Mainu. Has it made much difference in the last few minutes?
Well, what it's done is Christian Eriksen's gone higher into that Xerxes position, where he must have lost the ball every time he got it. And he when he got substituted, Xerxes, he put a coat on, he went to the bench, but then he walked back down the tunnel. And you know, for those that know at Old Trafford, it's a long walk down to the tunnel in front of all the fans. He then re-emerged, so he came back out, and whether he just had a little moment to himself, because as a player that is not easy to be substituted in the first half. But Newcastle have been absolutely rampant. They've been all over them, and United's best player's been Ahmad, and even he's been off the pace. So it says a lot about the intensity that Newcastle are putting Manchester United under at the moment.
And Izzy, I think you called this early on. You talked about the balance of the two midfields. We know how strong and how energetic Newcastle are.
Yeah, and Joe Linton, Tonali and Guimaraes, they've probably not come out of third gear yet in a 5 or 6 gear car even. That's how overpowering they've been, and I think it says everything that Amorim has had to address that in the first half by putting Kobbie Mainu in there alongside Casemiro, who's been really raceful in possession. As I say that, I have no idea what he's just done, but he's just skied the ball into the fans behind the goal. No idea, not a cross-field pass, not a shot. It was nothing, absolutely nothing, and I think that summarises this first half for United.
Izzy and Maz, for now, thank you very much. That game kicked off at 8 o'clock at Old Trafford, so still 5 minutes or so to go in that game, with Newcastle leading by 2-0. Already half-time at Portman Road, back there for the second half for Ipswich Chelsea. Ipswich leading by 1-0. 12 minutes of added time at the end of the first half at Villa Park. Chris Coles is watching Villa Brighton.
So we still have, Kelly, 2 minutes of the first half to play. Villa 1, Brighton 1. A Dingdra putting Brighton in front. Watkins equalising from the penalty spot. Villa have been the better side in the last 10-15 minutes. They've had a couple of decent opportunities. An Ollie Watkins header easily saved by Verbruggen, and they've just forced a late first half corner as well. Villa 1, Brighton 1, with a couple of minutes of stoppage time to play.
And we'll let you know when the half-time whistle goes in that one. Plus, we'll be back at Portman Road for this second half, and we'll bring you up to date with everything that's happening at Ali Pali this evening after the BBC News with Stuart Clarkson.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Kelly, thank you. Good evening. Edinburgh has called off its Hogmanay celebrations for tonight and tomorrow. Organisers say high winds and wet weather means the street party, concert and midnight fireworks tomorrow can't go ahead. There's an amber alert for rain in place for parts of Scotland from tomorrow, with storms expected to spread to the rest of the UK throughout the rest of the week. 5 people have been charged over the death of Liam Payne in Argentina. The 31-year-old died in October after falling from the balcony of a hotel in Buenos Aires. The judge overseeing
and Joel Linton finished. You just mentioned them as there was that gift given to them towards the end of that first half by Fabian Schär, that mistake. And I think that Kobbie Mainoo started to drive. He slipped in Casemiro, and I don't think Casemiro expected the ball, and it just left this massive groan around the stadium because that was a lifeline and they didn't take it.
Yeah, a reminder, Mainoo came on half an hour into this match, replacing Xerxes. Amarin forced into changes in the first half because Newcastle have been well on top. The camera was trained on Marcus Rashford, just doing some stretches in first half stoppage time. Back in the matchday squad for Manchester United tonight. I wonder if we will see him at some point in the second half, because it can't get much worse, to be honest, for the home side here. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 2 at half-time.
Maz Faruqi and Izzy Christiansen will keep us up to date with everything that happens in the second half of that game. It was an 8 o'clock kickoff. It was a 7:45 kickoff at Villa Park, but they played 12 minutes of added time at the end of it, so there'll be a little while before the second half gets underway there. It's Villa 1, Brighton 1 at half-time. Chris Coles is across all of that for us. And at Portman Road, where Ipswich are currently leading Chelsea by a 1-0, but they've been holding Chelsea off for much of that first half. Taking you through the second half, Paul Robinson and Mike Miney.
Thanks, Kelly. Fans just filtering in, ready for the second half. Plenty of hot drinks being taken on board at half-time. It is a mild night, really, in Suffolk, but still that little chill in the air. A clear night, good conditions for a game of football, the last of 2024 for both of these two. We're back underway for the second half. I'll run you through the two teams when we get chance. Ipswich in their blue shirts, white shorts and blue socks are now right to left attacking the Sir Bobby Robson stand in this second 45 minutes. Chelsea in their creamy white away kit, shirts, shorts and socks to match, are from left to right attacking the Sir Alf Ramsey stand away to our right hand side. Their fans huddle in the slightly squashed, it seems, stand that runs the full length of the pitch on the far side. Very short first tier of only 6 or 7 rows, and a bigger second tier with the corrugated metal roof. Here come Chelsea with Enzo Fernandez to the back post, headed by João Felix, cleared inside the 6-yard box, comes to Disasi. He doesn't fancy the shot. Palmer will, trying to squeeze it past 3 Ipswich Town players on the edge of the box, which includes Sam Morsey, who eventually is able to clear it away and out towards the far side. Welcome back, Paul Robinson, as well.
Great pitch awareness there by Wes Burns. He's been playing as an attacking right-sided player, but he smelt the danger there. Madueke on the right-hand side plays Enzo Fernandez in, who in turn lifts it to the far post. João Felix has got a free header, but Wes Burns positions himself on the line, heads it away, clears what would have been a sure goal off the goal line.
Back in the starting 11 tonight, Wes Burns, the 30-year-old Welshman. Here come Chelsea again. It might be attack versus defence in the second half. We've played 2.5 minutes of it. Ipswich with a back 5 strung out across their 18-yard box for now.
Yeah, they started the 4. The whole first half they played with a 4, but initially now they've started this second half. Wes Burns has dropped in. They're allowing Chelsea possession, comfortable possession, and when they are out of possession, Wes Burns drops in and makes the 5.
Chelsea with Caicedo into the centre circle it goes. So Ipswich Town, the home side, with a little bit of defending to do. Here's João Felix, couldn't get the ball that was always behind him. He tried to stretch out a leg and get himself forward at the same time as hooking a leg back to get hold of the ball. He couldn't do that. Foul's been given. Free kick to Ipswich. So the home side have Walton in goal. O'Shea, Greaves, Wolfenden and Davis as the original back 4. Burns is now slotted in to help that. Morsey and Kayuste hold the midfield. Hutchinson and Broadhead behind their goal scorer. The difference in this game so far with his first half penalty in Leon Delat. As for Chelsea, Jorgensen is their goalkeeper tonight. Both teams ahead of kick-off changed their shot stoppers from the previous game. So Walton in replace of Muric for Ipswich. It is Jorgensen in replace of Sanchez tonight for Chelsea. Disasi, Adara Bioyo, Colwell and Cucurella their back 4. Fernandez and Caicedo will hold the midfield. Madueke, Palmer and Felix behind Christopher Nkunku up front. But a lot of Chelsea's play in the first half, their key moments came from either Cole Palmer or João Felix.
Yeah, a lot of it goes through Felix, Cole Palmer, Madueke again on this right-hand side.
Into the penalty area, the angle will be tight, he will go for goal, saved by the squeezed legs of Christian Walton at his near post. On the right-hand side of the penalty area, it gives Chelsea their first corner of this second half.
Good description, Mike. Squeezed legs. That's exactly what it was as well, wasn't it? Chelsea break quickly down this right-hand side. Madueke's played in. cuts into the 18-yard box and he gets his shot off early. The goalkeeper, it's a difficult one for him because it's fired at him from close range, and he just squeezes his legs together and saves it.
He'd have been frustrated to have been beaten from there. Chelsea corner near side at the right. Palmer right underneath the goalkeeper, who made a little bit of a mess of that, but somehow his defence helped him out. It's going to be another Chelsea corner. Now Levi Colwill in that melee, I think he's trying to say that he was impeded and feels it should be more than a corner, Paul Robinson.
No, it was a lovely ball in by Cole Palmer. Great delivery into the near post. It was a ball that just dropped with no pace, a really difficult one to defend. The ball looped up and it just dropped in the area. There was no pace on it. Fell to the floor. Ipswich are lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, a case of who can react quicker. Another Palmer corner from this near side, swung under the crossbar, but the goalkeeper Christian Walton, who stands with a heighty frame, plucks the ball out of the sky and just rests himself down in the 6-yard box. So now Ipswich 1, Chelsea 0. We played 5.5 minutes of the second half.
Good playing by the goalkeeper. He's grown into this game. It's Christian Walton, the change goalkeeper for Ipswich. There's a couple of nervy moments in the first half. Made a save and his confidence has grown since then.
Ipswich under pressure. Oh, I think that ball might have gone out of play. Linesman doesn't give it on this near side, however. Chelsea down the right. The pass back was too short for Christian Walton. I mean, from our angle, we're on the halfway line at the back of the third tier. But the main stand here at Portman Road.
I thought that went out, did you? It looked clearly like the ball had gone out.
There was a gap between the ball and the white line.
The assistant missed that one, I think.
There was a bit of green grass in between the pair, but yeah, from our angle, I won't want to say for certain. Here's Cole Palmer, left-hand side for Chelsea, who trail by a goal to nil. Colwill. Palmer again. Has a look forward, flicks it infield from the far left-hand side to Caicedo, goes back towards the centre circle for Colwill. Now João Felix can get the turn, he lays it for Christopher Nkunku, lay off from him the Caicedo, trips it up out towards this right-hand side of the 18-yard box, away by Ipswich, who are really defending for their lives. They're sat in for the night, and when they play the ball forward to the halfway line, nobody is able to chase it down in the blue shirt because they're all so deep. Back to Alexandra Palace, James Gregg.
Well, we were having some magic from Michael van Gerwen. He broke brilliantly, went 2 sets up, but then Jeffrey de Graaf, who was looking like a raffle prize winner up on this stage until the third set, took it 3 legs to nil. It's 2-1 then, and Callan Rydz, who awaits in the new year, will be taking note of this performance.
Thanks, James. It is Liam, the dealer Delap, who has dealt Chelsea a blow in this game. Ipswich leading by a goal to nil. Cucurella in from the left-hand side, header away from Luke Wolfenden. Will be back to Alexandra Palace regularly throughout the evening. We're at Old Trafford as well, where Manchester United are 2-0 down at half-time in the Premier League against Newcastle United. We're also at Villa Park tonight. That too was a 7:45 kick-off, but a lot of added time at the end of the first half for an injury and a couple of VAR checks, so it's their 1-1 with Brighton or Aston Villa. Oh, poor pass back from Disasi, and suddenly Ipswich can look forward with Delap, who's got Broadhead going with him. Delap may go alone, stalls it, edge of the penalty area, laid back for Hutchinson! The former Chelsea man! A Chelsea mistake so costly at Portman Road, and Ipswich Town, who haven't won at home all season, are surely on their way now. Backs against the wall at the start of this second half, but Hutchinson has tucked it into the bottom right-hand corner with his left foot, and it is Ipswich Town 2, Chelsea 0.
Axel Disasi, what are you doing? You've just cost your team dominating possession. It was attack versus defence. Chelsea was so comfortable. Madueke plays it back to Disasi. He doesn't look, he looks for his centre half, Caldwell. Liam Delap's there, he's as sharp as attack. Runs straight into the 18-yard box. There's still so much work to do, but Liam Delap holds it up, he waits for support. And it's Amari Hutchinson who joins him. First touch, second touch, out of his feet. Plays it across Jorgensen into the bottom left-hand corner. Now they've got something to hold on to.
Scored a big goal at home to Manchester United a few weeks back. He has scored perhaps an even bigger one here, and just As Ipswich double their lead, someone's taken the lead at Villa Park, Chris Coles.
And that someone is Aston Villa. Perfect start to the second half for the home side. And when Villa score, Morgan Rogers tends to be involved in those goals, and he scored this one. Really nicely taken, chest control inside the box, right foot finish into the bottom corner. Aston Villa 2, Brighton 1.
Thanks, Chris. I'm really quite surprised by this substitute for Chelsea. A glum-looking João Felix walks off the field, takes his coat, sits down on the bench, and in his replacement is Nicholas Jackson.
Yeah, and immediately Nkunku moves over to the left-hand side, where João Felix was. Madueke on the right, Nkunku on the left, and Nicholas Jackson down the middle. I mean, they were so comfortable, Chelsea. They were all camped so deep in Ipswich's half, but it's the low block. They've hit them on the counter-attack. Disasi's cost his team. It's an awful pass. It's one of those that he doesn't look, he just expects his centre-half to be there without an Ipswich player in between. But Liam Delap reads the game so well. He's onto it so quickly. Really, really good smash and grab, if you like, from the home team.
But they have taken their chances, something Chelsea have failed to do so far. 2-0 down, 10 minutes gone in the second half on 5 Live Sport. Our last live action of 2024. The next Premier League commentary, New Year's Day, 5:15. Brentford against title-chasing Arsenal. Chelsea's title hopes starting to evaporate. 10 points behind Liverpool before the start of play today, down in 4th. They had the chance to close that gap to 7 points, move back up to 2nd, but they're going to start, as it stands, 2025 not only behind Liverpool and Arsenal, but Nottingham Forest as well. Palmer, edge of the penalty area, is down. The ball runs to Caicedo. Here's Cucurella. Last thing Ipswich want to do now is concede after going 2 goals clear. Disasi, costly for that second goal, tries to make amends, swipes wildly at the ball on the right-hand side of the D, and it flies high and wide. It's a goal kick to the home side.
As you can tell by the delight of the home fans, that wasn't Disasi's finest moment, neither was the pass for the goal. That one only just stayed in the bottom tier. It was that bad of a strike from Disasi. But Chelsea, they've got it all to do now. They've had the possession, they've had the opportunities, but it's about creating these chances and taking the chances in the final third. The Chelsea dugout has all very quickly become a very active place.
As a trio of Ipswich Town substitutes go for a warm-up down to our left-hand side. Jack Clark, Sam Schmodix and Calvin Phillips. Kieran McKenna still pacing his technical area, just zips his grey quilted winter coat up right to the very top. Chelsea in possession, but only just outside their own penalty area. Ipswich leading by 2-0.
Liam Delap's been great, hasn't he? I know we talked about him before the game and the impact that he has with this Ipswich side. That's 18 goals now Ipswich have scored this season. Half of them he's been involved in, either assisted or scored. 18 goals scored, he's been involved in 9 of them, and you can see how key and influential he is. He works so hard off the ball as well.
Another goal and assist to his tally tonight. 7 goals, 2 assists in total. As Enzo Fernandez comes down the right-hand side, lays it to the near side touchline for Noni Madueke. Disasi back to the edge of the centre circle for Adara Bioyo. Now Colwill, Cucurella, a little stretch of the legs there from Christopher Nkunku, who had a heavy touch. He gets away with it, with the ball going out for a throw-in on the far side via an Ipswich Town player, but not exactly comfortable from Christopher Nkunku, who is on the pitch with Nicholas Jackson. Usually they replace each other. Let's see how the partnership goes tonight. Jackson stands on the edge of the D with the ball midway inside the Ipswich half. 2-0 the home side lead. Enzo Fernandez in from the right-hand side. 3 Ipswich Town players around him. Delap and Hutchinson and Broadhead too. Into the penalty area, but it's pulled away out of the box by Nicholas Jackson. Out towards the far side with Cucurella. Stabbed forward by Chelsea's lead by Colwill to Caicedo. Too many players gathered on the edge of the penalty area, and Ipswich can try and charge up the field again. Enzo Maresca dancing down his technical area, trying to get the Chelsea players back so they don't cost themselves a third goal in this game.
They've got time, Chelsea. I mean, they've got over 30 minutes in this game. And believe me, when you're a fragile team at the bottom of the league like Ipswich are, I've been there, I've been in teams like that. You take a lead like this, but one goal changes things very, very quickly. You all of a sudden remember how susceptible you are, how defensively weak you are at times. One goal for Chelsea changes the complex of this game very, very quickly.
Most certainly does. And Palmer tries his best to set one up from the left corner of the penalty area. The ball hits Ipswich's second goal scorer in Amari Hutchinson flies up into the jet black night sky above Portman Road tonight. A ground that hasn't tasted a Premier League victory since April 2002. Yes, 20 years and more outside the Premier League. Those fans have waited a long time for a moment like this. But the Tractor boys are motoring on and have their 2-goal cushion. Here's Disasi wearing number 2 for Chelsea with those cream shirts. Playing from left to right in the second half. Short passing, left to right, right to left, stretching the play, trying to pull Ipswich out of positions, but they are set solidly so far. Kieran McKenna's side. Here's a ball to the left corner of the penalty area. Nkunku tries to slide it forward. Cleared away by Sam Morsey up towards the halfway line. No blue shirts to chase it down. Chelsea will come again.
It's going to be a very, very long 30 minutes plus stoppage time for Ipswich if they sit this deep. Chelsea, they must have had 90% possession, maybe more, since Ipswich got the second goal. They're just absolutely camped in the final third.
Delap stayed down, his legs were scissored out by a Chelsea player. Now the cross comes in by Madueke. Header from inside the Ipswich Town penalty area away to our right hand side, clears the box for now. Palmer brings it down over his shoulder. Ball bounces once or twice, and then Moises Caicedo, who is facing in the right direction that Chelsea need to go in, but needs the option to go forward, and then Madueke hadn't continued his run for Enzo Fernandez. Leif Davis can pick it off for Ipswich, and cleared long. It misses Liam Delap. It'll run on through for Moises Caicedo to collect. Jorgensen was an option. Let's go back to Ali Pali, latest on the World Darts Championship from James Gregg.
A bit of a fight back here, Mike, from Sweden's Jeff de Graaf, the world number 8-1, pushing the 3-time champion of the world hard here. Incredible darts from a man who's never been this far before at Ali Pali. Michael van Gerwen stormed off the stage as he made it 2 sets apiece. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get an upset tonight. A big one it'd be too. Luke Littler warming up backstage at the moment, and he'd love to see van Gerwen get knocked out here.
He most certainly would. There's been some big shocks in the World Darts Championship this season. More seats fell after the first couple of rounds than in any other previous year. Here Chelsea played a ball from the left hand side. It's resulted in a corner on the near side right. 1-2 played. Palmer swings it in. Walton had come off his line and quickly had to readjust. He was backtracking and eventually stops his feet on the goal line. His arms held out, he's caught it, and Ipswich can just relieve themselves for a minute.
Only just. Made a real mess of that, the goalkeeper. It's a wonderful ball in again by Cole Palmer. Goalkeeper misjudges the flight, gets it all wrong, backpedaling, mishandles it, grabs it at the second attempt. Disasi coming in from behind.
Goalkeepers under the spotlight tonight, both changed by the manager ahead of kick-off. So Sanchez out for Chelsea, Muric out for Ipswich, who are coming forward with Delap to give Jorgensen, the Chelsea goalkeeper, something to think about. But that shot was his poorest of the night, nowhere near the goal, high and wide from the right of the deep. Chelsea goal kick. What have you made of the 2 shot stoppers in this game, Paul Robinson?
I think Christian Walton has had the better of the two games. Obviously Jorgensen gave away the penalty, can't really fault him for Hutchinson's second, and other than that the interaction for the Chelsea goalkeeper hasn't been there. It's been few and far between, but actually Walton and the Ipswich goal, he's made some really vital saves, and the save that he made with his top hand just before half time protected his team's clean sheet going into that half time, could prove to be vitally important for them. He's looked nervy at times. He's played okay, he's played well.
Jadon Sancho being readied by Chelsea to come on in a moment. Another attacking substitution for Enzo Maresca, whose side are 2-0 down. 63 minutes played here at Portman Road in the Premier League. 5 Live's final commentary of 2024. Do join Maz Faruqi tomorrow night from 7 o'clock. And she looks back at the year. She looks at the latest Premier League results in games and ahead to 2025 with Nigel Reo-Coker and Don Hutchinson too. That's 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Down the left-hand side come Chelsea. Cucurella, stretch of the leg. Both players, Cucurella and Wes Burns, there raising one leg each to try and get control of the ball. Chelsea nick it as it goes out towards the far side. Coming in from the left is Cole Palmer. Now Disasi. Ipswich Town leading by 2-0. Chelsea trying to get themselves back into this game with Madueke. Step overs there are plenty, but it is well read in the end by Jens Kajuste, and it's out for a Chelsea throw-in on this near side.
Good defending by Kajuste. Him and Morsey, the 2 defensive holding midfielders, they're getting deeper and deeper, but they're having to protect this back 5 now for Ipswich.
Kajuste, the Napoli loanee, Now Ipswich have won the ball again. Can they drive themselves up the field on the counter-attack? That is how they're going to get another goal in this game. They are defending resolutely for now, as Hutchinson thought he could turn forward to the halfway line. Referee, a slight delay on the whistle from John Brooks. Foul given on Moises Caicedo. Plumb central, midway inside the Ipswich half.
Napoli to Ipswich. I suspect that's not a path that well trodden, is it, Mike?
Both from footballers and holiday makers, I guess. Here comes the Chelsea substitution. And it's going to see Christopher Nkunku replaced. Rare start in the Premier League for him. And Jadon Sancho comes onto the field. The former Manchester United man will be going to Old Trafford in a moment after this Chelsea free kick.
It makes sense. You can understand the substitution because Nicholas Jackson's come on. He's gone down the middle as a 9. And then Maresca clearly feels that he's better with Jadon Sancho on the left-hand side than he is with Nkunku.
Fernandez's free kick caught by Christian Walton to Old Trafford then. Manchester United against Newcastle United. Maz Faruqi.
And we have played 54 minutes here. Still Manchester United 0, Newcastle 2. Newcastle with a free kick in the last couple of seconds. Manchester United able to get it clear. And they have been playing slightly more positively in this second half, Izzy Christensen, compared to obviously what we saw in the first half. But attacking the Stretford end, there has been a lot of play in and around the Newcastle 18-yard box in the opening minutes of the second half.
That's exactly it. They've come out with a little bit more bite about them, a little bit more aggression. I think they've dominated the ball so far in the second half, and they've really pushed Newcastle back. But what that then does is it opens up space for the likes of Isak and Gordon on the counter-attack. But there has certainly been a response. But like you say, it couldn't have got any worse than that first half for Manchester United.
No subs made by either manager at half-time. Remember, Ruben Amorim, Hoyt, Joshua Zirkzee for Kobbie Mainoo. Half an hour in. We've played 55 minutes here now at Old Trafford. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 2.
Manchester United could lose 3 league home games in a row for the first time since 1979. That is what stands before Ruben Amorim. Ipswich have dragged the ball forward, got into the centre circle. Liam Delat's won a free kick and a yellow card shown to Caicedo.
Good year for football, 1979, you know, Mike. Really important year for English football.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to elaborate? I know exactly what's coming.
I was born. Delat does really well again there in the centre circle. That's what he's going to be charged with now for the rest of the game. Holding the ball up, keeping possession for his team, winning free kicks, running the channels, working extremely hard like he does. Draws the foul at a Caicedo there, and now Ipswich have got an opportunity to put the ball forward long into the box.
Momentary respite, and our necks actually get to turn to the left-hand side for a rare moment. Leif Davis with the ball across the penalty area from the long free kick. It will fall for Broadhead, who tries to slam the ball down into the ground, get it bouncing and sneak into the bottom left-hand corner. Good save by Jorgensen down to his right. It's still Ipswich who lead 2-0.
And you feel those opportunities for Ipswich are going to be few and far between the longer this game goes on, but they still pose that threat. They're not afraid to put the ball forward. Ball comes to Broadhead, doesn't quite get hold of his shot, hits it into the ground. Decent save by Jorgensen, but again it shows that Ipswich have got the threat on the counter-attack.
Ipswich Town, who will stay in the relegation zone even if they do hold on to this 2-0 lead and win tonight. Previous 2 occasions they've been in the Premier League drop zone at the turn of the year. They have been relegated 1994-95 and 2001-2002. Chelsea progress for the turn of the year from their last 2 years. 9th in 2023, they were 10th on New Year's Day in 2024. So steady progress. They're going to be in the top 4, just not as high up in that top 4 as they perhaps thought they might be after tonight's game. Liverpool lead the way. Chelsea 10 points behind the Premier League leaders heading into 2025. I think there's got to be a lot of credit given to Enzo Maresca to get them in that top 4 in that title race conversation. But when you've had a taste of it, when you you can push the league leaders, the fans will want to see more.
Listen, it's the old adage, isn't it? With success comes expectation. So you have that little bit of success early on in the season, people start talking about a title race, and you're expected to win games, and you're expected the success quicker than maybe you thought it would be. I think a lot of us looked at the recruitment, like we said, didn't we, at Chelsea at the beginning of the season, but he's proven it's working.
Chelsea corner taken towards the edge of the penalty area near side the right. Enzo Fernandez just spins back in field, uses Caicedo, whose pass is picked off, and now Liam Delat will once again drag Ipswich up and over the halfway line. Steps across Mark Cucurella. He's done brilliantly there, the number 19 of Ipswich Town. Then tries to float one across to Amari Hutchinson, who was waiting on this near side. But the lofted ball was easily read by the Chelsea defence and headed back to Jorgensen.
He's clever there, Liam Delap. He runs right across the front of Marc Cucurella, knowing that he can't touch him. The slightest touch, he'd have won his team a free kick.
Smart player. Could be an important player for England, according to Enzo Maresca, the Chelsea manager, who had him at Manchester City in the academy. As Chelsea try and squeeze it through on the edge of the penalty area. Players collide. Now Palmer, he slipped as he went to take the shot and then stalled himself. Still going, Palmer. Hits the back of Greaves. It's fallen to Enzo Fernandez. Now Madueke tries the first time shot. Appeals of handball. VAR, of course, can check that as play continues. Ball's exited the 18-yard box for now. Disassi in possession for Chelsea, who come again.
I think it was too close. Madueke, as he gets the shot off left-footed, doesn't really catch it. Seems to hit Leif Davis, but I don't think it's there's no penalty in that. I think one, it was too close, and I'm not so sure it hit his hand.
Correa racing for it. Smart defending by Luke Wolfenden. Sees it out of play. That's going to be a goal kick to Ipswich, away to our right-hand side. Ipswich, who lead by 2-0. 20 minutes left of this Premier League game. And the away side has never won this fixture. 5 home wins, 5 draws, and we're going to form at the minute.
Absolutely, they Ipswich deserve it as well. I mean, they've dug in, they've suffered at times in this game, but they've got the 2 goals, and all of a sudden you can hear the home support now. They're starting to believe.
Still waiting for this goal kick to be taken from Christian Walton. Ed Sheeran watching on. Smiling away, baseball cap on, sat down in the posh seats in one of the boxes here. Ipswich Town, of which he is a co-owner, are leading against Chelsea, the former Premier League champions. Long ball away, headed by Disassi inside his own half here as Chelsea try and clear it themselves. Well read by Sam Morsey, sliding into intercepted ahead of Cole Palmer inside the centre circle. Broadhead moves out towards the left-hand side, showed too much of the ball to Noni Madueke, who brings it away, and now Caicedo runs up to the halfway line, out towards the left-hand side. Here is Colwell. 5 Live Sport live from Portman Road this evening in the Premier League, with Ipswich Town leading by 2-0. Hutchinson, he can get the turn, looks towards the halfway line, but eventually checks back, thinks better of it. Now Ipswich are turning on the style. A little back heel there has worked from Caicedo. Although in the aftermath, the bobbling and bouncing ball didn't do him any favours. Can't find Liam Delap. Chelsea in possession.
It's the best I've seen Ipswich this season. Not necessarily the best that they've played this season, but the best that I've seen them. I think there was signs of this type of performance coming in the away game at Arsenal, where they narrowly lost. They've been really impressive tonight.
Caicedo slides in, it's flown up and behind for a corner kick to Chelsea. We'll let this happen, and then we'll go to Villa Park for the latest. Villa leading 2-1, having been a goal down early on to Brighton, the last we heard with Chris Coles. Manchester United still trailing against Newcastle United at Old Trafford by 2-0. More Chelsea changes are on the way. Focus though down to our right hand side for this Chelsea corner. Far side, the left. Expect a right-footed in-swinging delivery. Right again on the goal line it goes, behind by Wolfenden. Another Chelsea corner. Paul Robinson.
Good delivery again. It's clearly a ploy that Chelsea have from this right-hand side. Cole Palmer in-swingers with his left foot. They try and just drop that ball like a dead weight at the near post, and again it was a dangerous delivery by Fernandez.
Pedro Neto, the man being readied by Enzo Maresca. Another Enzo Fernandez corner, far side, the left, in-swinging delivery, headed away by Jacob Greaves. It'll come to Jadon Sancho, who pushes it back out to the corner taker. Fernandez, his cross it, doesn't beat the first man, and away by Wes Burns, and away we go to Villa Park. Chris Coles.
Villa still leading Brighton 2-1, 25 minutes to play. Villa in control of the scoreboard. They're in control of the game by and large, but want that third goal. Brighton have introduced Ruter, Mitoma and Minter in their search for an equaliser. Villa 2, Brighton 1.
Colwell has stayed down inside the Ipswich penalty area in the aftermath of all that. 2 quick successive corners. Chelsea coming forward here down the left-hand side, the far side. Cucurella ahead of Fernandez, who tried to push the ball on through but couldn't. Ipswich have broke away. We will break away to go to Old Trafford, or in fact hold that thought, because here comes Liam Delap down the right hand side. He's got a lot of work to do. enters the penalty area. Still Delap, and it's pushed over from Jorgensen. The angle was tight, it didn't favour the striker, but another shot on target, and he screams to the fans behind the goal in the Sir Bobby Robson stand to our left-hand side. He wants more, because Ipswich are 17 minutes away from a famous Premier League victory.
He's a good player, he is. You can see why he's linked with all these top clubs. He makes something out of nothing there. 3 Chelsea defenders around him. You think he's going to go for a little bit of game management, go into the corner. He's got other thoughts. He drives into the box, smashes a shot on target for the tightest of angles. Goalkeeper has to make the save, wins his team a corner.
Corner near side then, the left for Ipswich Town. This could be a seismic moment in the game. Nathan Broadhead has the responsibility to deliver the perfect corner. Away down to our left-hand side, expected in swinging, right-footed delivery from the man who only a few seasons ago was on loan at Wigan Athletic. Broadhead's delivery into the near post. Whose head was that off last? John Brooks says we're heading for another Ipswich corner.
Just misses it, Darragh O'Shea. Centre-half makes a fantastic run across the near post. It's a lovely delivery by Broadhead. Darragh O'Shea ends up in the hoardings, the advertising hoardings, head in his hands. He knows how close he is. He just runs across the front of that, the near post.
Malo Gusto also being readied by Chelsea. Double change on the way for Ipswich, with Sammy Smodics and Calvin Phillips stripped off and their blue shirts on, ready to head onto the pitch for Ipswich. First though, this corner from Broadhead, in again at the near post. It comes off Disasi again, and we're heading for a third successive Ipswich Town corner.
All this while the clock's ticking down for Ipswich. He's not in a rush, isn't Nathan Broadhead, to take the corner. Walks slowly over to one of those white cones with the ball sat on top of it. Makes his way back to the corner quadrant. Another delivery coming in to a packed 6-yard box.
April 2002, remember that. That's the last time that Ipswich won at home in the Premier League. Another corner from Broadhead. It is flicked on at the near post, but it's Chelsea away. Let's go to Old Trafford. Latest on Manchester United against Newcastle. Maz Faruqi.
Maguire has come closest to a goal for Manchester United in this second half. He's hit the left post with a header down low, a couple of yards out, really attacking the cross on the left from Dallow. But Newcastle United still lead here. 64 minutes played. Manchester United 0, Newcastle 2.
And to Alexandra Palace, James Gregg.
Where we are one leg away from Michael Van Gerwen booking his spot in the last
James, because here's Nicholas Jackson, who came close for Chelsea to get them within one of parity. The flag goes up anyway. He's offside, running down the middle, trying to slot it into the bottom right-hand corner. He couldn't. Back to you, James.
Yeah, we're just saying, Mike, Michael Van Gerwen very, very close. Just needs the mere 144 to book his spot in the last 8 of the PDC World Darts Championship. He's been great both before and after the fight back from Jeff de Graaf. I'll see if he can make this magnificent check out in a couple of minutes' time.
Thanks, James. And we'll just run you through these changes. Sammy Smodics is coming on to replace Nathan Broadhead for Ipswich Town. The first change is made by Kieran McKenna this evening. Jens Kajuste, the midfielder, also is off. Calvin Phillips comes on in his place.
Like for like, I think, from an Ipswich point of view. Calvin Phillips and Smodics coming on. Calvin Phillips just give that little bit more protection in front of the back four. This could be Enzo Maresca's final throw of the dice tonight. Takes off Disasi, who's at fault for the second goal. Gusto comes on, maybe a little bit more of an attacking force down the right-hand side. Madueke off, Neto on, both like for like.
Disasi, Madueke make way. Chelsea chasing this. There's still plenty of time for the West London side. But time running out, and every second the ball goes out of play like it has for a throw-in now, Ipswich will take their time. They're in no rush. They lead by 2-0 this evening on 5 Live Sport. Plenty of analysis to come. Paul Robinson, the former England goalkeeper, with us tonight. Izzy Christiansen watching. Manchester United currently 2-0 down against Newcastle United. Let's go back to Ali Pally and get the latest on that MVG result, James Gregg.
Well, the 3-time champion breezed through the 5th and the 6th set to get to the last 8 here at Ali Pally, barring a blip where he gifted de Graaf 2 sets. He was magical, was Michael Van Gerwen, averaging 102. A statement win ahead of Luke the Nuke, who's up next here on the Ali Pally stage.
And we'll be across that on 5 Live Sport as well. Thanks, James. As Enzo Fernandez tries to turn against Jacob Greaves. He's a big figure, Jacob Greaves, the £15 million summer signing from Hull for Ipswich Town. His 10th start on the Premier League campaign. Oh, Sammy Morsey's nicked in there. I think Neto thinks he's fouled. Morsey has got them over the halfway line, and then the referee's pulled it back, and that will upset the Ipswich Town fans.
He's been conned. It looks like Neto's conned the referee.
And then there's an off-the-ball incident with Cucurella and Sammy Morsey. Cucurella with his theatrics as well.
Oh, they're all falling over now. Everyone's going down. The referee needs eyes in the back of his head at the moment. He's going to need some help from his assistant referees.
Chris Sutton in his simulation game on 6:06 on a Sunday night has got plenty of material this week from this game alone.
Just in that last minute, you've got 3 there.
At the end of the season, there's some contenders here. Kyle Walker in the Manchester derby being another. I'm sure there's many other examples I can't think of off the top of my head right now. 11 minutes to go, Ipswich Town 2, Chelsea 0. Big result for Ipswich. This will put them as a point off safety. Here's all the replays that we're going to see then. So it's a little elbow in the back of the head, maybe a Pedro Neto at best.
It was a lean. Calvin Phillips leaned on him and he went over because he knew that he'd lost possession. Sam Morsey was attacking the Chelsea back four. They're away on the counter-attack and Neto's conned the referee.
Another free kick given to Chelsea just outside their own penalty area. With little over 10 minutes to go at Portman Road. Famous night for Ipswich Town as it stands. They lead Chelsea by 2-0. Here's Cole Palmer so deep, trying to influence the play, trying to push Chelsea forward. He's only just going over the halfway line himself now as the ball gets level with the right corner of the penalty area. Neto infield, pulling away further from the Ipswich Town penalty area. Now has the overlap from Malo Gusto, struggling for form under Enzo Maresca. Palmer switches it, left foot to right foot, puts it on his left boot. Gusto's cross takes a nick off the back of Leif Davis that actually, if anything, helps Christian Walton gather on his goal line.
Comfortable catch for the goalkeeper. It's a little bit slow from a Chelsea point of view, the build-up. It's not quick enough, like you said there, Mike. Cole Palmer is now reverting to coming deeper to pick the ball up. We know he plays in that 10 role, so influential. He's such a good player, but he's having to come deep to try and be influential tonight, trying to pick the ball up. They're just trying to make something happen.
Pass back's got to be careful from Greaves, and then Walton nearly delivers it onto the feet of Cole Palmer. They bail themselves out, Ipswich, but only just. You don't need to be doing that. 10 minutes from time.
Just don't get it. Do not understand it. 9 minutes to go. You're 2-0 up at home to Chelsea. Why are you playing risky passes? Greaves, Walton, the goalkeeper, playing short passes in and around the edge of your own box, putting the ball at risk. You do not need to do it.
Jackson, edge of the D, lays it to the right-hand side for Neto. 2-3 touches, low shot that takes a couple of deflections, the last being off his own man in Enzo Fernandez, who I think was trying to get out the way, but behind it goes for a goal kick, and Ipswich still have that 2-goal cushion.
Frustrates me, it really does, when you see teams overplaying. You understand that teams have got